Are we live? Did we do it? Are we live? Did we do it? Well, that was a fun stream yesterday. And for those of you who were in the machine live stream yesterday, live chat, hang on, I'm playing my own live stream here. Let me pop out my chat. And I was on Mr. Unslaved's broadcast yesterday. Perhaps we will replay some of that. If I may direct your attention to the banner on the screen, yesterday's 1 hour and 15 minute, well, it may not be quite that long. I think it's about 45 minutes actually. Yesterday's donation rant coming up when I leave to go to Slave Mart. What's up, Keith? Shout out to Mr. Suspect. And I hope you folks are enjoying the chat because you're certainly not entitled to that. Now, I went back and looked at the stream. It was actually Mr. Unslaved who was trolling me a little bit, who mentioned entitled, Benton sounding bitter and entitled during the donation rant. But, you know, that word entitlement got me to thinking, yeah, that's right. You know, I'm not entitled to donations, certainly. But the audience is not entitled to a live chat. In fact, the original plan was to just broadcast today without a live chat. But there's really no need to be punitive, right? And, you know, I've got a lot of notes. I've got a lot on my mind. And it was interesting going back and forth in the live chat over at Machine Lies. And folks may not know that Mr. Benton here has a strong background in text chat. And in fact, I do type 80 to 85 words a minute for a reason. And that reason is internet relay chat beginning in 1994. In which I've been typing words at people for many, many years. And then got onto message boards after that. And I am the veteran of many, many message board flame wars. And I'm OMA GDI, folks, in case you don't know. OMA, One Man Army, GDI, God dang independent. So it was typically me versus 3 to 5 or maybe even more combatants. And what we saw at Machine Lies was that I was fairly easily able to dispatch multiple attackers simultaneously. It was a minimum of 3, one of which was Destroyer, one was Telescope, and one was My Couch. Now, here's when you really know you've got them, is when Telescope starts saying things like, well, I don't care. It's like, well, clearly you care, buddy. You're engaging in the back and forth. You don't get to then claim not to care, right? And this is one of the main things I want to talk about is, IRC and Usenet, indeed, Tribe. Good to see you. And one of the main things I want to talk about is this behavior policing. I'm over the behavior policing. I'm over the tyrants and the authoritarians. The amount of tyrants and authoritarians in these live chats, by the way, that's the faceless, voiceless, nameless I'm referring to. And the inherent inferiority thereof. The fact is, most of these people, the faceless, voiceless, nameless, anonymous bozos in the live chats, and again, if I'm not talking to you, I'm not talking to you. Okay, what typically happens when I start talking this way is the good folks start feeling insecure, or at least exhibit their insecurity and start, then start explaining themselves as to why they don't, come on the panel, why they don't let us hear their voice, why they don't reveal their names. I'm not interested, okay? I'm not interested in that. Everybody gets to choose how to interact in the internet. I'm not here to, my motivation for this is not to get people to do things they're not comfortable with, okay? If a person isn't comfortable letting us hear their voice, I'm not going to be comfortable with it. If a person's not comfortable showing their face, I'm not going to be comfortable with it. If a person's not comfortable revealing their so-called government name, I'm not going to be comfortable with it. But I'm in the arena, folks. My face is on the screen. That's my name in the corner of the broadcast. That's my family name. And I've gone by, my email, you may notice, is Benton J.A. J.A. is my first and middle initials. And my first name is well known. Not that hard to figure out who in the fuck I am legally. And I implore you to do a background check on old Benton here. What you'll find is, never been 5150, never been in the mental health system, never been medicated, no criminal record, and a clean MVR, and I'm proud of it. Yeah. So a lot of you can't say that, okay? Now, I'm not here to castigate or cast aspersions or put anybody down based on their record. But I'm not going to allow faceless, voiceless, nameless bozos in the chat to gaslight me into feeling some type of way. And here's how I really know that someone's being disingenuous. They pretend to give a fuck about my channel and my content. That's what Telescope was doing. And I was like, well, clearly you don't care about, you're not concerned with my content and my channel. I reject this notion out of hand that you care about me as a content creator and you're genuinely attempting to help me. Bullshit. What I see is Telescope only rolls through here when it's drama central, especially if I happen to be behaving some type of way that he feels like he can then correct my behavior, and starts telling me that I'm unraveling or ending my live stream career. I don't have a live streaming career, sir. I hate to break it to you. I'm going to go back to work as a truck driver. I don't have a live streaming career. What's up, Musical's the Secret? Good to see you, sir. One of the day ones, and I got Destroyer in here telling me that I'm going to run off my day ones. I said, well, who are they? Name them. Since you're such an expert in this, name them. And the faceless, voiceless, nameless, they never show themselves. They never prove anything. These are losers who have psychological illness. That's who these people are. And then they pretend to be Zen Buddhists above it all. And then it's a constant characterization of my behavior and my emotional state and how I sound. And I'm probably going to go back and read Machine Lies live chat and directives. So these people are either giving me a directive, they're attempting to negate the validity of my ideas based on a presumption around my emotional state, while simultaneously pretending to be so above it all that they've risen to the level of enlightened Zen Buddhists. They're basically bodhisattvas at this point. I mean, that's what's happening here. And then behavior policing, literal behavior police in the internet. But we all most of us claim to be from America and have and somewhat prize an idea of freedom or liberty. Get the fuck out of here. The reason why the government is tyrannical and authoritarian is the people are tyrannical and authoritarian. The financial system and the government, this is my opinion, is a reflection of the people. The tyrannical nature of the government is a reflection of the people. The authoritarian features of the government and the police and these other mechanisms is a reflection of the people. The people don't want me to be able to go out here and behave any type of way. See, the people have voted for corporatism. They voted for everything being the same. They voted with their actions during the fake pandemic. So, of course, those people don't want Benton to be able to choose his behavior. They want to be able to prescribe Benton's behavior. See, why? To suit them. They hate my freedom. Well, why do they hate my freedom? Because they're the faceless, voiceless, nameless. They're not in the arena. They want to criticize the man that's in the arena, me. They want to criticize the man who's got the balls and the testosterone to just put himself out there come what may. And I've talked about it before. You know, this idea of Jordan Peterson's male hierarchies and how in the internet, you know, males especially don't have the means to sort of establish the pecking order. I said, well, let's just all get blood tests and let's do it by testosterone. Well, the fact is I will rank very, very highly. I have a scientifically proven high testosterone. Whatever y'all think of me saying that is not my problem. You say, oh, he's being this, he's being that, characterizing my behavior. Once again, characterizing what I'm doing. Everybody sees what I'm doing, my couch. We don't need you to characterize it. As if you observing me and characterizing what I'm doing somehow negates my very human existence. Are you really that dumb? Well, no, it's mostly that y'all mainly done battle with bozos who've never bothered to work on themselves and grow and change and evolve. And guess what? obtain a high measure of emotional control over themselves. Because the fact is, I do exhibit a high level of emotional control. But what that means is sometimes I don't have full emotional control. Sometimes I don't. Right. But meanwhile, how have I maintained never being 5150'd while literally living in the streets for 6 straight years? How have I maintained I have no criminal record? How have I maintained all of this if my emotions are so out of control as these people try to say? See, those two things aren't possible. Meanwhile, I will bet you money that half of the people in Machine Lies live chat tonight are on psych meds. I'm not on anything. I have to stay ready to be able. I'm in a government database for drug testing because I choose to work as a truck driver some of the time, and I'm most likely going back to truck driving, which means I haven't even been smoking cannabis or eating cannabis. So for a year now, other than a couple of times when I used excessive amounts of cannabis, I'm on no drugs and no alcohol and no processed food. I'm not on McDonald's. I'm not on SSRIs. I'm not on Adderall. I'm not on Abilify, right? This long list of substances that the general public is on. I'm not on any of them. Okay. Oh, and that means I'm better. If a person's on all of those things and I'm not, I'm better than that person. That's just how that works. We don't have equality at the level of everybody's the same. No, we're not. If you're nameless, voiceless, faceless in a live chat and I'm the man in the arena putting his name on it, doing 7 days of live streams, I'm better than you, whether you like it or not. That's how this works. Deal with it. But yeah, let's do the testosterone test, because here's the thing is, I don't know if Destroyer is a woman. We're just taking her word for it. I know this. I was on the internet going back so long that I would say more of my years on the internet than not, every single person was assumed to be male until proven otherwise. Until proven. And then at a certain point, it changed. That's probably when every bozo in the country got on social media on their phone, and now we just believe people. We just believe the faceless, voiceless, nameless when they say they're female. Well, I'll tell you what. If Destroyer has male genitalia and a testosterone level under 200, might as well be female. I mean, it's the same fucking thing. Let's just call it what it is. You know, what testosterone level is the average male mobbing around with now? Because mine was measured at 1,106 nanograms per deciliter at age 38. And they say, oh, a man's testosterone declines with age. No, it doesn't. That's a myth. When you group men together, their group level declines over time. Many men, my father included, see theirs stay sky motherfucking high. That dude's 68. He's still got it coming out his ears. Funny how that works. Guarantee you I could crack 800. Guarantee it. Now, part of that is what? That I go to sleep every day. And I get good quality sleep at the same time every day. Study testosterone, fellas. And this is not medical advice, by the way. This is what I know about myself. And this is what I've read. So do your own research. Standard disclaimer, none of this is medical advice. Seek professional guidance if you feel like you need your hormones addressed. That is a medical issue. None of this is medical advice. I'm speaking extemporaneously about things about my own life. So back in the weightlifting days, that's right, I lifted weights and ate insane amounts of food for 4 straight years and put on massive amounts of lean mass in a short period of time without steroids, by the way. Oh, that's right, I'm on steroids. It's called naturally high testosterone levels. It's the same as being on steroids, except my body makes the steroids. Isn't that amazing? And then they wonder why I'm so aggressive. Yeah, some folks are just super fucking aggressive by nature. Oh, but now people are confused because they say, wow, Benton was so calm and serene and placid and nice. Yeah, it was called I was dying of various illnesses. And my body couldn't assimilate the nutrients, and I couldn't get quality sleep, and I temporarily couldn't produce sky-high amounts of testosterone. Guess what, folks? I'm back. That's right, I'm back. This is what it is. Okay. Now, this ain't for everybody. Some folks are not going to survive this, which is fine with me. Nobody said I'm going to do live streams and every single person's going to be pleased and is going to rock with Benton. You can either ride with me or you can collide with me. That's how that works. That's your two choices. There is no lukewarm. You're going to ride with me, which doesn't mean do what I say. It means you're going to respond to my content, or you're going to collide with me. And what do we see? Oh, now that Benton's Mojo's back, look at all the collisions happening. Well, I'm here to tell you, I just took on 3 to 4 simultaneously in Machine Lies live chat. They wanted to collide with me, and they fell by the wayside. They got served and dealt with, partner, because I'm nice with the typing. Because my background's as a writer, not as a speaker. Oh, that's right. I was formerly trained in public speaking from the age of a child. Oh, and that's where some of the confusion comes in. Oh, Benton's so nice and polite. That's a motherfucking cult brainwashed me to be nice and polite with the help of my parents. You kidding me? If you can't figure out that's not my true personality, I don't know what to tell you. And you know, I met folks when I was living in the streets. I met other homeless people, and, you know, I would present that nice and appealing aspect of myself when I first meet them. And then something would happen, right? And then my true self would show, my aggressive side, my I don't give a fuck side, my I'm not going to put up with your bullshit side. And then some of them wouldn't want anything to do with me. They said, well, I don't like being around inconsistent people. And I thought about that for a long time. I said, what do they mean by that? And I thought about it and thought about it. I said, no, they just want me to only ever be that one aspect of myself. See, I'm a dynamic, multifaceted individual. That's what a human is, folks. You can't expect me to be the same in all fucking scenarios, because all scenarios ain't the same. That's not how that works. I'm a human being. I'm supposed to be upset some of the time. I'm supposed to be triggered. Guess what? There's not a human being in the realm who's not triggered some of the time. It's that some of you have never given yourselves permission to act on it, or you don't know how to behave properly when you act on it, and you end up in a goddamn mental hospital, or you end up in the jail. I've never ended up in the jail. I've never ended up in the mental hospital. The one time I went to jail homeless was because I talked shit to the cops. I didn't break any laws. They just didn't like my attitude, and we're in Arkansas, so they absolutely could just take me to jail and call it disorderly conduct. Meanwhile, guess who knows how to represent himself in the legal system, so that shit ain't on my record. Amazing. That don't show up on a background check. It's almost like old Benton knows what he's doing out here. It's Potna for the record. Patna. There's a T in there, but it's like a D also. Patna. But it's also a D. It's hard to say. It's like a T and a D sound simultaneously. Actually, Paul comes the closest to getting it, I have to say. Good to see everybody, by the way. But see, I can say this till I'm blue in the face, but I guess it doesn't feel like this is what I mean, see? And this is where the general public is confused, because 85% of everybody, these are my numbers, they don't go by what they think, they go by what they feel. So I can say till I'm blue in the face, I'm here for me. I'm not here for you. I'm here for me. Now, part of that is I'm going to serve the community, right? But I'm going to serve the community for me. And I've said that 100 fucking times. But I guess because that doesn't feel some type of way, most folks don't even understand or comprehend the message I'm saying. People are free to unsubscribe and fuck right off, right? I don't want people here who think it's wrong for me to occasionally mention donations. If somebody thinks that that's wrong, I don't want them here. Go and don't come back, right? Now, what happens with people like Telescope and Destroyer is they pick at me and pick at me and pick at me, and then when I start winning the argument, they start saying things like, oh, well, we don't really care anyway, which is probably the truth. They don't care about me. They don't care about the interaction. They care about what can they get out of the interaction. They care about believing that they've made me have some kind of emotional reaction. Imagine being a person who gets their rocks off from pretending to be a Zen Buddhist, right? From being socialized to show and project calm while their inner space is obviously turmoil. I mean, it's obviously a tumultuous and an inner space of turmoil, obviously, right? By the way, Faceless, Voiceless, Nameless, and I don't mean Telescope. He's got a channel. Faceless, Voiceless, Nameless, people like Destroyer. Just garbage, trash human beings, right? Whose whole goal in life is to pick at people like me, get an emotional reaction, and then claim victory as if me being a human being with emotion somehow negates myself at the level of my own humanity. That's insane. That's a person with a psychological illness who believes that. Meanwhile, for the millionth time, I can always appeal to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery via ridicule. That means nothing. It doesn't mean anything. Meanwhile, haven't you noticed that collectively these communities literally don't have a memory? So it's hilarious seeing all the behavior policing and then fear-mongering. I got people like Telescope and Truther Cop and Destroyer trying to inject fear into me that if I continue to behave in ways that are consistent with my character, right? That's me being me. If I continue to behave aggressively, and being true to myself, that I'm going to lose something. I can't lose. It's not possible for me to lose anything. I started this thing out and didn't know if the 0 was going to go to a 1 or not. Now, I don't even know. Now I've gone from that to I have no idea how many people are watching. It doesn't even matter, but it does matter. If it didn't matter, then when you went to the live tab, it wouldn't tell you how many are watching. That proves that it matters, you fucking bozos. You can't have it both ways. Meanwhile, I'm always triggered. I'm never not triggered, y'all. It's called fake undiagnosed autism or undiagnosed fake autism, right? I'm always triggered. My base emotional state is slightly annoyed. That's called triggered. Now, if I choose to unleash some of the annoyance, if somebody chooses to believe, oh, well, look at how, and then it's a pattern, see? As soon as I start forcefully responding, they just start pointing at me and say, oh, he's throwing the toys out of his pram. That's my favorite. I see that over and over again. That's how stupid these people are. They're really that dumb. Now, what happens is lesser beings, right, with less emotional control then do get farther into their feelers, right? And then they start attacking the other person. You know what's interesting is I don't hardly ever attack the other person. Now, occasionally, I will just get a fuck you, destroyer, you're a garbage human, right? That's about as close as I get. See? And these folks will never understand that I can be triggered and still behave completely logically, right? And the fact is, we're going to replay that rant from yesterday. I listened to most of it. I stand by it. That was a really good fucking rant. And for folks who listen to my podcast and listen to me on Drew, shout out to Chalk Body Outline, I got my start as a high-level ranter. I don't know if y'all know this. Okay. Now, what have I been doing for the last year with these live streams? I've been coping with my fucking illnesses, folks. And thank you for that. I appreciate that people have been willing to hang in there with me. Okay. At the lowest of the low, right? At my low point. Well, there's no shit list, though. See, that's the thing is, I don't maintain a shit list, and I'm not on anybody's shit list, right? I'm so awesome, I'll just take my ball and go home. And that's what I told Machine Lies when Destroyer got in her feelings and timed me out, right? But first threatened to time, oh, so you need to take 5 minutes to think about it. I just went up on the panel. I said, hey, Machine Lies, what's going on in your chat here? I got people threatening to moderate me based on a personal beef. I said, what is this? This is bullshit. And then she went ahead and did it. And then he made me a moderator, but I guess he doesn't understand how it works. She went ahead and timed me out anyway. So I went back on the panel and I said, hey man, I'm getting timed out in your chat. And I said, this ain't a threat, but when I go to a channel and they moderate me, I usually just leave and never come back. You know, I went to Talcott I got muted after I typed like 2 sentences and got muted or timed out or whatever. I just left and I've never been back. Literally. The only time I've seen Talcott is when Paul restreams him. I only ever make somebody's channel better. If I'm in your live chat, I make your live chat better. Why would I choose to waste my time and attention where I'm going to get timed out based on somebody who's in their feelers, by the way, in their feelers, which is it's not my job. It's not my job to characterize their behavior and to accuse them of emotional states. Meanwhile, accusing a human of experiencing a specific emotion can never negate the validity of their ideas. The idea is separate from the emotion, you fucking idiots. And if I'm not talking to you, I'm not talking to you. But most people cannot tell the difference between what they're feeling and what they're thinking. And most people, if they have negative feelings towards a person, they can't separate those feelings from the person's ideas. Well, I can. I've always been able to. I don't need to feel some type of way about somebody to understand or comprehend the the sum total of the idea, the merits of the idea. Meanwhile, what do we see out of the boomers? They idolize certain figures that they have positive feelings towards. The best example back in the day was Walter Cronkite, America's trusted voice. See? And every time I talk to my boomer dad, when we get into some sort of an intellectual discourse, anytime he wants to mention an idea, he has to attach it to a trusted source and give me their biography. And I just go, hey, man, I don't care about this person's biography. I don't need you to tell me about a content creator so we can talk about ideas. And he has to. And then I say, okay, man, go ahead and tell me the biography. I don't give a fuck about the biography, but go ahead and tell me. But meanwhile, you're ending the conversation. Because by the time you're done with the biography, I have no fucking idea what we were talking about anymore. And these boomers do it over and over again. And it's this exact same form psychologically. Now, that's not my problem that they can't get their head out of their ass. But if you think I'm going to go into a live chat where I'm bringing value and I'm making it a better live chat, if you think I'm going to go into that environment and have my behavior policed, you're out of your mind. And the first thing they start saying is, well, you sound like this and you sound like that. I said, I don't give a fuck what I sound like. That's your problem. And meanwhile, Benton don't sound like nobody. There's nobody who sounds like Benton, and there's nobody I sound like. I'm one of a kind, folks. As far as I can tell, millions of people, at least a few million people came out of the fucking Delta, right? The swamps of Arkansas and Mississippi and Louisiana, right? And one person transcended the limitations that they were born into, and that's me. There's no 48-year-old man who talks about these ideas in the way I talk about them. I'm the only one. So I'm going to assume that I'm the one person who overcame and transcended these limitations I was birthed into. I'm going to assume it's me until I meet another version of me. It's never happened. I suspect it never will. And whoever people start typing in the chat, well, this person, nope, they're not like me. Sorry, you're wrong. You're wrong before you type the name. Because we've done this several times, and every single time that person is nothing like me and their life was nothing like mine. Lived out of a backpack, traveled the country for 6 straight years, met nobody anything like me. Not a one. Bear Jew, nope. I'm not young because you're 20 years older than me. We can get a person 20 years older than you. Does that make you young? So if you're 68 and we trot out an 88-year-old, does that make you young? That's not how it works, sir. The fact is, youth ends when the 29 turns to a 30. That's when the youth is gone, never to return. You can't have youth as the most prized possession, but then everybody has it. It doesn't work that way. It has to be rare, sir. So you might want to tighten up your thoughts there, sir. So 29 is the last year a person can be considered young. Once the 3... Well, you can be as sarcastic as you want. The thing is, I always reserve the right to take sarcastic comments literally. I can always do that if I want to. That's what the folks don't realize about the autistic ones is we can detect your sarcasm. We just always reserve the right to take it literally. What's up, Big Drink T? Good to see you, living his best life. And Paul was right. I went on Paul's panel briefly yesterday, and I'm doing way less panels. We do entire shows now where I don't even drop a link. And then mostly I'm emailing the link these days. Now, occasionally, mostly because I want to keep the stream going, I've been open to having... Why is this... Hang on. What's going on here? Mostly to keep the show going. At times I've went open panel. Thank you, Mr. Pie. But see, this is the real Benton. But I get accused of being in my feelers or feeling some type of way. It's called testosterone. Most of you don't know anything about it. It's called scientifically high levels of testosterone. Yeah, I got it like that. I always have. Now, during the last year, I didn't because physically I couldn't take in the nutrients. And I couldn't consistently get good quality sleep. But see, I'm very selfish. Part of the reason why I go to sleep by 5 p.m. is so that I can get the best quality sleep possible so that I can make maximum levels of testosterone. And I meant to say this earlier and I got sidetracked because I started doing the medical misinformation disclaimer. But so I can't talk about anybody but me. So if you find that this applies to you as well, that's fine. But what I know of me is if for some reason I needed my testosterone to be lower, let's just say for some reason I decided to go to a doctor and try to get on hormones, which I would never do because I don't need them. The number one and number two things to do would be to get bad sleep and drink alcohol. That's the most effective ways for a man to lower his testosterone is to not sleep and drink alcohol. Well, guess what? Guess what a side effect of alcohol is? You don't get restful sleep. In fact, people used to say when I was drinking heavy, they used to say, "What are you doing? You're drinking at 8 in the morning." I said, "Yeah, this is the only way I can sober up in time to actually be able to go to sleep tonight." Because how many times have y'all passed out in your bed, you wake up, you regain consciousness 5 or 6 hours later, and it feels like you never went to sleep. It's because you didn't. You never went into REM sleep. That's why. You can't get restful sleep under the influence of alcohol. It's not possible. Meanwhile, most of you's up all night. Oh, Big Drink T's leaving tomorrow. Well, happy trails, sir. Please enjoy. I'm hoping we can get some reports from the road from you. I'd happily host whatever you want to show, man. I'll host it on the broadcast here. Yep. No, early, Dominic. When I was drinking at 8 a.m., I had gone to sleep and woke up and more or less just started drinking first thing in the morning. That's back when I was drinking every day. Mr. Pie, my research indicates that hair loss has to do with whether or not the particular man's body converts testosterone into DHT. So I don't. Now, I do have some hair loss, but guess what the hair loss is from? It's from the fucking the bioweapon attack. All of us lost our hair. Everyone in my family that got hit with the bioweapon lost some of their hair. I had no hair loss until then, and I mean none. I had a little bit of a thinning on my, my bald spot area. I mean a little bit. It wasn't even noticeable. Now I can look. Now I have like a lot of places where I've lost hair. And they say supposedly for a man, it comes from your mom's dad, and my mom's dad is a half native. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure he had all of his hair all the way up until the end. I'm just assuming. I didn't know the man, but that's what I'm guessing. So yeah, DHT. Some guys go bald at like age 20. But yeah, that's what I'm saying about the male hierarchies. If you really want to establish a male hierarchy, all you got to do is have everybody get a blood test. And then we'll just go by that. And I'll be pretty fucking high. That's just how that works. because it's called science. And how Mitchell feels about it or what anybody's opinion of it is doesn't matter. It's a number on a fucking page, right? It's objective. It's an objective measure. And if I hit 1106 at age 38, I'm pretty sure I can hit 800 at age 48 or probably higher. And see, people talk about fear and scared. You know what doesn't go along with high testosterone? Fear and scared. In fact, I can Google right now, what are the characteristics of high testosterone? And it's going to be things like recklessness and antisocial behavior. What are the consequences of high testosterone? It's going to basically describe the opposite of fear. Oh, interesting. Mood disturbances. Isn't that interesting? Mood disturbances. Maybe that accounts for some of what we saw yesterday. In some cases, high testosterone levels can cause mood changes, including increased irritability or aggression. Isn't that amazing? And the fact is, most of the males with my level of testosterone end up dead or in prison by the time they're my age. Most. That's just a fact. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. So here are signs and symptoms of high testosterone levels: well-being, reduction in depression and mild euphoria, confidence, reduced social anxiety, and greater assertiveness. So is it really any surprise that I can just do live streams and just basically put out my entire life publicly without fear, by the way? Energy improvements and greater work capacity. Hey, look who drove a fucking truck 7 days a week while he was ill enough that most of you would be in the hospital. Surprising. Motivation, greater ambition. Now, I'm not a particularly ambitious person, but I've never had trouble motivating myself. Sex drive / libido and response times heightened, shorter refractory period. Concentration, greater ability to complete complex mental tasks. Strength and muscle mass increases. Body fat reduction and higher basal metabolic rate. Testosterone levels higher than 1,000 nanograms per deciliter are generally considered significantly above normal for men. Going above that mark means you're somewhere in the top 2.5% of all men. And like I said, I hit 1108 at age 38. Oh, there goes that idea that a man's testosterone declines with age. Not true. As a group, it does. Not individually. That's a myth. After witnessing many first-hand reports, going well above higher than normal testosterone dosages can produce profound effects on mental and physical abilities. Now, guess what's one of the major things that my research indicates will lower a man's testosterone? Head injuries. Amazing. Head injuries. It's supposed to have wide-ranging effects on hormones. Yeah, Talcott actually probably has higher than average, I'm assuming, testosterone. He seems like he probably does. But yeah, I think everybody, all the males, let's all pay for our own blood tests And that will establish the pecking order. But as we know, folks will not be accountable to themselves for their own behavior. So we can't expect people to just say, oh, okay, well, I yield because it's Benton talking and he has a higher testosterone level than me, which means in real life, in the physical realm, he would be higher on the pecking order than me. We would need all the males to agree and to be accountable to the pecking order hierarchically, and we know that's not going to happen, see? Which is now we're back to the behavior policing. Why does anybody think it's appropriate to attempt to police anybody else's behavior? And why am I going to be held to notions of, oh, you're looking really bad, you're starting to sound like this, you're starting to sound like that? Yeah, these communities have already shown that they'll tolerate any and all behavior. Nobody gets cast out, and collectively the audience has no memory. So I'm free to behave however the fuck I want, and I will suffer almost no consequences. Isn't that amazing? So what's my reason for allowing myself to be behavior policed? Can you tell me what do I gain if I let somebody police my behavior? What's my reward? Because the fear doesn't work because I just used logic to destroy the fear. So all the reasons that have been fear-mongered, I just explained why none of that shit applies. So what's my reason for allowing my behavior to be policed? Oh, well, now I've got somebody who sits in a driver's seat of a vehicle in a parking lot all day talking about living in a motel room. So we'll take time out of our busy live stream here to point out to Mitchell that having enough money to rent a motel room and do live streams every day is better than sitting in the driver's seat of a vehicle in a parking lot all day. One is better than the other, Mitchell. And you're on the losing side of that equation. But Mitchell won't hold himself accountable. If Mitchell had any sort of integrity, he would just say, wow, you're right. It is better to be in a motel than in the driver's seat of a vehicle in a parking lot all day. Wowie, wowie, you're right, Benton. I yield because you're right and I'm wrong. Mitchell will never be wrong, ever. He's not, and this is what I'm saying. If the community will tolerate a person who can do whatever the fuck he wants and will never be accountable at the level of right and wrong, I can do whatever I want. And as I'm showing, by the way, as I'm showing. As I'm showing. Isn't that amazing?
Much love and good vibrations, and much love and good vibrations, and
I want it to be real, you know. I need allies in truth.
Yeah, you can't have allies in truth, Mitchell. When you think it's appropriate to make fun of somebody for staying in a motel when you're in the driver's seat of your vehicle in a parking lot all day, you can't have allies in truth because you're not living in reality.
I need allies in truth.
And then Mitchell just says, well, yeah, it's the internet, and show me on the voodoo doll where Mitchell hurt you. It's like, well, you can't hurt me, Mitchell, so I don't know what you're talking about. It's not a thing that can happen. You can't hurt anybody else either, by the way. So Mitchell's kind of right there when he says that, actually. But because I have intellectual integrity, yeah, Mitchell's kind of has a point when he talks about the show me on the voodoo doll where Mitchell hurt you. Like he's kind of right there. But because I'm not Mitchell, I'm free to actually just call it like I see it. Right? Mitchell's playing a game where he has to be right and nobody else can ever make a point. I've never seen Mitchell concede a point, not one time. It's never happened. I could literally just be like the sky's blue and he would find some way to say, no, it's not and you're wrong. He absolutely would. What's up, boy? How is everybody? What's funny about demanding donations, Mitchell, is that I demanded them and they gave me $80, which is kind of shocking, actually. It's actually kind of shocking that I demanded it and they just did it. It's kind of bizarre. Well, but Mitchell, I traveled the country. I already did that, sir. Maybe you're just now doing a thing I've already done. And I didn't do it in a vehicle. That sucks. That's the shitty way to do it. That's the bitch. That's the weak bitch way. If you were about anything, you'd put on a backpack and just do it that way like I did. But you're not quite hard enough for that, sir. You need that cocoon around you. I didn't. I preferred it without the cocoon. And in fact, I felt it was a little weak of me to even need the backpack. I fantasized about traveling basically with just my garment and a beggar's bowl, right? But you can characterize it however you want, Mitchell. The fact is, staying in a motel is objectively superior to sitting in your vehicle in a parking lot all day. And you can call it, oh, I'm traveling and seeing this and seeing that. Yeah, that's fine. By the way, I'm also free to do that. I have a vehicle and I have money. If I want to, I can go wherever the fuck I want. Meanwhile, I go plenty of places. So I don't know what to tell you, buddy. You're almost making it sound like being in a motel makes it impossible for one to choose to travel. Actually, it affords the best of both worlds because when the motel stays up, I'm free to get in the car and go anywhere I want, Mitchell. You fucking idiot. It's not either or. It's both. Well, see, this is what I'm talking about, Mitchell. Mitchell can't ever be wrong. He is right no matter what. So, as a person who sat in his vehicle in a parking lot all day, I can tell you there's few things shittier than that. That shit sucks. Okay? And that's Mitchell's day-to-day existence. But he'll never just say, you're right, Benton. It sucks sitting in my car, in my vehicle in a parking lot all day. It sucks. He knows it sucks. I know it sucks. Anybody else that's done it knows it sucks. Right? But he'll never admit it because everything he does is above reproach. Everything he does is the best because he's doing it. Think about that. So if Mitchell chose to be in a motel, that would be the best thing. If Mitchell chooses to be in his driver's seat of his vehicle in a parking lot all day, that's the best thing. It's obvious, sir. It's obvious. It's obvious. Well, Mitchell, we wish you would go drive 80,000 miles a year because then you wouldn't be on here all day. So, yeah, go for it. Well, I never claimed to be a truther, Mitchell. You're the one who tried to put that on me. At no point did I claim to be a truther. That's never happened. I came into these communities and I was the most critical from day one. In fact, I'm the one who came up with the characterization delusional and in denial, right? I'm the one who popularized the phrase so-called truth community. I'm the one who invented the phrase the you can't handle the truth community. I innovate in the space. That's what I do. Never claim to be a truther. Yeah, let's get back to Talcott. That's right. Well, we can replay me accurately assessing his psychology from day one if you want.
I allow the truth to flow.
About your BS.
I don't have to look at myself.
I'm telling you about your BS, partner.
Be what I want.
About your BS,
I don't have to look at myself.
I'm telling you about your BS, partner.
Be what I want. I suffer from psychological illness. Psychological mental illness does exist, but is I have dedicated hours and hours and hours and finances into studying the human minds. If I had any other choices in my life, I would not be here on YouTube. And I do admit I brought some drug addicts, some homeless. I brought in a couple of homeless citizens from my community, and I offered them shelter from the cold a week before Christmas last year.
Anyway, I don't want to get lost in the soundboard, but here pretty soon I'm going to be. But see, it's these characterizations. See, hiding. Yeah. It's these nonstop characterizations. See? The fact is, Mitchell, nobody cares. Nobody cares what you say. Literally nobody. But I do think Mitchell, he's the reason why I don't even need to concern myself with my behavior. Because he is the canary in the coal mine at the level of behavior, right? All we need to do is keep an eye on Mitchell and what happens with him. Until he starts suffering consequences for how he behaves, I got nothing to worry about. I can tell everybody to fuck off all I want. Mitchell, you have no way of knowing what I'm doing. You have nothing to base that on. Again, let's see Mitchell go live 7 days a week and do broadcasts where he talks and doesn't even bring anybody up on panel. Let's see him do that. Let's see him wake up in the morning, start mentally preparing, right? Make notes and go live and just talk. Mitchell can't even speak clearly unless he's highly agitated. Mitchell can't even enunciate and speak into the microphone, but he's going to come on here and settle my hash. It's ridiculous. And by the way, now part of this, see, I've been killing multiple birds with one stone here. The fact is, I busted my ass and worked 7 days a week and saved up enough money to be able to stay in a motel and do daily live streams. Now, part of that has been that I need something to occupy my time with while I'm resting. And in fact, I've been receiving a high level of healing, praise God, by the way.
Praise God.
I've been receiving a high level of healing. Which, by the way, I don't know if y'all know this, folks. Healing doesn't necessarily feel good while it's happening. In fact, yesterday, I was in excruciating pain for about an hour. I would say 8 out of 10 on the pain scale, right? I'm pretty sure I passed a fucking gallstone, right? Or I've got kidney stones, one of the two. It's hard to tell sometimes. Some of that pain overlaps in the same areas, but I've never really had an issue with kidney stones, and I've had a lot of gallbladder problems. Again, none of this is medical advice. But why are you here, Mitchell? Let's just play another angle here. Let's just say everything Mitchell's saying about me is 100% true. What's your attraction to a person like that, Mitchell? Let's just pause and we'll let Mitchell explain in the chat that, okay, I'm now conceding, Mitchell, for a thought experiment. I'm conceding that everything you're saying about me is accurate. Mitchell, pretty please with sugar on top, write us an essay in the chat. What is your attraction to that type of person, and what are you attempting to achieve here?
You want to like spoon with me or something? You really want to feel it?
No.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
You really want to feel it?
No.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
You really want to feel it?
No.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
You really want to feel it?
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Really want
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Like spoon with me or something?
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
You want to like spoon with me or something?
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
You want to like spoon with me?
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
You want to like spoon with me?
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
You want to like
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need from me, bro?
I want it to be real.
Man, I love you. I told you Daddy loves you. What the fuck do you need?
Yeah.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Yeah, crawling out the depths, man. Tell me who is next, man. Feeling like the son of Sam. I'm at your fucking neck, man. Mess a plan, plotting, dropping, cop 'em, stop 'em, knotting, rotten, got 'em fucked up. Get your bitch knocked up. This ain't luck, bruh. Look, I've been moving, I've been grooving, I'm improving, never losing. Now I'm cruising to the top. Tell that goofy bitch stop. Thoughts, cops, ops, not trying to do me bogus. Staying focused, swarming like some locusts. Moses out of Egypt. Moses not equipped. Bitch, look, read a book, grab a nook. Took 'em in, they took me in. Now booking wins, my kin gon' be straight. Great, EST, OAT, she believe in me. Heavenly, BOD, GOD, status, mathematics, class in session. Messing with the best, it's off my chest, can put to rest, that's RIP. Ooh, we fucking with food, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your problem, dude?
Yeah.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
Yeah.
Mother of God! What the fuck is your problem, dude?
Well, I'm not saying this war is fake, but I'm saying how could you believe unless it's from the source? You can't really believe anything, and these guys forget about that every 10 seconds. They just believe a tweet. It'll be a random tweeter going, Israel just did this, and they go, oh my God, and then they start crying. You haven't even figured out if that's real, and you're never going to figure that out. So that's the other thing. Why spill tears over something that you can't even confirm anymore? No, you can't confirm nothing anymore. They've destroyed the world. You understand? Unfortunately, the world has been destroyed by computers. We always knew this was going to happen. It happened already. You know, I really don't like computers anymore. I've got all this audio equipment here. I've been, setting up. I'm starting to work on this album. Thank you. And I don't want to use computers. I was talking to my audio guy. I go, yeah, I just got this tube EQ unit. It's just to the wide shot there, Jules. Over here, you see, we've removed the keyboards because I got a whole new rack here. And then I could sit on that stool and adjust all this stuff on the rack. So I got a tube EQ analog. I've spent about $30,000 on audio units. I don't know how any of them work. But I want to go all analog. I hate computers. So I was talking to my audio guy, and I go, yeah, I just got this beautiful tube EQ unit. I love it. And he goes, you could just do the same thing on the computer. I don't want to use computers. We must pull back. We got to stop using the computers. And guess what? I'm against MIDI now. Yep. I'm against MIDI. And I'm against emulation. I'm against these things where it's every guitar amp in one in the soft. Guys, please stop using software plugins, emulators, clones, simulate. Please. You're contributing to the death of our world. You see, I got a new mixer here. You see this? Anybody know what this is? It's SSL. Look it up. Didn't have to use computers for anything, but you have to. But please try to scale back on the computers, because these computers, it's already, it really, everything is ruined now. And this AI. Oh, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to finally come out with the album of my dreams, and then they're going to go, oh, we only like AI music now. It's better. It's much better.
Maybe it will be better. Think positive.
I am not in AI.
Yeah, that's what's wild about growth, like constant, never-ending growth. Just bigger. It's kind of wild that all corporations kind of operate on that mentality, right? Like if you're a shareholder for whatever company it is, like a really successful company like Apple, you want them to do better next quarter. Like, hey, you guys should be doing better. Like you have to do better. Like this company's worth like fucking $8 trillion. We're like, come on, guys. It's quarter. I need these fucking prices to come up.
Yeah.
People are playing this weird gambling game with your value and your popularity. It's very strange that we all think that everything should keep growing and grow forever.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege. The delegate has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was asked by a colleague of mine on the other side of the aisle, someone I actually deeply respect, and she asked me, was I going to be nice this session? And I thought it was an interesting question. I don't particularly think of myself as an unnice person, but I can see how sometimes people would see that differently. But you know what I've never done, Mr. Speaker? I've never got on this floor and I've challenged the faith of an elected official because I disagreed with them on policy. I've never gone on this floor, Mr. Speaker, and suggested that the other side of the aisle were racist because they didn't agree with my particular policy positions. I've never suggested they were sexist because they didn't agree with my particular policy positions. But I'm keeping a running tally so far of this session. We're not very far into it. And almost every day, someone on the other side of the aisle either gets up and either subtly or comes right out and suggests that if you don't agree with them on policy, well, then you're not a Christian. You're a sexist. You're a bigot. You're a racist. But the moment someone actually stands up and says, wait a second, no, I'm not going to accept that. If you want to debate me on the merits of our particular policies, I am happy to have that discussion. But the moment you claim, with no evidence other than we don't agree on a particular policy position, the moment you claim that that makes us racist or sexist or bigoted, Mr. Speaker, I've got news. This was tried during the election cycle. You had a lot of parents coming to their local elected officials asking questions about what was going on in their schools. And the initial response was, oh, it's not there. And then when they saw evidence that it was, based off of what their kids were coming home and saying to them, and they went back and reissued the concern, then they got told, oh, well, then you must be a racist. Because that has been the repeated narrative coming from certain members of the other side of the aisle. And there's been a lot of times where we've sat here politely and just took it. Mr. Speaker, not this time. I'm tired of it. My constituents are tired of it. Because when these claims are made, they're not just made against Governor Youngkin, they're not just made against us. They're made in part against the people that elected to send us here. And I don't know a single person in this chamber that I would define as racist or sexist or bigoted. We have very different ideas about how to get to particular end states where all Virginians can be happy, healthy, prosperous, and free. But just so I'm very clear, will I be nice this session? I would certainly like to be, but I'm not about to sit here and listen to that, Mr. Speaker, and then go home to my constituents and have them ask me, why didn't you stand up and defend us? So let's have a robust policy discussion. But if you're going to question the faith or the intentions of anybody that happens to disagree with you on policy, then you don't get to lecture us on compassion, tolerance, or an open debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, you were just talking about Facebook, and thanks again for having me here. I'm not on Facebook. I don't do the socials. I've got that little Twitter thing. Even that's kind of disgusting. You know, I've been doing the internet as long as you've been doing this radio show, Alex, literally every day, as you have, literally every day, practically. I think you've taken a little more time off than I have, actually.
Yes, I've kind of gone.
And I can't say that about many people because you are a peer without peer. And I'll tell you, I was there before Facebook. I was there before CNN.com. I was there before mostly all of them. I have a very clear perception what the internet is. In my mind, I'm free. I'm not defined by what they say the internet is, meaning Goldman Sachs, meaning who they invest in for the latest startup, meaning the latest BuzzFeed or Salon or Gawker. Well, Gawker's more independent, but there's a lot of corporate makeover of the internet that I have not adapted to. Simply put, I'm friends with some of them. When I go to New York, I make the 6th Avenue rounds, but I am not a part of that system. I am a free thinker. I'm an American. I'm very concerned with what's happening. So I just give it my all. I've learned how to take care of myself and detach from outcomes because otherwise you can't survive. I have remained completely independent from all of them. All of them. I am not influenced by any of them. I need no traffic from Google. I don't care if I get one traffic referral from Google or Bing or Yahoo or any of these others. It's always been that way. Now, if you think of that setup, how rare that is, because everybody's so hungry for referrals, for likes. I don't need to be liked. I don't need to be liked at all. I don't care if there's a button right there at the top of Drudge saying like or dislike. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Doesn't mean anything. Now, I hope that you come. Doesn't mean you necessarily have to like what I have up there.
Because I know you're saying you're nonpartisan. I mean, I would guess you're more of a libertarian. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're just a freedom guy.
I can't be controlled. I cannot be controlled. There are no interests here but what I see as the world events. Period. That is the truth of the situation.
Well, they hate the fact that they can't control the agenda. The Pentagon has briefings with the head of PSYOPs, as you know, saying we've got to stop Drudge changing the subject and showing when we're lying. I mean, that's when you know, that's crazy town when you get, what is it like? Is it surreal to think back to something you started back in the early 90s has now grown into this?
Well, no, because it's been every day. So it just like, it's happened so organically. It started with one reader. I don't know who that one reader was, but it started with one reader. I've never placed an ad anywhere, ever. This has all been a true organic reader to reader to reader to reader. Yes, I dabbled in the corporate with the Fox News show and the Clear Channel radio show for 9 years. But even that, the website was on its own terms and remains so to this very minute.
Well, you've only gotten bigger since you stopped.
Well, I don't know, because this is another thing. The measurements that we have, this is another bogus thing. Yesterday, they released on the APA wire Twitter followers. Hillary is the queen of the Twitters with 4.9 million. They don't say how many are fake. They don't say how many are
They
droid.
admit the first ladies is like 80% fake.
Well, no, the AP did not do that, Alex. So this whole thing, this whole socials, these socials, you know, Beats One Music, which I'm obsessed with, which has been launched on Apple, which is probably one of the best things they've done since Steve Jobs died. One radio station. Interesting. They don't know how many listeners they have. I heard some streams they were down to 5,000 an hour. This whole social media stuff is bogus. Facebook, we have 2 billion users. This is garbage. This is designed to demoralize the individual. I'll never have 2 billion followers. The internet is what you make of it. It's the same battle as it was in the beginning. I remember having this argument with Britt Hume once live on C-SPAN. He goes, oh, the internet's all UFOs and all this crap. And I said, no, the internet is what you make of it. In the beginning, they were dismissing the internet. They were poo-pooing it.
And isn't that good for us that for so long they were in arrogant denial? And they seem like they still kind of are in arrogant denial.
No,
on
now they make it over in their image. Now it's these endless, monotonous tweets. Meaningless. To me, it's just a lot of gnats, a lot of confusion. When the reality of the situation is life on Earth has not changed. We need facts. We need events. We need specifics on things. Not all this confusion. It's almost they've made the internet over in their image.
Appreciate you.
These corporations. And I think they're failing.
Skip the break. Oh, sorry, Matt. Go ahead. I had to interrupt. You say you think they're failing?
I think they're failing to the point. This is a whole nother discussion on how sick are the American people right now. I've been saying they could put Hillary Clinton's brain in a jar in the Oval Office and she'd be elected. People are really sick. I think you know this deep in your soul, and this is why you get demoralized here on this very set.
Yeah, I shouldn't. Yeah.
People are sick. How they've got here, you've been on a wonderful arc over almost decades now, explaining why people are and have become so sick. That being said, people are willing to be made over in the image of these corporations. The reason there's so much anger online also is a newspaper like the Washington Post will leave a comment section. They don't care what you're saying. They don't care what you're thinking. That's why you get these anger that, oh, I have to be, I'm out here as a citizen and I'm operating in their playground. Make your own playground. The reason I'm here, Alex, is you've made your own playground. This is a figment of your imagination. And the Drudge Report is mine. It is a very simple thesis. You are what you dream you are and become. And I wish Americans would get out of the sickness and just become greater. And
well, that's profound. I mean, because if we start creating our own maps, our own world, our own vision, then there's no way for these cultural tyrants to program us. And that's why they're pushing so hard to get more outrageous. I mean, is this the beginning of the end?
And to operate in their playgrounds. So you become famous on YouTube. That's ridiculous. I'm not saying you. I'm saying the 13-year-old that just died that they're saying is the first YouTube star that died. You're playing in Google's hell pit.
No, I agree, but I've
make your own place. Make your own. The internet allows you to make your own dynamic, your own universe. Why are you gravitating towards somebody else's universe? And this is kind of, again, where Drudge to me, when I look at it right now, is a correction to this groupthink that has...
Oh, I totally agree with what you're saying.
There's no difference from any of these websites. You go up and down. We talk about this. What's the difference between the websites? Between a Slate or a Salon or a BuzzFeed or a HuffPo? What is the difference? There isn't any. And this is a travesty. It's almost like a weird conglomerate of groupthink that has developed in a dynamic era that should be vibrating. It should be vibrating. It should be controversial. But I guess it's fear. Not everybody is cut from the same genetic background as you or I, Alex, of being brave and being able to stand up. You're on the camera. I'm not. You're more brave than I am. So
I don't know, Destroyer, for what other reason. Now, obviously, I will do this anyway for low numbers and no donos, but why wouldn't I concern myself with donations and viewers? Destroyer, could you explain that to me, please?
I ain't even going to ask you to cam. Get the fuck up on a panel and audible up. That's why Bex has more hand than Carl, technically, because Bex is cammed up. Bex is audibled up. Beck's panel is up, and Carl can't for some reason.
Welcome
Right,
to the panel. Venus, how are you?
Uh-oh.
Hello, hopefully I'm not feeding back. How does it sound?
How's mine? Yours is fine.
We just all have to mute up when one's talking if we're all on end.
I know what to do, Bex.
I could just
I don't know. Maybe I'll
talk about what you did the other night.
I put my headphones back in. No woman is going to tell me it's fine. Sorry, not
Look,
sorry.
I'm just coming here.
I don't know. Maybe I'll just talk over the panel, and maybe I'll just end the live, and we'll just talk. But I won't even tell them we're not live. Maybe I'll just screen record it, and I'll start taking it members only. Maybe I don't know. I mean, I don't think 1 or 2 donations is too much to ask. Destroyer, as if I'm doing something wrong for mentioning donations. You know what? Fuck you, Destroyer. Fuck you. That's trash. You're trash, Destroyer. Why wouldn't I care about numbers? Why wouldn't I care about donations? Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you go live? Do you do live streams every day? Because if you did, I assure you, you would care about how many you're viewing, and you would care about if you've gotten a donation today or not. So if anybody wants the volume turned back up, I would say make with the donos. That's what I would say.
I do not care who talks about your vaginal walls online. Who cares? Who cares? And when they talk about you, telling me.
I mean, I shouldn't even have to say anything. There should just be 1 or 2 a day, so I can feel like, wow, I'm being appreciated, without me having to go off on everybody. That's what should happen. Oh, look, somebody would send me $10. Look, somebody else sent me $5. I'm good to go. I'm not living off of this. It's more of the symbol and what it means than it is the money, right? Because that is a measure of value, folks. Is it not? And you can go fuck yourself, Destroyer. Fuck you.
Settle this like men have to do with women. Venus is
I'm just intelligent, Venus. I'm not being condescending. I'm just
I don't need any
I'm not
man
being condescending.
stepping. Now I'm intelligent too. And I'm intelligent too, Bex. And I know when someone's speaking to me in a condescending
I'm hilarious too. Nick Cannon is hilarious.
You know what, Venus?
So
I'm not getting on your hashtag me. You're right. I'm not getting on your hashtag.
You started with the hashtagging.
Me too.
You
well, that's
started.
exactly what you're doing, Venus.
And I'll go ahead and say it. Anybody that doesn't think I should care about numbers, and anybody that doesn't think I should care about donations, please leave and don't come back. If you truly think that I should be here doing this, right, on my free time, and I should just be not care. Fuck you, leave, don't come back. Please. I don't want folks like that here. I went years and couldn't support content creators. It's called living in the streets, living out of a backpack with nothing for years, and wanted to give and couldn't. And as soon as I went to work, I was happy to be able to give a donation here and there. And I go live to fucking 70 viewers for hours, and nobody says, hey, I'll just send him $5 out of appreciation. Y'all are on some bullshit. Y'all are on some fucking bullshit. The fact I even have to bring it up shows what y'all are. It don't say nothing about me. It says y'all are some cheap-ass, broke-ass motherfuckers who don't have no problem taking what I have to give and not giving me nothing, even if it's symbolic. That's trash. I'd rather have 20 people in here who appreciate what's happening, right? And will every once in a while send me a symbolic gesture of good faith than have 70 people in here calling me out for mentioning donations. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. I'm clicking the fucking button. Fuck you. And I'm just going to sit here and watch.
Girls over there, girls who do not have a backbone, and they kowtow to old daddy over there. So go find a new daddy, which you have.
No, these bozos these bozos think it's wrong for me to speak on donations, right? They think I'm somehow doing something wrong for mentioning donations. And what kind of people will give nothing, but then I give them a tongue lashing and donations start coming in? I mean, think about that. Who are the people that will do this? This is just insane. It's complete insanity.
Her boyfriend, who is someone like that, is not very happy about it. That's all. And she is saying that it's all
you're
fake.
in California, and I used to be Sons of Silence adjacent, and forget what my fucking.
I'm not broke. I got $1,500 over there. I'm not broke. I got $700 in my Cash App. It's the point is, if you these motherfuckers smoke cigarettes, okay, and buy all kind of God knows what, and can't send me $5 as a gesture. If you're so broke that you can't send me $5 as a gesture, that's just sad. That means maybe get on a budget, right? No, I got $1,500 in cash over there. I got $700 in my Cash App. I got $400 in my my prepaid debit card, and I'm getting $400 from YouTube. Yeah. No, I don't think that's the problem, Paul. I don't think that's the problem.
I was in a hardcore band with men. I hang out with men. Bex, do not lump me into a bunch of whiny, submissive. Dude, do not lump me in with a bunch of submissive.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Big Drink Tea. See, they waste their money, they don't budget, and then they go, "Oh, we're broke." Yeah, I don't know. How many of you have a written budget? If you don't have a written budget, don't talk to me about being broke. Maybe we'll just play Caleb Hammer, the financial audits, right? Yes, exactly. And I'm talking about a symbolic gesture. I'm not talking about a let's live on fucking donations. I'm not crazy. Yeah, of course they have been. Of course they have. But Paul's smart enough to keep the people who will donate. Yeah, so he's got all the people who will actually send money, and I'm left with the people who won't send money and actually think I'm doing something wrong for occasionally mentioning donations. Think about that. I will snafu if Tommy says it's okay, because I gave him special privileges for driving up the ratings, by the way. Well, here's the thing, Arpole. I don't know if I'll be able to get that money. That's the problem with the super chats. What will happen is if YouTube decides that they have to start taking federal income tax out, they'll just seize one of the payments. And at that point, it won't be 30%, it'll be 50%. Meanwhile, not trying to be a dick, but we don't need to go into problem solving right now. No, it's not. Absolutely not. No, it is not enough. Nope. No, it is not. Clearly. El Pistolero, if it was enough, I wouldn't be saying this. And I don't know if you noticed what happened. I mentioned it, and then people in the chat started typing as if I'm doing something wrong. Okay, so worst case scenario, it should be Benton mentions it, gets no donations, and everybody just realizes that, wow, we're so broke we can't send somebody $5, but they don't say anything in the chat. But immediately it's people complaining that I'm mentioning it. How many of you spend $10 a day on cigarettes is what I'd like to know. And saying, oh, we're broke. What are you spending your money on? I don't buy anything. I buy food. That's what I buy. I literally buy food and a little bit of supplements. I don't buy anything. And I mean anything. Nothing. Sorry, Tom. I went on a tirade about donations.
Was it overlapping Venuses?
I turned y'all down, so my apologies. But
I was just waiting for. I was letting Venus
almost
do her
ended
thing.
the
It was kind of
fucking
like
stream. I'm sick of these motherfuckers, man. I'm sick of them.
Hold
What kind
on,
of people will
we
just
didn't hear the
let me
tirade.
be
I don't
here
know where
for
you're at.
hours and fucking hours and not a single person since all I need is one or two people of their own
this is what I
accord
wanted
to
to back
send a
you up on.
donation. Out of
This is what I
70
wanted to back you up on.
motherfuckers, I need one or two to send a donation.
This is what I'm trying to back you up on, but I need you to bring up Paul's stupid chat about if you didn't have me, maybe blah, blah, blah.
No, that's why they're all here.
Well, I know that, but I don't want to say it in an ego way. I just wanted to see what he said because you went past it pretty fast.
Oh, I don't.
And then I want to elaborate on it and back you up on this thing.
Yeah, but here's before you move on, it's the problem is lately they've been complaining in the chat about me bringing it up.
No, and somebody said once it's about money, it's all over. No, guys, you guys are dopamine fiends, okay? And there's a certain level of if we don't all show up, if all of us just quit showing up, you'd be like, where are them? We want show. Where are them?
Oh, I was gone for 3 weeks.
For free.
That's exactly what happened. I was gone for 3 weeks. It was every fucking day.
I was gone for 2, watching him say I was dead, watching Paul go, R.I.P. I want my Tommy. All right, and I don't know. I don't want to get in a game. I might be playing a game I don't know. I'm not a pawn of. I don't want. Paul's a fucking faggot. But yeah, man, guys, I have the money for paid lunches, StreamYard. I could go out and get a beastie laptop. I don't know. Shut the fuck up, Mr. McGee. I'm saying I'm rich, but it's the principle of the thing. If y'all ain't coughing up money for me to make videos of me spreading that money to Denver homeless and shit like that, where I can show what your left hand is doing for the right, I don't want to. I don't show up here to get hated on all day for free. I love the hate because you guys are wrong. You're as satanic as Paul enslaved, except for the ones who know you're not, because I tell you, I'm not doing that for free. If you're one of the best oppositions in the shit panelverse, never do it for free. All right? Now, Paulie Goy doesn't know how much
driving money.
Props.
That's truck driving money. I lived in a goddamn big rig for 7 days
NBA
a week.
young boy, never born again. Boom.
When I was dying, when I was deathly ill, y'all would have been in the fucking hospital.
Look at that
this
crisp.
Is what that money
crisp. Look at that. Throw it in the air, Benton.
The symbol. It's the fact that not a single person thought, maybe we'll just send something to Benton.
Carl, what do I got to say to really get through that you're shit to me?
Fuck
well, you just said this sucks, and now you say fuck Carl.
Not you, not Carl.
No, I say fuck Carl. But go on. Oh, Benton ain't rich. If he's got a stack like that.
I don't buy stupid shit, y'all. I buy no stupid shit. None. Y'all are buying
and when I
stupid
say I'm
shit.
Rich,
if you don't have a written budget, you have no fucking idea if you're broke or not. Because you might have plenty of fucking money. Sorry,
which camera am I on?
You might have plenty of money and not know it. If you don't have a written budget that you adhere to, you have no fucking clue what's going on with your finances. I don't buy stupid shit. And I've let my money stack up.
That's why they'll never be rich.
I let my money
stack up. You will never be rich. Do you know why you don't see rich people?
And I don't buy stupid shit.
Let me help, Benton.
Sorry,
do you know why you guys never see videos of actual rich people throwing money in the air in clubs and buying shoes that they don't wear and doing all that stupid shit? Because that's how you don't be rich. The only way you can be rich like that is be a rural spoiled bitch like Truther Cop who doesn't know he showed us why he's a rural spoiled bitch. You want to know why I'm rich, guys? Because before I was rich, I already had the mentality of, oh, those shoes Paul makes fun of, I actually like those shoes. I like them so much, I'll fucking flex seal the bottom of them because they're like socks with fucking weather protectant outside. And yes, I have hundreds of thousands of dollars in assets that will someday soon be fucking top 10% if I didn't fucking deny it so much. I don't think it will be. They keep saying it will be. Like Paul Enslaved definitely has less than 500 XRP. You can't convince me that motherfucker has more than 500 XRP because unlike him, I can check how many wallets have X amount and I know he's in that demographic of less than 500. It's most holders because So many people in the world don't have any crypto, much less have any XRP. Oh my God, I'm not going to say how many I have. It would fucking make your knees weak. I might end up in the top 10% of all that shit, be putting hits out on snafus and calls if I wasn't such a God-fearing man. And Truther Cop, you have no credibility. You don't
and I gotta say this,
how much I have.
I have every right to talk about donations.
Those aren't
and if you don't like it, leave and don't come back.
Go ahead.
I'm being serious.
Let's stay on this. Y'all motherfuckers need to start paying.
No, I have every right to talk about donations, and anybody that doesn't like it is feel free to fucking leave and don't come back. I'm serious.
Yeah,
you're not going to gaslight me into thinking I'm doing something wrong. There's nothing wrong with mentioning donations. You cheap ass, broke ass motherfuckers who ain't on a budget, and you're wasting your money on stupid shit. That's what y'all are doing.
As much as you're here every day talking about you don't drive truck, you might drive truck, but you're not. So what the fuck is he supposed to do? What the fuck am I supposed to do?
Wait, I'm muted. Hi.
What's up, Venus?
I could do better stuff with my time if you don't throw some fiat to show you appreciate, like Benton's saying.
No, I'm just going to go back to driving a truck. Sorry, Venus.
Benton. Hi, Benton. I didn't mean you at all. I wasn't talking about you.
No, I'm not. We're cool, Ben. We're cool, Venus.
Okay, yeah. I was talking about the person who, these people like Snapper, who they do hit pieces and then say, well, donate to my Cash App after you just like trashed everybody. And then you expect donations for trashing folks. I did not mean you at all. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that, because I have respect for you, Benton, and I love what you're doing, and I think you're an awesome guy.
Can you make sure I understand something? I thought you were with me on the we're here for Fight Club and we'll Fight Club. It sounds like you're kind of condescending of getting money for Fight Club.
No, I just wanted Ben to understand what I was saying, because there's a lot of misunderstandings going on, like what's going on with Bex here. It's just out of control.
No, we all understand Bex is crazy.
I know, but I just wanted Benton to understand that I was not speaking to him, and that I like Benton.
Okay. Did you rewind for Tits McGee last night?
No, I did not. And I have nothing to say about Pamela because I don't know her. And I'm not going to just, take people's sides because they.
I didn't know. This is why you should have rewound. I asked you respectfully on your own show to rewind. Okay, well, before you say what you're about to say, rewind. I wasn't asking anybody for sides. I wasn't asking anybody for sides. I said what I said perfectly the way you're trying to say what you're saying right now.
Don't care what I look like, Truth or Cop. Don't care. This is who the fuck I am. I have every right to bring up donations. When people start whining and crying about me mentioning donations, here's what I do. I'm going to keep talking about donations. I'm going to go in on the audience. See, I'm going to do it more.
Because
see, now if that's your idea of a fake ass motherfucker, I don't care. If you don't like it, turn off your station. And I don't know if you know this, Truth or Cop. This is like the 5th time that I've had a come to Jesus moment with the fucking audience where I basically just said, hey, why don't y'all hit the fucking bricks? I don't need you here. And I don't need you here either, Truth or Cop. I'd like you to be here. Right. But if this is the opposite of fake ass, this is somebody, oh, you're going to tell me that I can't talk about donations? Well, I'm going to talk about it more. Oh, you don't like what I'm doing? I'm going to do it more. Deal with it. Put your big girl pants on and deal with it. If you don't like it, turn off your motherfucking station. If you don't like it, turn off your motherfucking station. Turn off your station, go somewhere else, do something else with your time.
He has blocked
I don't
me
give
he's
a
coward,
fuck.
and he does not want me to see him talking shit about me, so I can respond. So he has me blocked. He's a coward. And you know the other thing I discovered about Snapper?
Good. They can leave. I hope they leave, Telescope. I hope they leave.
He must be a girl. He's
the fact is, these people are addicted to these broadcasts, Telescope. They're addicted to it.
So catty and so
He just said, Raz, I could
Addicted.
use a dono. I bet you could, you car-living homeless piece of shit. Why don't you come to Denver? I'll give you the last
I'll
dono
trash
you ever
whoever
did.
I
It'll be
want,
a
Destroyer.
Nice amount of lead in your
Anybody
fucking
don't
face,
like it,
in your
hit
chest
the
cavity.
fucking bricks. Anybody
I'm
don't
just
like
saying
it,
that,
there's
you know,
the
I just
door.
come on to
Please
clear up the
find it and don't come
misinformation.
back.
You know,
Okay,
I hang
you've heard
around
it.
for a long
And you don't even
time
know
before I
who's been
even,
here since day one,
participate in
Destroyer.
any
You have
chats.
no
You know, I've
idea
been
who those
internet
people are.
for like
Name
a long
them.
time watching, and I have
Name
massive
the day
respect for him.
ones, Destroyer.
That's all I'm saying.
Name them.
Well, keep him like.
Because I know who they
respect
are,
you if you
and
don't
some of them ain't here no
over
more,
glorify
and
me,
it didn't
because
have
you know
nothing to
he's
do with
fallible. I know I'm
donations.
fallible. We like to
I'm
be kept
assuming
in
they
check
moved
and
on with their
proper.
lives.
So don't
I'm
don't
assuming.
lean him toward
Yeah,
that fallen
shocking,
slave is
Gary
infallible
Baxter.
Christ is
Every
good.
time I go
But
off
we
on
know
the
what you're
audience and
saying,
we have a come
and
to
we
Jesus
respect
meeting,
you.
the numbers go up.
At this point. I've
Every
been through
time
so
I
much.
go in on the audience
So
for being
I
cheap
know
ass motherfuckers,
clearly,
they
I know
start donating.
myself, and I
We
know
all
Isn't
what
that
people are
amazing?
real and they're not.
Meanwhile, you
I
know,
know,
I
but
don't
still
get
acknowledge-
anything out of
we have
this.
to acknowledge what
This does
everybody's
not
been through. That's why
fulfill
it's all
any of
fallen
my
slave.
needs.
We all just got out of like a 2-year crazy.
Yeah, it's
nasty,
sad that
stay
you,
home.
Destroyer,
And you
think that
you have
I'm
to
doing
put
something
people further,
wrong by
like
bringing
we're
up
all not
donations.
fucking
That
on
is
the edge,
sad
like, to go out
because
in
I have
public
every right to do that, and you have every right to find broadcasts where they never mention donations. You have every right to find your way there. You do.
When the power goes
Well,
up.
you know, I don't need anybody who doesn't want to hang out with me. I don't even want to do this anymore. I would rather talk about other things. But every
Yeah,
time
do
I have a
that.
stream, people come over to fight. Every
No,
time.
this is what I was telling you. Whenever Paul said the walls thing, the first
Yeah, see,
stream
$80.
about it, fine.
Is that what I got to do?
After
Yell
that,
at people
you're just giving
to
him
get
content
$80?
to say, "Look at
Do
this
you
big
think I give a
slogan
fuck about
me."
$80?
Like,
It's
make
the
one
symbol.
piece
It's
for
what it
each
means.
time
No,
that
I don't give a
okay.
flying fuck about $80.
It's not, I'm trying to
Don't
tell you how
care.
to navigate this
flow.
shit. I'm the lore master. No one has
Okay.
saved me. I'm
Start your own channel. Go live 7 motherfucking days a week. Build up to where I've built up to, right? Build up to this point, and then never mention donations.
An insult to females.
And
so
have at
when
it.
You say, I'm just doing what comes
Enjoy.
naturally, that's that female.
I
You're
hope
doing
you like it.
female, and you just use female as condescending.
Okay.
You know, I
I'm
send
going to
Mitchell
go.
donations
I'm
sometimes.
gonna
It's not
just say
much.
that my father
You know,
raised
I
me
send
like his
other
son.
people donations.
I did not do girly shit. I went around
Truth
my
or
dad
cop,
and did
you're
what
an
he did,
idiot,
like, he took
sir.
me hunting,
You're a
he took me,
moron. You don't
all over the
understand what's
place
going
with
on
him,
here.
Okay.
You don't
I do
understand
not
that. You
relate
don't
to this
understand the
week.
fucking format. You don't understand what this
How
is.
can I put this? This week.
These people are
act
addicted.
Of being a girl. Oh, I'm weak. Oh.
And apparently
do
they
these
only
things. That's
respond
why I was in a
to
hardcore
being
band. That
talked
is
to
why I'm
very
a surfer.
badly.
That is why
Right?
I did all
It's
the stuff
funny
that I've done
when
in
I'm
my life
happy,
because
fun
I do
bitten,
not
no money
relate to
comes in.
these chicks.
When
I'll tell
I
you.
get cranky and agitated and break my
Snapper,
foot off in
you're
the
a
audience's ass, they
girl.
give me
You
$80.
are a girl. Yeah,
What
I
does that
am.
tell you,
I
Trooper
am,
Cop?
definitely.
I have no need to go in on the
It would be
audience.
once
None.
upon, but it
It doesn't do
make you
anything
not
for me.
Gwen
But if you think credibility is a
didn't
thing
say
here,
you
you're
were.
out of
You
your
are a
fucking
female.
mind.
Don't deny
That's
that.
not a
You
thing.
have to be a female well. You can't
Credibility
say, I'm one
is
of the
not a
guys,
thing here,
but I
sir.
just think of
It's
that
just
meme with
not.
The girl getting hit in the face with a pack of hot dogs.
See, you have something was done to your brain where you think that real life somehow
and whenever girls try and date us,
translates to the metaverse. It doesn't. These people have no memory, Trooper Cop. They have no memory.
Okay, that's okay. I'm not interested in dating or any of that stuff anymore.
They can't remember that somebody did something incredible.
Yes, but you're not beyond what I'm telling
Think about
you
that.
to be cautious with.
Because the fact is, the so-called truth community is just as heavily programmed as the larger populace. See, we have this idea that somehow we have a bunch of individuals here and they're somehow more evolved and enlightened and have progressed farther in life. No, they haven't. They just have different views and different interests. That's just what it is. So these people don't have a memory. They don't have an attention span. Most of them's on TikTok, right? I heard this Chris Rasta wants to talk like he's some kind of enlightened being. The next thing I know, he's talking about his buddy's fucking TikTok or whatever, that he found somebody on TikTok. What do you think TikTok does to your fucking brain? Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, I'm off the screens by 2:30 p.m. so I can get away from the blue light enough so I can go to sleep. And I'm asleep by about 5:30, worst case scenario. How many of y'all are up all night, by the way? Almost all of you are up all night. Can't discipline yourself enough to have an actual sleep schedule, but you're going to come at me. You're going to come at me and talk about credibility. What kind of credibility does a grown adult, right, who's presumably has a job and has responsibilities in the world and stays up all night? I get up at midnight. People are up all night. I start a broadcast at 3:30 a.m. Most of the audience has literally been up all night.
All that stuff. So
when do y'all sleep, by the way? Think about that. So these are the people, truth or cop, who can remember who's done an incredible thing or a credible thing. Meanwhile, Mitchell's behavior proves that the so-called truth community will tolerate any behavior. I can act however the fuck I want, and I will never be cast out. Tell me one person that's been cast out of these circles. One person.
It's the fan California.
I'd like to know. Tell me one person who's been ejected and nobody will fuck with them. Because Mitchell proves that shit ain't possible. He's engaged in just appalling behavior, right? But nobody's got a memory. It's like the next day, people are like, oh, yeah, that was crazy, whatever Mitchell did yesterday. And then it's just forgotten forever. And then he just smiles and laughs. And yeah, I know how to smile and laugh. Maybe it'll be weird for a couple of days and we'll go right back to normal. Or I might not go live anymore. See, y'all have no idea if I'm going to schedule the live stream because I'm not addicted. Y'all are the ones who are addicted. I'm not addicted to this.
Okay, I'm done.
I can do a fucking podcast. I can do my own content and never show it to anybody. Oh, I've done that. I've done an entire podcast series that nobody fucking heard. You think I need y'all to create content? No, I don't. I can sit here and watch movies and take fucking screenshots. It's like being a photographer. You can do that for hours, right? How many hours do you think I had into that audio presentation this morning? That's like 10 hours just to do that.
Siding with Bex now.
Just to get those audio files, about 10 hours. How many hours you think I got into this soundboard?
See you soon. There's some chats.
At least 15 hours minimum into this soundboard. All right. How many of y'all just put that kind of work into your art or your creative endeavors? How many of you?
Much love, Benton.
Pretty much none of you.
I'll tell him.
I'll see you later. Bye.
Sorry, Venus, I was on one. Good to see you, but we're cool. Venus can pretty much do whatever she wants. I'm not worried. I have no concerns.
Candace getting here late. Like, first off, she's taking TBE side, and they're both about the same level of down. Just TBE's falling.
I don't care who I sound like. Telescope. All I know is I don't see you in here. I don't ever listen. I never see Telescope post in the live chat. Every once in a while he cruises through. Isn't it amazing when the drama pops off? Here come all the names I never see.
Okay.
Here comes all the names I never see.
You know that basement that I destroyed the foundation, had it crumble in on itself? That's his circle jerk if she had a dick. Like, that's Telescope's.
And I've got a CDL and I know how to work 7 days a week. I don't need to make my living from this. Maybe Telescope makes his living from this and he has to behave a certain type of way. I ain't got to do shit but live and die, motherfucker. I ain't got to do nothing but live, and I got to die. Basic bodily functions, and I got to eat food. That's it. I ain't got to do nothing beyond that.
He tried to say back during that.
And Paul nailed it.
Whenever I
shut the mud pig up now, Brian O'Shea. No, the other mud pig.
See, Paul nailed it. Y'all are the ones tuning in and listening to the mud pig all day. Y'all are the ones doing that. I'm not tuning into the mud pig. That's y'all doing that. It's not me.
Nobody's talking about addictions to streaming, Telescope. I'm talking about your bitch ass not coming up on panel and getting what's coming to you. So you need to shut your fucking mouth whenever you're talking about.
He's never come up on panel here. He never will. Why would he?
Tell that to Carl. Tell that to Madness.
Why would he?
You're all really scarce ever since I've been putting it to you because I stand on truth. I succeed where Paul fails. Cadence, you're going to get it again too. Cadence, do you want to know what's coming? Have I told you yet? It's real simple. I can just tell you. It ain't got to be a spoiler alert. I'm going to have you on Z bitching about all these sock accounts as I show you've been. What,
and by the way, I'd be happy to do. I'd do fucking. I would average probably close to 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, just doing this. By the
Penis
way,
pops
I would
up.
have way more
The internet
hours
doesn't
into it
forget. And
than
then we all
8 a
know
day.
you're quantum ethic as well.
Right. I don't know if y'all realize this. This is 24 hours. This is all I do. This is a 24-hour a day undertaking. It really is.
It shouldn't be on these side accounts.
Yeah, 24 hours a day to do this.
Nobody cares.
If y'all could actually pay me enough money, I would happily keep doing it. But I've realized pretty quickly, okay, well, this is impossible. It's impossible to make my living doing this. Right. I saw that right away. But if the thing's worth doing, it's worth doing of its own merits, meaning that the reward is contained within the thing itself. Right. So I get my reward whether y'all break bread or not. This is a y'all problem, actually. This is not a Benton problem. This is a y'all problem. The fact that there's an audience for a daily live stream broadcast and they can't get organized or pull their head out of their ass enough collectively to just say, wow, there's 72 people in here. Hey, has anybody sent Benton a donation yet? Not even one person. It occurs to them to type in the chat, hey, chat, has anybody sent Benton a donation yet? The fact that that doesn't even occur to y'all, that's a fucking appalling, right? So part of the thing is I'm having to fucking do this, right? Sorry, Tom, I'm just on one, man. You're not the only one who can talk and spurg out, so-called. I can also do this, folks. Yeah. And in fact, I have this ability pretty much all of the time. I live my life as some type of way where I'm not in this mode. And I'm already looking at the clock thinking, at a certain point, I got to get out of this mode so I can get good rest. Why? So I can hopefully do one of these tomorrow. Well, I don't know. Maybe I can just spurg out. Maybe we'll just do 12 hours and I'll just sit here and see how much abuse does the audience want to take from me. I don't know. Maybe I don't need to concern myself with going to sleep tonight because maybe I don't need to be well rested for tomorrow. And that's not a threat. I'm just telling you like it is, right? This is, we love your authenticity, Benton. Well, this is part of the authenticity. I don't know if y'all know that. This is part of the authenticity. Again, the fact that it doesn't even occur to one person to say, hey, you know, I'd like to send Benton a donation, but I'm not able to right now. Has anybody sent him a donation today? All I would have had to do was sit here and do the broadcast. I checked my phone, and at some point, there's the little Cash App symbol or the Venmo symbol. I wouldn't even care what the amount was. It could be 3 people sending $2. I don't give a fuck. It's the symbol. It means something. That's what y'all can't get through your thick heads. You think I'm just supposed to do this. And it's not about money. It's not about money. America's a business. We only measure in money. That's what this country's about. The national religion is consumerism. If you think I don't have the right to mention donations, fuck you. We will never see eye to eye. Get the fuck out of here. Don't come back. Because that's some weak ass bullshit. I am not here for that. I would never suggest to an artist or a content creator that mentioning donations was somehow fucking wrong. Do you go to the local fucking restaurant and they got the tip jar up there? Do you go to your local Starbucks and tell them they shouldn't have a tip jar? Do you do that? What if you went there every day and there was never any money in there? Now, meanwhile, of course, psychologically, people know to put their own money in there to sort of get the ball rolling. But if you just, what if you went in there and just nobody ever donated, right? Think about that. That's what's happening here. I'm the Starbucks barista making fucking coffees for 72 people and not one person is leaving a dime. Think about that. That's what the fuck y'all are. So if y'all were the only clientele for the local Starbucks, it'd be 72 people coming in there all day, every day, and not a single one of you is leaving something in the tip jar. And that don't have nothing to do with me. That says everything about y'all. But the fact that then people will start giving when I mention it, but then other people want to act like I'm not allowed to mention donations. I will mention whatever the fuck I want on my channel. Do you see that up there? It says Benton. It says Benton right there, and the channel's called Benton. If you don't like the person that does the broadcast, fuck off. Don't come back. Don't want you. Not interested. Get the fuck out. Don't come back. Thank you. Can you manage to do that? Oh, that's right. They're addicted. And there's a lot of times when I'm the only motherfucker doing live streams. Isn't that amazing? There's a whole bunch of times where I'm the only motherfucker doing a live stream, or it's me and Z, and a lot of people can't fucking stand Z. Or it's like, yeah, we like Z, but now he's covering the fucking news. Oh, let's go see what Benton's doing. Oh, well, wait a minute. Benton's doing what he did the last 5 times we tuned in. He's mentioning and complaining about donations and telling everybody they ain't shit. But do you really think I'm going to keep coming back and doing this? Because this does not ring any of my bells. This does not do anything for me. I don't need this. Y'all apparently need this, because if you didn't need this, you would have just fucking exited, right? As soon as I started mentioning it, or there'd be at least a couple of you in the audience, and there'd be a group of about 20 people who would just, once a week, twice a week, would kick a small symbol, a small symbolic gesture to Mr. Benton here. And then every day, at least a donation or two would roll in with me saying nothing, right? But that's not what happens. That's not what happens. I don't want to hear about super chats, okay? I understand not everybody can use Cash App. Not everybody can use Venmo. Hell, I'm against these platforms in some way. I'm just saying it's a symbol. The fact that it was this many hours in, we were tied with Paul in the ratings, apparently beating him for a while, and not one single motherfucker managed to send a donation. So I said, well, yeah, we're beating Paul in the ratings, or we're at least tied. And I said, well, wait a minute. No, we're not. He's beating us, because I'm certain he's gotten donations, without mentioning donations, by the way, without mentioning donations. So apparently I'm just left with the people who can't be bothered to get their head out of their ass. Oh, we're broke. Well, yeah, okay. Do you have a written budget? No. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's the first thing to do when you're having trouble paying your bills and you're living check to check. Oh, it's time to break out the notebook. It's time to get all the bills, right? It's time to start writing that shit down. Okay, when does the money come in? When does the money go out? Right? Approximately how much do I need to spend at the grocery store? Oh, but now you got to look at your spending habits. Well, I've been ordering DoorDash. So if you order fucking $600 of DoorDash a month, right? And you're paying double what the shit would cost if you got in your car and picked it up, I don't want to hear that you're broke. That's bullshit. No, you're not. You're wasting your money on stupid shit, and then you're trying to imply that I don't have the right to mention donations. I might just come on here and say donations, 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 donations. Maybe I'll just say that for hours. I'll just sit here and go donations, 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 donations. Oh, I'll get one of those. Hey, it's almost Christmas, man. I'll get one of those. I'll be a bell ringer, but instead of standing outside the local slave mart, I'll just do that on the broadcast. I'll just sit here and ring the bell the whole time while I'm talking about the fucking dystopia and all of these things. Yeah. Oh, that might be the case. Yeah, Mitchell might be a closet door dashing. But in conclusion, if anybody has any problem with what's happened here, please feel free to go fuck yourselves and don't ever come back to my channel. I would say thanks for watching and listening, but I can't even say that. So if you're one of those people, fuck.
Got the report. Ben Tard's losing his mind. He's doing pedo pogo optics. He's doing hardcore grifting optics. Beyond hardcore grifting, he tried to roll up on everybody like Tiny from Friday. Right?
You know, let me just make a point out there to all you people. Old Snafu's getting to be right a lot more than wrong, isn't he? Tommy's running around with the universal symbol of pedophilia on little boys on his icon. Benton is bringing these people who are involved.
True, and I called that out.
Yeah,
you called that out. Snafu snaps. You can't deny it. Everybody else just let it fucking ride, bro.
You sure did. I'm glad you did. And here's the thing I want to call out. Not only that, they're pushing the whole monograph thing. We all watched it on pause and were disturbed. We all were disturbed. He let me fucking prove what I proved at that point during that time. They are on attack. But see, Benton, dude, I mean, did you literally hear him crying and yelling at the people? Give me fucking money.
Yeah, we're going to have to go to that.
Promote pedophilia.
Yeah, we're going to have to go to that. We're going to have to play that. He was
literally crying and yelling, demanding money, Paul. It got out of hand, dude. No,
you wonder why these people always catch feelings about me, always get jealous, hating, and envious, and always reveal themselves. How many is that now? Ian, Yurt Person, Moose, Pathetic Warrior, fucking, I mean, you got
the optics
caught up too. We can't deny that you got caught up at one point.
No,
but
I was just saying,
here we are.
Hey, I'm on the list too, but hey, all I
gets to the point they actually start going, hey, you fucking people down there, give me money. My time is valuable. It doesn't work that way.
He was demanding, bro. You got to watch it. In fact, you should rewatch. He was demanding money. Did that, but before you do, I just want to point out the one thing. Tommy's running around with the pedophile symbol on
all of a
forehead.
sudden.
They're all pushing up monographs on the weaponized feminist shit.
Please.
You're an idiot. You're not listening to anything I'm saying.
Right. Okay. He thought when he got that soundboard that all of a sudden everything was going to change, right? He's been overusing that soundboard so much. I got to get over that. Oh, here he is, Benton. He's finally made his way over here. What's the occasion?
Hey, I'm good, man. Money.
I'm good.
What's the promote pedophiles and then demand money from your audience, Benton? You promote pedophiles.
Humble, baby. Purple.
You promote pedophiles and then you want money from your folks. How does that work?
It's my fault for letting the resentment build up. I'll own that, but I hope you do play it. I put my name on it. I stand by.
You should. You try like a little.
He's immediately going to do like mea culpa, right? He's immediately going to sort of
how else could I?
You're backtracking because your train wreck got you caught up promoting pedophiles and then begging for money or demanding money. It wasn't even begging. Give me fucking money.
Authentic.
You gonna have to go down to that Waffle House, partner. You gonna have some
now? Need the money? Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be the open road. I'm going to be broadcasting from the open road pretty soon, most likely.
That's it. That's why it's important to have multiple. That's why, real quick,
should we give you money?
Hey, you're an idiot. You're not listening.
You're an idiot. You're not listening to anything I'm saying.
Hey, Benton, you're promoting pedophile symbols too. How about
that?
All
right, we got that. We got that. Could you just go at P file so we don't get caught up here?
How about this? How much money do I need to demand? You demand my money.
Well, Snafu,
what are you shaking
before
me down
you go
for?
into this?
Yeah, what do we owe you, man?
When Paul plays this, dude, you know you're gonna back. When Paul plays this, you're gonna backtrack like a motherfucker. When Paul plays this, you're gonna backtrack like a motherfucker, Benton. You know it.
Maybe I'll just.
I'm just gonna have to. I'm gonna have to turn the headphone down and
maybe I don't know. I mean, I don't think 1 or 2 donations is too much to ask. Destroyer, as if I'm doing something wrong.
He goes about an hour into this call.
You know what? Fuck you, Destroyer.
This is some of our best content ever.
That's trash. You're trash, Destroyer. Trash. Why wouldn't I care about numbers? Why wouldn't I care about donations? Are you out of your fucking mind? Why wouldn't I? Do you go live? Do you do live streams every day? Because if you did, I assure you would care about how many you're viewing, and you would care about if you've gotten a donation today or not. So if anybody wants the volume turned back up, I would say make with the donos. That's what I would say. By the way, hey, Paul,
he held everyone hostage.
Hey, fuck. Thanks for stopping by today. I appreciate it. Oh, look, I get it. It's Scagnetti on Scagnetti. I mean, I shouldn't even have to say anything. There should just be 1 or 2 a day, so I can feel like, wow, I'm being appreciated, without me having to go off on everybody.
$15.
That's what should happen. Oh, look, somebody would send me $10. Look, somebody else sent me $5. I'm good to go. I'm not living off of this. It's more of the symbol and what it means.
Oh, symbols like on your channel. The pedo symbols.
Because that is a measure of value, folks. Is it not?
Humble, baby. Purple.
And you can go fuck yourself, Destroyer. Fuck you. That's right. Don't come back. It is a little excessive with the soundboard, though. I'll grant you that, Paul. It does become excessive at times.
I don't need any man.
Thanks for stopping by today.
I'm intelligent too. And I'm intelligent too, Bex. And I know when someone's speaking to me in a condescending
I'm hilarious too. Nick Cannon.
What's up with your boy down there, Illumitardi, with the full-on P-file optics and Masonic optics? What's up with that?
Oh, and Venus Cupcake, the one who supports another P-file person. Yeah, I noticed.
It gets a lot worse, by the way. That was just the beginning. I'm pretty sure Benton goes all out and just starts counting.
Oh, he starts yelling, bro. He starts yelling. Give me motherfucking money, bitches.
Where's that at? Get me the timestamp. Snafu slave.
He goes into it, man. He did literally an hour and a half of crying about money, dude.
And then
he did an hour and a half. Benton, you cried for over an hour, over 30 minutes for about giving you money.
Probably an hour.
While you have pedophiles on your channel promoting the symbology.
When is Slow State going to get on there and really let it all out? How bitter, angry, resentful that he is.
I was thinking
jealous
Jack
and envious.
and Flo would learn from this. I was thinking.
All right. I wish they go make some crypto picks. I'm up another 20, 30, 40% on 3 more picks.
Congratulations.
I wish that they would just start reinvesting their value and making their value work for them instead of chasing a bag all day, every day, $1 at a time. Fucking pathetic. It's pitiful.
All right, folks.
I mean,
Mud Pig out.
I wanted to ask him if he got any donations after
why did he run? I don't understand. Did he now? This is what I mean. Now I have to read what that was. Right? Like, is he annoyed? Did I go too far? Did I do too much?
No, dude. He knows you're about to play that video, and it's bad. Like, it's bad.
Right, give me the time. Bro. He's gonna make it private.
It's about right when you started, because they were talking, then Benton just starts losing it, and it's funny because Venus and Tommy and them are all talking, and Benton's talking to everyone else. Fuck you, give me money.
You're right. I'm not getting on your hashtag.
You started with the hashtag.
Me too.
You
but that's
started.
exactly what you're doing, Venus.
And I'll go ahead and say it. Anybody that doesn't think I should care about numbers, and anybody that doesn't think I should care about donations, please leave and don't come back. If you truly think that I should be here doing this, right, on my free time, and I should just be not care, fuck you, leave, don't come back. I don't want folks like that here.
If you think I'm doing without turkey and stuff in this Thanksgiving, you're wrong. All right, you're coming with it, or I'm shutting this whole thing down. This is what I mean. I literally have done so many bits that actually reflect who everyone is on here, and then they clip it and act like it's me. I go, no, I'm constantly doing a bit where I look inside of me, see an aspect of self, let it express, because I know that's what they're all feeling and thinking, but they won't do it, right? They're too polite, nice, kind, and decent every other day of the week to just jump out the fucking window and let that part of yourself expound without racking up resentments and then letting it slip what your motivation's been the whole time. All right? This is why I do what I do with myself and my personality, to work through all this shit and to keep moving and to keep inspired and passionate in truth and love what I do and get good at what I do and not falter or not build up resentments, right? So again, if folks would understand why I do what I do and how it works for me and others, and stop hitting themselves and others, right? And learn to check our feels and then redirect them and refocus them. We just do better and get better and be better. And again, this is just a process. We've literally seen this process with every person who steps into the enclosure with me. Is this shit starts working on them, starts grinding on them, starts causing tests and challenges, causes the break bad scenario, causes the I'm going to now speak out and be all the way real because Paulie Boy showed me how. I'm all for it. But can we direct it? Can we focus it? Can we understand how that's appropriated, if that makes sense? You were saying, Snafu Creature?
Yeah, I see in the chat people are saying this is even low for me. No, it's not. We go after these type of predators, and Benton is supporting and having a guy run around with symbology, and then Venus Cupcake is involved in it, and he knows that they are, and yet he's going to yell and demand money from that after he's supporting that shit. So Don Juan, I don't feel bad at all. He's supporting the P's, and he's trying to demand money from his crowd for a shit show.
Yeah, but he's not, again, to be fair, and then let him respond. I don't want to believe that it's a direct support of anything related to that directly. There might be an indirect sort of harnessing or grouping up of energies that is accepted, right? And this is, again, why the conversation keeps coming up. Nobody's trying to exile Tommy. The point is, Benton does 8 to 10 hour broadcasts, and my perspective is get desperate for content at times and entertain Illuminati and other evil, insane people, you could argue, right? They have very low frequency energy. They're very angry, bitter, resentful, negative. They lie consistently. and they project onto others in an attempt to malign, misuse, or abuse. Right? And this is why I say, how can I work with folks even who don't even have the discernment to see how fucked up these people are on so many levels, and how fucked up it makes you to feed into their loop daily and give them your time, energy, attention, and airwaves? It has to be limited. Right? If not, you're just portraying that you have nothing else to talk about or go to other than complete insanity. And hello, it's me. Remember me? I'm guy number one for like doing asylum simulation. When does the or else come in? Like, when does the and or come in? What else are we bringing to this life, to this metaverse, and to the rest of the folks here? Is the question I want everyone to ask themselves rather regularly. Go ahead, sir, please.
Hey, Benton, did you get any donations?
No.
Good Lord, man. All I want to say is I'm on record that anybody that harms children, death penalty, as far as I'm concerned. So that's all I care to say about that. And the stream will stay up. I will not take it down. That's for sure. And I'm going to hang up and listen. I only came back
I
to
want to
say
ask
that
you before you go.
the stream.
After you yelled at your audience, did anyone fucking feel sorry for your bitch ass and give you some money?
Oh, it's like $85 total. That's what I'm saying is, who are these people who send nothing, but then I yell at them and they send money? This is crazy.
That's the thing. They're all the people who also leave me because they say I'm abusive, and you still don't see the patterns. These are trauma-based, mind control, broken abuse victims, and they don't understand equity, and they don't understand true value, and they don't understand value systems and power. And they won't give to you because it doesn't occur to them to give value where they get value, because they're probably not getting value from you. But as soon as you scream at them, they say, well, we want to be liked by you. We want to be in a community with you. We want you to be here to give us a place to spin and cycle every day, like asylum cases. So then they start giving you shit. Is that the way that you want to make what you make? I'm not going to. I'm going to go drive a truck. The value. I don't have to do that ever for a year and a half. I bring enough value in some ways, or entertainment, or at least anecdotes and experiences that people want to contribute, want to give value, want to give. Right? When I chastise the audience, if at all, I'm doing a bit. I'm not stacking up resentments. Contrary to popular belief, I'm doing rather well for a while now. Living within, having everything I need. Why would I need to do that? It would demean me.
Well, and I will say this: I do have a core group of people that have known me from other things I've done. So I'm not.
They're loser failures, and you won't accept it because you want to stay that way, and then stack up resentments and scream at the audience to give you value where you're not giving it or getting it.
Well, there's not going to be much.
When you accept that to be successful in anything, you have to call yourself and everyone else out who's attracted to you on what is and what's apparent.
Well, there's definitely not going to be much more screaming at the audience. That's not, I'm not into that. I can assure you.
Why do you think I don't come over there anymore? 3/4 of your audience is broken hoe, loser failures who take any opportunity to start hating on me. And when I brought it up to you, you acted like you didn't see it or didn't know what it was. So I can't move with that. That's bullshit. You know exactly what's going on over there. You know exactly who's who. And you consistently see them bringing my name up, hating on me and shitting on me. So either you want to be like them or you want to be better than them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, your content has gone to hell lately. You've done nothing but bring like the peas in and then these weaponized.
Because he got caught up with the rest of these retards. He wasn't feeling well. He had to lean on other people. If he's feeling better now, shorten it to 2 to 4 hours. Talk Ted Kaczynski. Talk whatever shit you're into that's interesting. I think I can agree if I know purists. I wasn't with you from the beginning. But if I know purists and you're going to play to yourself and or them, they want Benton who does what Benton does, not Benton doing what Paulie Boy or Illuma Tommy or everyone else does. Right? Well, no, and then with that said, you've seen what I've done. I went from asylum 24/7, 365 to shut it down. I don't want them around me because they're holding me back. They're taking me down and I'm letting it. They're not doing it. I'm letting them do it. And when I stop it, it stops. Right. And then the energy changes, the conversation changes, the response from the chat changes, the panel starts to change. The whole energy around one's beingness and one's life is interconnected to what they're bringing here and what they're receiving. Right. We can't deny that. And that's why when I say to you, oh, it's the internet, partner, I go, that's great. but you're alive in your body and on the internet right now with a whole bunch of other folks doing the same stimulation process. So if you think it doesn't carry over and you won't get caught up and you won't start hustling backwards, that's what happens, right? Nobody's immune to it. The difference is can we be aware of it while it's happening and then at some point course correct? Right? And I'm not telling you what you should do because I know that'll be the next rub and rap. Paulie boy got Benton up there and then, castigated him and then told him what he shouldn't do.
That's not the case. And I want to say this, you've exhibited a skill level and you have more experience in this realm. So, of course, I'm going to listen to what you say. Ultimately, I will do as I choose, and I'm going to do that anyway. But I appreciate your input, and I'm going to get out of here before Snafu.
Do you even have regrets yelling and demanding money?
Too
late.
Oh,
my God. Well, you know what? We should review the tape. Listen to him actually go off. You should watch the whole
We
damn
can review the tape for a little bit, but again, then I want to move on. I don't want to spend too much time on this metaversal miscreant meandering.
All right. Well, again, I just want to say one last thing.
Every day you got, all I did was prove another concept today indirectly. Every one of these peoples and panel hosts is bitter, angry, resentful, poor, broke, got no family, got no friends, got no mates, got no community, got no resources, got no prospects, got no career, got no destiny they're creating. Okay? I'm a pretty good judge of character. I know you all think that I'm trying to set myself up as the man in these parts and down everyone else to create a power differential. Not what's happening. If it is happening, I'm not doing that actively and consciously. I'm calling out what the fuck I'm seeing and experiencing. It should be painfully obvious at a certain point.
Kind of plays out.
And then we have to ask ourselves, snafu snaps, we have to ask ourselves at a certain point, what does this mean to us, about us, for us? As individuals, whoever the us is coming to these venues.
Right. I mean, you're kind of right. That's what I do. It's just they kind of play it out. They it's not even taking the bait. They just expose themselves for what it is. So, I mean, my whole
Can I show you somebody I came across last night, snafu snaps? Or I'll show you someone I came at. We'll see how this works. I don't know. I've never really done this. The go forward, then juke back, and then spin out of it. So maybe I show you someone I came across last night who I'm now speaking to, here and there, right? We talked in the chat. I sent him email communication. I'm going to start working with him and broadcasting with him more, if possible. Does a crypto broadcast, but he'll tell you, like in this clip, I have to put up crypto headlines, not only because I make investments on them from time to time, but because nobody wants to hear about rights, freedom, principles, prepping, and the rest of it. So I got to pump crypto and talk about it because I am involved in on some level in order to then get the audience to lead into how we're getting slaved and genocided and what to do about that. Right. So he's essentially a financial guy, marketing guy. Are you interested in watching a little bit of him? I want to know your take on him, Snafu Snaps. I want to get your top to bottom reading on him. I want to know what your optics are indicating.
I might even know him already, but go ahead. Go ahead.
So his name is Zach Rector. Again, I just came across, not Rectum, settle down, Baluma Tommy and others out there. Yeah. Let's go to this for a minute and see where it goes here, see how it feels.
Oh, look at that pogo haircut.
On the entire London exchange, after that happened, it shut down the whole system. And we continue to see it here every week. It's a new commodity that just goes ballistic. It just goes to the moon. I guess that's what we need to start trading. And here's the thing. Even for what we're paying for, your cost of inflation, the real cost of inflation is through the roof. We talk about energy prices being so crucial to that. And the systems that we rely on, we're paying the highest prices ever, but they might not even work. And in fact, they're most likely not going to work. What am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about this article right here from Zero Hedge. They ask, is it time for a generator? New warning says half of U.S. at risk of grid down this winter. Now,
right, Snafu Snaps. Now, could you imagine that? Could you imagine that they've been calling for months and years now that we're all in danger, and now we're involved in World War III with Hamas, and we know they got crypto people and hackers.
Yeah.
So what if maybe this Thanksgiving, this Christmas, the lights go out for maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, and then all you slaves on the metaverse can sit around and you can yap in a room with each other about who's better, who's funnier, who's more poor and broke, who's more involuntary celibate, all the rest of it. So, again, this is like when I listen to this kid talk, I listened to about 20 minutes of him. I go, oh, we're seeing the same exact thing. We're pretty much doing the same things. He goes, I got silver. I got a little bit of crypto. I got some land, and, on and on. And then he explains how it doesn't even really matter. That's just to hedge your bets and maybe not feel it as much as the rest of the folks. So they're on here arguing with each other about all this nonsense, acting out, and time's ticking, right? History's passing them by. They're coming up on new world order and new economic front already here, right? Bitcoin pumping more than ever in the midst of a World War III scenario.
Right.
Unheard of, unforeseen, as they call out ETFs, bringing in all the institutional and retail value, right? You don't think they're setting you up for a whole new system and situation while you fight and argue on here and you're already poor and broke? What are you going to do in new normal?
Yep.
I'm confused.
And that's what Elon's been talking about with this X now, known as Twitter. I might add, you've heard of CoffeeZilla, right? On YouTube.
Yeah, what's with that, Snafu Snaps? This guy Elon comes out of left field. Within X amount of years, he's frontline guy like always. Now Twitter's owned by him because he's free speech guy. He's about rights with a Baphomet costume. And the Twitter now changed its symbol to X, the same symbol as XRP, which I've told folks over and over again has been the only security that has been ruled a non-security. What does this mean? It means your snafu. It means your government and its agents have accepted that XRP has put to the side. They're not going to sue them. They're not going to go after them, but they're going after everyone else. So that's a wink and a nod, right? Elon already set it up with the symbol. XRP is supposed to be the centralized platform for digitized centralized currency. Some might say that's the word on the street. And they've already been given the nod by Gary Gensler and the financial politicos up on Capitol Hill. So
right, and what I was going to say is it's great that you mentioned that, the suing and not going out, because I was going to say if you invert the symbol of Twitter, the new X, like you said, it's XRP, invert it, it's the Masonic symbol. It's a Mason. If you mirror it,
well, that's always the case.
But what I was talking about CoffeeZilla is the digital currency is a big thing, and people know about Logan Paul CryptoZoo. And he scammed billions, millions of dollars. But what I'm saying is, no. He got
Bro, does anyone ever ask how all these clowns, these little white boys, come out of nowhere with all this money and capital, liquid capital to put into all their networks and all of their narratives that they push? No one can figure that out. Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you.
I'm just pointing out that CryptoZoo, Logan Paul, is mainstream, and it is known to be scammed millions of dollars. CoffeeZilla did a report on it. Good YouTuber out there on investigative stuff like that. But the thing is Logan Paul now is hitting it big with mainstream media, knowing that this digital currency scam, which is well known to public, he just got the United States title with the WWE. They're pushing his image. They're pushing him.
Bro, did you see what him and his brother were doing? They had a whole thing. I don't watch these people or know about them, but I catch the reels. And then I look into it. I go, this is your heroes. This is who they're now showing to the young people, these fraudcasters. They're shitting on their own brothers and their own family, fucking them over for goofy hoes and a couple dollars. I go, it's right there. They're still bag chasing in the end times, fucking each other over and not even getting nothing secure on the ground. They all got homes that they don't own, cars that they don't own completely or are registered over in the public, paying slave tax, all the rest of it. And they're going to keep watching them and waiting and celebrating and hating.
And pushing the digital currency as much as they can with mainstream media backup.
Well, that's why I say,
frauds.
it's all tools at the end of the day. I don't think that you become inherently evil by using the tools, as long as you're not causing harm. But I don't promote digital currency as a replacement or as something. Again, if you understand trends and you understand the mind of a slave, just like the masters, quote unquote, do, well, then what is your choice? Really? You go, I know how this works. I know where it's going to go. I'm not going to funnel time, energy, and attention more than necessary and resources into these endeavors to build them and create them. Like I've said, if you invest in crypto in the bear market, as it runs up and you take out, you're basically transferring wealth from the B system back to yourself and wherever you put it. So they'll tell me, like always, no, never get involved. It's evil. It's inherently bad. But then it never changes because they never get involved. So I go, you don't have to become like the world to be in it and not of it, and work with the, and redirect the energy, the time, energy, attention, resources, just like I do by broadcasting. By being here, I keep X amount of people from being stuck to a screen, getting uploaded with bullshit programming. So I influence the field, as the rat slave says.
You got to use the tactics and tools given to you to survive on either side, so to speak. I get it 1,000,000%. Understand?
Yeah, the
That's
same way if you all started businesses. The same way if everybody started businesses. Money is a representation of people's energy flow. If you know that there's a track of energy flow going from point A to point B, and point A is the sender and the receiver has a product or service that is inferior or toxic, why would you not create something to step right in between that flow and catch all of that flow that's going to that product, service, or that being based on their corrupt presentment, whatever it is, right? That's how we change the game, by observing what's going on and then stepping out into our power and faith in between that flow of value. You know, but you need discernment to see what's going on. And again, I don't even lean on my own understanding, as far as I don't even know what's going on completely with me till I look back at it and go, oh, that thing was written right there the whole time. I was just following my intuition, making the next right choice, but there was a bigger program running. You know, so you got to start to see that, right, by reverse engineering your life and going, how much have I been running a timeline of my own making, and how much have I stepped out into a timeline that was created for me? If that makes sense. You know, and it's kind of difficult at first to get to that level of vision, you know, especially if you're a worldly atheist person who thinks, I can't find God or see God anywhere. I go, you motherfuckers ain't looking hard enough, or you're blind, because the plants show you order and number, sequence, right? If you can't look at nature itself and see an absolute creational force or program running, then you're the blind being led by the blind. And you got no business up on here telling anybody else what to see and feel and think, because you can't even comprehend of how this realm works. So that's what we have going on from the beginning of time. Snafu Snaps. It's no surprise. We got a bunch of folks who think they have their own mind and heart. They think their own thoughts and have their own beliefs. They're being run subconsciously most times by a program. They don't have access to their subconscious, they believe or understand. And therefore, they never try to re-upload it, right? Reform it. And this is why I say to folks, if you're really like in a place where you don't like yourself in your life and you're not on a movement, you got no business even being here listening to me. You know, I didn't get this completely by listening to me completely, right? My intuition, my faith, that force, part of it came with going to work every day and putting stuff in my ear, as I've talked about, ancient texts, and having my subconscious reprogrammed in a sense to look at myself and life a different way. You start to take on almost the eyes and the vision of that creator, you know, that writer, right? And by doing that, it gives you a peek into the vision of the creator of the universe, if that makes sense. Because again, it works through men and women. Go ahead, Snaps.
I mean, you hit it on the ballpark. I think discernment's going to be a huge thing now, and I'd like to see what this guy has to say more. I'd like to see your interaction with him. That will be a big teller. You know, like I think, like you said, you have to let things play out, and the optics will play out for themselves. And yeah, I'm kind of interested. I mean, because there's a lot of people involved in that, and you know, the whole I mean, money's money, you know, make your bread, you know. So it'll be interesting to see his views, but also it'd be interesting to see your views clashed with his to see where he comes.
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
I mean, again, you basically have two choices. You're either going to work
it's you
for someone.
You're the fucking agent,
you know,
dude.
Or you're
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
Or you're going to do ministry in a sense that incorporates
it's you. You're the fucking agent, dude. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
Make the individual's life better. You know, there is value in that. I mean, we can all be, you know, high and mighty and act like we're salt of the earth. Oh, I get up and work every day. I'm a mechanic. A life coach isn't a value. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. I wish a motherfucker like me would have been around to give me the game that I'm giving out at this point, telling it, not selling it with certain things, right? When we get into it, I wish there was a motherfucker who looked like me, spoke like me, lived like me, had the experience, seen both sides, and was able to give me what I needed to go to the next level. I probably wouldn't have listened anyway. Let's be real about it.
It's you.
So there's no point.
You're the fucking agent,
everything
dude.
turned out just
Snaps
fine,
is
so
the fucking agent.
But yeah, there's plenty of folks out there, especially who come to places like this, who got drug and alcohol history. They got broken family history. They got toxic religion in their background. They got toxic political systems and cultural, societal systems in their foreground, right? Existing in their life today that they're part of. So that's where the work is done. That's where the power is at. That's where the conversation, I would think, should be directed toward. If you had examples of coming to know yourself, gaining self-awareness, breaking the cycles and the loops, reforming yourself, getting new results, and then giving that away to others who you know are on the same path. And if you don't have that, then my question to you is, what the fuck are you doing exactly? And what makes you think you're going to get to whatever I have or do what I do when there's only one way to the way? I mean, there's a lot of paths to the top of the mountain, but there's only one top of the mountain. So unless you're going to engineer your own top of the mountain, I don't see you eye to eye at this point. And that's not an egoic statement. It's energetic first and foremost. You know, these folks are playing back at 0.25 speed. What the fuck I'm rambling off, and they're not even reading the energy. You know, they think this is some arrogant, egoic, narcissistic put on for somebody. I don't know what these people think, a lot of them. Right? When you're secure in yourself, when you know who and what you are and when you're not, when you've generated a certain amount of value and results in your life based on unwavering truth and universal law, there's nowhere else to go. Not only in your life, in your career, but in the conversation. Oh, the rest of it's extras. If you can't meet a Lumitardi and tell immediately he don't got it in his life, I don't know what's wrong with you. You want to use him as an exhibition and then do commentary? That's fine. To be desperate for him to rattle on for an hour at a time, to fill time, energy, and space, wrap it up and hang it up. We don't need more of that. You know, less is more, if that's the case, is what I've learned. So it's Snafu Snaps. I see you clicking over there.
I was going to say, a lot of these people, Benton just proved exactly what we saw with OTW when he first started, with Z when he did his thing, with a lot of these people. They get frustrated. They really haven't been in this game. I've been in it. You've been in it. I'm not.
Because they're in it for the wrong reason, Snafu Snaps. You've all heard him. We ain't going to do what Paulie Boy does. He goes to jail and gets hurt. He gets hiatal hernias that cause him pain 24/7, 365 because they want to throw me in cuffs and drag me around.
It's the J-Hub optics.
Right. So then you have to go, okay, they already told everyone who and what they are. They're never going to stand for anything. They're never going to nut up. They're never going to make a change in themselves or in the world. They're always going to be part of the B system and its optics, as you say, on some level. And then we see that in the follow through as what they value with their time, energy, attention, and what they put forth as content. Then they have the balls to say, I'm looping because I talk rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, psychology, sociology. Right, I'm looping. The arts of living, essentially. The foundational disciplines and principles of living. Like the pretty much the only reason we're here is what I loop on, while you all talk about other people and fight with each other. And then want to bring it over here half the time and corrupt what the fuck I've started and created and what my intention and purpose was, that none of you can rise to the occasion of because you don't have the on-the-ground experience. How could you? and you don't have the communicative ability to present it in a way that's palatable and or entertaining. Let's be real. Sometimes you just got to call it for what it is, and then we all got to work together, and then you got to like defer. You know, when the day comes where I meet my co-team leader, I'll be the first one to jump for joy. Yippee! I finally found an equal on here that can be co-team leader. Until then, Paulie Boy's team leader, and everybody else can establish their order amongst themselves. And then that goes for just like Wizard Creature. Wizard Creature gets seen as an equal. Why? I don't give a fuck about his money. I don't give a fuck about his domestic situation. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I have reason to believe. Has he ever proven it to me? No. Is it open for question? Absolutely. Anyone can hold him accountable anytime. I probably should do it more. Ultimately, I have reason to believe he will stand for what's true and what's right, has gone to court before, and on some level knows how to present as an honorable man with the facts of the matter when he's not on the metaverse, I suspect. You know, and I'm even giving him, conservative probabilities on that because he's shown in certain ways that he's got a lot of anger in him too. I mean, I guess they'll say the same thing about me. I don't consider myself to be a very angry man, passionate about.
Wait. I'm receiving word Telescope is jabbed. Is this confirmed? Did he admit to this? Chat? Well, if that's true, then his opinion is irrelevant. I don't fuck with jabbed up people. I don't want to know, basically. But yeah, I don't have jabbed up people in my life. If that's true. Well, don't tell me. I don't want to know about Carl. See, this is like, some of this is I'd rather not know. I'm not going on a witch hunt. I'm just saying Carl doesn't attack me. Carl, here's what Carl did. Carl watched me go off about donations, and then we were both in the same live chat of another channel, and he asked me if I was okay. He said, "Hey man, are you okay?" What I'm saying is that people like Telescope who try to go in on me, their opinion means nothing. I was willing to give maybe 5% credence to what he was saying, right? He is a content creator. He does have a channel. So I'm somewhat taking his opinion into consideration. If he's jabbed, then it's a zero. It's a nothing. Oh, okay. Well, shit. That's all I need to know. But yeah, I don't want to know about Carl. That's a different thing. And that's his problem, by the way. But yeah, anyway, back to the, I don't want to get into a jab thing. I wanted to know for my own purposes.
Truth, yes, maybe the same goes for him. I guess I've learned a little bit quicker or a little bit earlier in life how to disengage and disconnect and detach for my own sake, for my own health, for my own well-being. Right? So that's the rubric. That's the game. It's not even about being a good talker either. I'm not interested in that. Although I say that as an attribute of myself that's been verified by others, validated by me. That's not even it either. I mean, it's part of it. You know, I want to see men and women who stand for what's true and what's right, just like a father would, and can present themselves in a cognizant fashion, right? An intelligible fashion. In maybe even a kingly or queenly fashion, right? God forbid. Instead of keep accepting less and settling for less for ourselves and each other on all levels and being talked down to and used and abused and mocked by a bunch of cowardly clowns who claim to have the power and control over this realm. It's fucking laughable. The only reason they have it is because good men and women have done little to nothing about their life and about this dynamic and this situation. The reason why evil triumphs is for good men and women doing nothing. And we see it all fucking day, every day on this metaverse. And it's a pathetic example. And it's going to go down in history and on the record with the judgment for who and what you all are, what you've done and not done. And I'm literally living every day trying to avoid that judgment while you sit on here and aren't even aware of it, it seems. It's fascinating to me. And maybe I've become a dogmatic religious zealot all the way from a worldly reprobate, infidel, atheist, thief, junkie scum. Okay, you couldn't have more of a transformational, transcendent change. And I'd have to throw it over to whatever the force we call God is, because I don't completely understand it myself. And I don't think my friends and family completely understand it. if at all. So you make of that what you will. Go ahead, Snafu Snaps, and then we're going to move forward.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we give each other a lot of shit, talk a lot of shit, but I'm gonna stand up for Wizard too, because yesterday me and him had a chat, because he was actually calling shit out for false claimants, because he's smart enough to realize we made.
You're the fucking agent, dude. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
So I agree, and I think that's what it is real recognizes real in the end. And it's like, Benton, dude, you kind of fucked up with everyone. And then I noticed you started bringing these fucking clowns and these people weaponized feminist movement type shit. And I don't know, Benton, yelling at people for their money, screaming, demanding it. Not a good look, dude. And that's all I got to say.
All right. I know you want to go back to it. So I'll head back to it for a couple more minutes. If you got a timestamp, give it to me. If not, I'll go back to it for a couple minutes and then I'm going to move forward.
I went years and couldn't support content creators. It's called living in the streets, living out of a backpack with nothing for years, and wanted to give and couldn't. And as soon as I went to work, I was happy to be able to give a donation here and there. And I go live to fucking 70 viewers for hours, and nobody says, "Hey, I'll just send him $5 out of appreciation." Y'all are on some bullshit. Y'all are on some fucking bullshit. It up shows what y'all are. It don't say it says y'all are some cheap ass, broke ass motherfuckers who don't have no problem taking what I have to give and not giving me nothing. That's trash. I'd rather have 20 people in here who appreciate what's happening, right? And will every once in a while send me a symbolic gesture of good faith, than have 70 people in here calling me out for mentioning donations. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Oh, he gets even worse.
I'm pimping on you, partner.
I'm clicking the fucking button. Fuck you. And I'm
hey, no, while Benton's talking, Tommy and this Venus bitch are fucking talking to each other. They're just so stupid and not even knowing what's going on while Benton's talking to his audience like, fuck you.
So desperate. That's the thing. Benton finally got real once again. Every 3 weeks, these folks get real for like 20 minutes, and they just lower everyone else who they know is a tard, who they don't respect but are desperate for content. And they let them cycle and spin because they know they just want to be seen and heard. So they'll just keep yapping even when their volume's down. And then they just go to like really letting loose like Bex, like they all do. Everyone's real decent, nice and kind and polite. Paulie Boy's an asshole, but I'm real 24/7, 365. Where everybody stands with me. Then all of a sudden, one day for 20 minutes or 6 to 8 hours, these nice, kind, polite, decent folks unload all the shit they've been thinking and feeling the whole time that Paulie Boy's been begging them to come up and out with and reconcile, right? So, I mean, I guess the thing works in mysterious ways. You can't deny that. It's not so mysterious to those with discernment. It's exactly what's needed, right? Hello, you folks all focused on Illuminati sickness and forgot your own work, your own self-reflection, your own introspection, your own process, your own program, your own consciousness and awareness, your own clarity, your own success. Hello? Right. This is a dangerous game you're gambling with the metaverse and other cards on here who are fixated and obsessed. You will lose yourself playing with or staring into the void. How would I know? Ask Jennifer and others. In some ways, I'm one of the most strong, disciplined, willful, unwavering folks, patient, caring in my own right, people that a lot of these folks have ever met. And if I let myself staring into the void and playing with the void and dancing with the devil, I will lose myself on some level. What are you, crazy? That's what I've noticed. That's what other folks have noticed. And again, that's the key to self-awareness. I don't need other folks to notice it for me to notice it. And then I willingly play into it or not. You guys are not seeing what's going on here up close to the picture, and you don't see the border around the frame, right?
Patience.
You're just not seeing the forest for the trees. Go ahead, sir.
As you say, patience is a virtue, as you know, with this.
It's you.
Long game.
Right. You're the fucking agent, dude. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
Ben Tard, and I'm using that euphemistically, right? It's a term of endearment at this point. I have no hate for Benton. If he would have just continued to broadcast with me and focus on what he loves to do and get better at it. He's got all his new toys and soundboards and all the rest of it. He obviously loves broadcasting. Some folks obviously think he's good at it, right? He can get better like we all can. I wouldn't come here 7 days a week if I wasn't working at this as a way to make myself better. If nothing else, talking off the top of my head.
Yeah, but he's gonna have to change it up, man. He can't have these P's and these weaponized feminists, and that's all his content. He needs to like you said, he needs to like unbreak.
Everybody has the same.
It's you. You're the fucking agent. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent. If you're going to
broadcast, then you got to bring content. The content can't be constant asylum and insanity, unless you all want to go insane together. I mean, again, why do we need 6 to 8 hours of asylum and no hours of accountability sessions, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith talk? Asylum, I'm confused. Psychology, sociology, anthropology, theology. Where's that at? You think that's not important? You think this shit is important and valuable? 5 to 10 years from now, you're going to be wishing you waste all this fucking time, energy, attention on this crap. That's what I suspect. So all I'm doing, like always, is just checking everybody with an idea, not with an ego. If possible, giving a different perspective, refocusing, reforming, and getting back to whatever purpose and meaning and process is available here objectively, separate from our pride and ego and distorted wants and non-wants or desires that lead to suffering. You tell me all about how you desire money, attention, numbers, a living, whatever else to be a good broadcaster. What the fuck are you doing and creating to manifest that? Don't tell me about what you think and how it feels. Tell me what the fuck you're doing to manifest that vision and what kind of energy you're putting behind it. And I'll tell you and show you what the fuck you're going to get.
Right, partner?
That's right, partner.
Right, partner.
Here's a clue, too. I could only talk about what I know for me and my experience. Anything else would be hypocritical. You better start on the ground with who and what you are as a character and how you live in the world. Don't come on the internet and tell me it's a separate world from who and what you are as a man and how you live day to day. If it is, you're fucked. All I got here is value and power. Ultimately, is who and what I am as a beingness, as a consciousness, as a man, first and foremost on the ground. I only bring that onto the internet. And it served me and others well. So there's your first clue. Y'all want to act like I come on here going, I'm better than everybody. No, I'm revealing something to you. The internet, unless you want to get it the way they all get it, which is fake money, fake characters, right? Fake promotions with fake people, fake products. All the rest of it. I've already had access to that, and I turned around and walked the other way because I saw what the fuck it was. I want nothing to do with it. That's the only option you got. Being a man of no character on the internet is if you do get to money and fame and numbers, you're going to get it with all the wrong people, all the wrong ways, and you're never really going to feel as good as someone like me grinding and staying true to myself. I bet anything on it.
I could vouch what you just said because I know your connections and you're not portraying the fake characters like you said, like Marfugu or Brian from High Impact.
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
Or some of these
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
All the way real, bro. The only reason that I haven't is because I really can't. You can call me prideful and egoic. I can't hang around and stick with and converse with for too long folks I don't respect as men first and foremost.
I see that. I see that. You know? Like
I wind up acting up. I wind up talking shit. I wind up making a pass at their bitch indirectly. Because I go, I just sit around them and I eventually, a lot of it's indirect. You know, they get the vibe from me where I give them a look and go, why are you fucking with this mutt?
They tried the same thing with me though. So I kind of have the same like with you. Like for years, Marfugu was trying to get me to do the same thing. I get it, dude. So like that's something that I could like say, wow, we have something in common with us not wanting to fuck around with those fucks. But then again, I get it. Like I totally get where your position.
Yeah, I mean, and again, you could call it prideful and egoic. You could call it a New York coastal thing, judgmental thing. I just call it discernment. You get around folks, you get a vibe off of them. The more you interact with them, you go, what are we doing here? You know, what's the deal? And I look at their woman, I go, what are you doing? All right, and what are you with this fucking clown for? And then everybody's going to catch feelings, you know, because I go, listen, they sound gay or weird, but as a woman, I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I have a sacred feminine in me, a heart. you want to call it that, a care. I don't understand how you could even be around a man or with a man who you knew wasn't about shit and couldn't stand when the time came and didn't really have any values or principles. I don't understand how you could even get excited over him or be attracted to him. And then what you find out is they're not excited over him. They're not attracted to him. They're just using them, and they're using each other, just like they're using God and the civilization and the system and all the rest of it. They're a bunch of using, needy, low value and esteem scum. And I don't care how big a house they got and how nice the couch is and how many fireplaces. You look into them and they're soulless. And when you drop this on them, they're speechless because they're heartless.
And let's be honest, though, like when we see people, like this is what I've noticed, and I witnessed it through all of them. Z, Benton, OTW, Jack Talgot, everyone, except for others that have been in this.
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
Like you and others. But
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
Is they're like learning the clout. Like, oh, this could make me money. This can't make me money. Oh, the character, if I play this character more, if I do like drama sells or not. They are in their journey of trying to figure out what they want to do for the presentment, but also trying to stay true to them. But that's where the sellout optics come. That's where the I'm going to sell out for the clout, for the media. And, they get this push by these fucktards online. Yay, because
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent. It's you. You're the fucking agent, dude. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent. It's you. You're the fucking agent, dude. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
Essentially getting thousands of subscribers a day.
Yes.
Being invited on every platform where everyone else is begging to go, getting called to stage shows to speak, and then watching it all pretty much stop because they get wind of the fact that you're not who they thought you were, right? When you show up to events and you're smoking reefer, blunt to blunt, when you're out there dancing with everybody and having a good time after and before to speaking, when you walk around the place like you're in touch with that thing and connected as life on life's term, they don't know how to fucking deal with you, especially when you won't shut up and when you speak the truth about everything you see. You're a walking fucking liability for these people in their mediocrity. And it's a shame because they think I have high opinion of myself and high ego and all the rest of it. Nah, if nothing else, I'm manifesting, like they all say. I'm not going to talk down on myself and deprecate myself more than just being humorous. And even that is too much. Like Bruce Lee said, don't speak bad about yourself. Your body don't know the difference. Right? So the more I come into that, step into that power and that faith, the more I see how motherfuckers in this world who talk a good game but don't walk it receive you. And then I have to look again and
That's
go, I'm in
flipping
great
the script
company.
they say
This
on the
seems
street.
a lot like a Christed being story. I'm not mad about it. I'm not downtrodden and dejected or disillusioned. Far from it. It's such a hardcore walk in truth and faith. You could be given everything and have to give it right back up because not everything is for everybody all the time. I'm not going to neglect my walk and my purpose and process to play worldly housing games with these folks. There's no point. Because I don't respect them anyway, and they don't respect me for very different reasons. Because they don't respect the truth, first and foremost. If these were folks who respected themselves and the truth and served it, they'd be buddy-buddy with me. I'd be their best fucking friend and comrade. But they don't, so I'm not. I'm a fucking liability to the majority of them. Just like day one, back in the suburbs. Don't play with Paulie Boy. Don't have him over the house. We don't want to hear him question us and talk. At school, separate him from everybody. Keep him in ISS, right? This has been the same fucking walk all through my life, and I've never been regretful about it. I've never felt like, oh, I wish I should have played it this way. I'm totally happy how I've played it every single way thus far. Just like Zach Hubbard and all the rest of them. I still laugh my ass off watching that interaction. There may come a day where I'm poor and broke, and I got to go back to working every day, all day, just to make ends meet. I may regret that and say, I should have been nicer and worked with everybody and gave everybody a chance. I don't feel it right now, right? And I don't think that being who we started civilization off of felt it either. That being loved and cared for all beings, but there was conditions on equally yoked. And if you ain't serving the truth in that force, go away from me. I never knew you. Simple as that. And I tell you, I'm one with that beingness to the core at this point. There's nothing that gets in between me and that armor of God, and that circle is so small, it's me and the spirit, as I've said many times. Nothing and no one. Not $1 billion fucking dollars or anything else. And that's how I know I'm where I need to be. Inside first and outside, because I've got enough blessings and grace externally with people, places, and things and value. Right? I have to be thankful and grateful. I can't see it any other way. And I didn't need these fucking worldly, infidel, reprobate scum to do it either. Want to call me up and text me behind the scenes and ask me what we're going to do. And when I tell you, you break bad on me because I hold you accountable because you want to live it all ways. Telling me shit that makes no sense. And then I got to check you and you all go silent. I've done it all with all of them in the background. They go silent. They're all predictable, right? You start dealing with so many people with the same conversations, you start to realize why we're enslaved, because people are just fucking predictable, easily led, manipulatable, suggestible, gullible, naive, and all the rest of it. It's a fucking embarrassment. And when I try to put them onto something, if nothing else, their cowardice cries out. If they got the discernment, if they could see and feel the understanding, if they know it's worth walking, they can't get over their fucking fear and cowardice to get it done. So what can I do with you? What can you do with you and the rest of you? Little to nothing, it would seem to me, till you get that right. You better have the same fear of God you have for the fear of what Joey Biden and Donnie and the local municipality is going to do to you for selling your fucking soul and or your country out. I'd have the same fear of God and that force in my destiny that you have for your worldly masters and your peers and what they think about you. You better start to get in that space, I would suggest. Can't tell you what to do. Can only tell you what serves me day to day, moment to moment.
That's why when I look at like Lillian China, and some of these other fucktards, they get in this
embarrassment. List them off. They're all weak, cowardly embarrassments.
Right. And
couldn't keep it real if their life depended on it, because it does, and they have it.
They have no clue what's happening in the world right now. Like
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
Like, okay, yeah, there's love in this world, but there's also fucking a lot of other shit in this world.
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
The fact that
it's you. You're the fucking agent, dude.
Motherfuckers.
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
Like, God damn,
it's
these people are gonna be.
You're the fucking agent, dude. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
These motherfuckers are gonna be sitting there producing.
You're the fucking agent, dude. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
Cupcake in the way they're presenting themselves online and how
you're the fucking agent,
like,
dude.
Just tell, it's pretty pathetically sad, and they think they know, and they don't.
And that's the thing, right? Like Feather Bear says, they want to flip the game in inversion land and tell me I've been a troublemaker since day one. No, I've been a trouble taker. I've taken on all the trouble you've all created. I've amalgamated it, and I put it back out in a communication that allows folks to question who and what we are, what the fuck we're doing here. I've been doing that since the classroom. How are you going to tell me I'm a troublemaker when I'm the only motherfucker there questioning and holding everybody accountable to what the fuck this all is? I'm the opposite of a troublemaker.
You're not a yes man.
I'm creating solutions through questioning and answer periods. Through philosophizing and objective logic, morals, and ethics. And I've been doing that since day one in the classroom. And that in the worldly, reprobate, infidel realm is characterized as a troublemaker. And also because I got a wit and a sense of humor on me, and I got a way of breaking up the whole class and the whole situation by pointing out the obvious, humorous, sick and twisted nature of these venues and simulations we find ourselves in. So, you know, again, that's why we, whoever we is, seemingly have been at odds. I'm not at odds with anyone or anything here. I'm in a flow with who and what I'm meant to be. They're in resistance with that because they're not. It's called a power struggle because of a power differential. And as we know, the greatest power is knowledge. Self-knowledge being first and foremost. Knowledge of self, knowledge of all things within the universe. On some level, it would seem. Go ahead, Snafu Snaps, you were saying?
Do you feel, okay, we've witnessed this with other channels.
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent. It's you. You're the fucking agent, dude. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent. It's you. You're the fucking agent, dude.
You're going to have to start again.
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent. It's you. You're the fucking agent, dude.
Now, what I'm asking though is, you notice how Benton jumped on your panel immediately when he looked like a piece of shit, supporting the P's and feminists and begging for money.
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
He got
It's
over here.
you.
That's
You're
a good
the
point.
fucking
As soon as he
agent,
went
dude.
to looking bad, he got right over here. But he couldn't get over here to argue with me for days and weeks about my half-baked ideas, as he says, and how I'm always using the term "we." He wouldn't know what "we" meant.
But
he wouldn't know what it means, right?
Do you think an event status in the world, which I believe, I think people will seek even more. And that's what I'm saying is, he just proved it.
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent. It's you. You're the fucking agent, dude. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
Sorry, because your discernment was so off. There is a time that
It's
will happen.
you. You're the fucking
I told
agent,
some
dude.
goofy bitch that. I said, she didn't even know what was like manifesting at the time. I said, you don't even understand what I'm doing and creating, and you all don't appreciate the essence of who and what I am, not as a physical incarnation. And I told her, there's going to be a day where you and this woman of yours are going to be searching and looking for someone like me, and they're going to be there. And that's not a threat. That's not an attempt to manipulate people to keep me in their life or have me in their life under my terms, right? I truly believe that because I've been around the rest of them, and I know what they got to offer, little to nothing when the time comes. Because how do I know? I've been in the thick of it, and I look left and right. What do you have to offer? Little to nothing when it comes to rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and character, inherent power and value systems that have been here within us and with us from the beginning of time. Never going to change, nor should it. You don't get entitlement trophies here. You don't get free passes. You don't get a way out without going on the way in. You're kidding yourselves and each other. All you're doing is forestalling the inevitable off to your later selves in your age or your sons and daughters and grandchildren. And that's what a fucking coward does. Procrastinate and put off the inevitable till it's even harder to have to reconcile and deal with life on life's terms. And I'm sick of it. It's the mind and heart of a loser failure. How do I know? Because I've been one most of my motherfucking life. And I'm done with it.
I've been witnessing the damage control optics with like Ian China and Mr. Bentard. Like Ian China would post the
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent. It's you. You're the fucking agent, dude. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent. It's you. You're the fucking agent, dude.
On my nipples, drink that milk, man. Nursing, right in the Bible now, Mandela effect. But anyways, the fact is you guys are showing your damage control optics. You're showing your fucking cupcake optics, and it's like, what the fuck are you guys doing, dude? You know, real
DC optics, man.
I'm not cupcaking Paul now. I'm just saying Paul's being a real motherfucker, and you guys are like some.
Now don't let them see this, and this is where you get caught up. Don't let them do this thing where they make it where you got to break bad for life in order to prove that you're not cupcake to me, and then call everyone else culted who defers to the truth when I speak it. If I'm talking real shit and true shit, you defer to that. It ain't me and my ego. If I can cash the check, it's confidence. It ain't ego.
It's just the optics are so fucking there, like the damage control, the cupcake, and the non-content. So they like,
DC optics, bro. DC optics are high. Damage control optics are high. District of Columbia optics. It's all the same deal. These folks are pogoed out. You know, their new world order. Their new normal.
Right.
They already got
an opportunity. I know who you were with. I know some of the things. Like you've had opportunity to really go even hard. Like I called you. No, this guy has had opportunity to go straight pogo. Even if he's
like full on, bro. I've gotten the pogo red carpet at one point, and I
already know.
I wiped my feet on it and walked off on the concrete, bro. 10 toes down. You know,
it's real. It's real. But you can see these fucking guys, and it's like, how are they going to survive in a shit hit the fan scenario if they're cupcaking this bad metaversally online? And you just look at their like, how are these motherfuckers even going to make it 1 ounce?
It's over, Snaps. Like Dirty Harry said in that movie, The Unforgiven, man. You got to dig the graves. You walk by, tell them, dig the fucking graves for New Normal, New World Order. It's over. Now the rest has to come.
Snafu, you prove there's no such thing as damage control, partner. You joined in on the 12-hour Bash Paul Fest. There is no fucking damage control. You didn't fucking fall on your sword for that, sir. You didn't fall on your sword for that. There's no such thing as damage control. Most of these folks don't have a fucking memory. We all just move on with our business now, don't we? You were not held accountable for that. You never had to do anything. You just came here like you normally do. And as the fucking thing was going on, I said, well, we know what Snafu's going to be doing, the same thing he always does. So don't talk to me about damage control.
Is this the part you yell at
fucking bozo.
Can you yell at people to give you money?
It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as damage control. Snap.
Humble, baby. Purple.
You're on
have anything to do with you. I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do, and you're not involved, Snafu. It doesn't matter how I look, just like it didn't matter how
you're an idiot. You're not listening to anything I'm saying.
Just like it didn't matter when you joined in on the Bash Paul Fest. It doesn't fucking matter, you bozo. How have you not figured this out? Or maybe you have. So why are you worried about me and my damage control? What the fuck does it matter, Snafu? It doesn't fucking matter. Where was your mea culpa for that? Never happened. You just waited a day and a half and then came right back. It's hilarious.
He does do that. He does do that. He didn't even feel the need to answer or do damage control optics. He just hits on everyone and then goes off like it didn't happen. He's like Talcott.
What the fuck?
It's like a bunch of goldfish here. They just swim in a circle and forgot where they just were.
And I'll just say for the record, I'm not going to have my behavior prescribed or controlled. What other people do is on them. It's on them. Whatever Tommy does or doesn't do, that's on him. It's not on me. If you choose to think that I'm co-signing that bullshit, that's your problem.
Okay, but when you go, Tom.
No, I'm talking to Snafu, my bad.
I know, but I'm commenting on it. Tom, Snafu's not going to be here any longer. Come on back up, right? Like you're not getting that you're feeding his disease and power struggle game, right? That's what I don't think you're getting. Or maybe you do and you're just okay with it, right? You're like, okay, I'm going to feed Tommy's horrible, destroyed, fragile, insecure ego like Voldemort, get him to come up here and just spur consistently and make him think that you like him and or respect him. When we know damn well on the ground, if you like him, you damn sure don't respect him because he's an insane person. And he's got serious personality disorders and he's completely unreconciled.
Well, I can't diagnose anybody over the internet, clearly.
Oh, I can. If you can, I can. Diagnosis means of knowledge. And I just told you I have knowledge of self. I would know somebody who has extreme personality disorder, serotonin and dopamine deficiency, and is completely constantly looking for controversy and conflict, acting out to normalize their brain chemistry. That's him. And it makes sense because he's an avid meth user and has probably destroyed his limbic system.
Well, and just
he's basically a chimpanzee without empathy.
Okay, and for the purposes of the thought experiment, that's his problem, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. But again, if you think that it doesn't reflect on you and your content, it does. How would I know?
That's
because I caught.
But it doesn't, because Snafu can join in.
It does, because I'm the god of all media, and I watch you from time to time, and he's insufferable. And you keep him up there for an hour at a time doing the same shit he does everywhere else that we've heard all too many times. It's old, it's boring, it's sick, it's twisted, and it's detrimental to you, your image, and your broadcast. That's just my view. Take it or leave it. Well, that's the view of probably many others who are now giving me all the shit you were begging for, right? So, like, do you want to listen to the guy who's getting all the shit you're begging for? Or do you want to keep doing what you've been doing and getting what you've always got? I'm totally cool with it.
Well, I do listen, Paul, and I would challenge you on your own listening abilities there.
You're too fucking prideful and egoic and also polite and kind. It's a horrible mix.
Yeah, I agree.
You want to just stick to whatever you're doing because you thought it was your idea, even if it sucks. Great. You get your own autonomy, your own personal choice, your own broadcast, and your own results. Don't fucking bitch and complain and get resentful about it. Change it or accept it. Stop acting like everybody's always telling you to be brought into a we and a collective, and you're the outsider.
Give your whole life over to me. It'd be better.
Paul Unslaved. I'm more of a rebel than you on the ground on record.
Give your whole life over to me. It'd be better.
With that bullshit energy and archetype. But do what you want. Now I have
to give your whole life over to me. It'd be better.
If you give your whole life over to me, it'd be better. If you give your whole life over to me, it'd be better. If you give your whole life over to me, it'd be better. If you give your whole life over to me, it'd be better. I have to thank these folks. Thank you, Tarek, for your contribution with no message. Thank you, Pedro Castillo, for your contribution. Godly optics are high. Jimmy Shively, thank you for your contribution. Appreciate you, sir. David M., thank you for your contribution. Gratitude and selfless service. Thank you for your contribution, Scott B. Not for Ben Tard. Have a nice day. Okay?
Oh, I like that.
You were saying?
No, I think that speaks for itself there.
Snafu snaps?
Oh, he must be having a medical emergency.
When is he not technically having a medical emergency? His presentment screams medical emergency, as does the Illuminati creature. I think I'm done with that. All right, folks, come on up. If there's anything you folks want to address, comments, questions, concerns on whatever's taking place already.
Feel free to play more of the content there, by the way.
Hey, Benton.
Okay, you want me to promote you indirectly? I'll promote you indirectly, screaming at the audience. I don't mind that.
Damage control. I just kept quiet so we could watch you just spurg in your damage control. The optics are high.
Snafu, I'm doing just fine, partner. It's gonna be okay.
This is where you gotta yell for money, though. Please.
Hold on a second. Yeah. Travis T, thank you. Please, sir, please. Thank you, Travis T, for your contribution. He says it's only a mindset. It's easy to be mindless, but can seem so hard to be mindful.
I'm pimping on you. I didn't give you any cash.
Yes and no. I mean, go ask somebody who has
pimping on you. I didn't give you any cash.
Be mindless, sitting up all night, not getting any sleep, cycling in their confusion, thinking, completely mindful. What's your mind full of? Usually trash, belief systems and projections and acceptance of other people's projections. So I guess that's a relative subjective statement. For some people, it's kind of harder to be mindful rather than mindless. For other people, it's harder to be mindless than it is to be mindful. They can go to work all day, they can produce results, and when they go to sit down, their mind is full of things they can't get rid of.
Well, and I want to say this, for the record, I'm interested in anything that people want to do where I can show my ability to outwork, out hustle, and be more consistent than at least 95% of all of you.
But we don't necessarily have to do that. I don't necessarily believe that, and it doesn't really matter because
doesn't matter what you believe.
Creature.
See, the loads either get picked up and delivered on time or they don't. It doesn't matter what anybody believes.
Who's gonna carry the boat?
Here's the difference. You were the guy riding in the truck with the AC and the heat through all weather to deliver the shit. I was the guy packing the 18-wheeler from front to back. Don't tell me about strength and will and discipline and hustle, because that ain't inside of a truck cab.
I wasn't talking about you, Paulie boy.
That's what I've experienced. You let me know where I'm wrong.
I'm not calling you out. I'm calling out
I'm calling out anybody and anything in truth. It's not you specific. I'm just saying, if we want to talk on the ground, will, discipline, strength, and hustle, it's the guy in the heat and the cold stacking the 18-wheeler from front to back and then bringing another one in to do it while they sit in the truck and jerk off and read Playboy in the AC and in the heat, eating a meal. So, again, maybe that's why I'm a little bit more hungry and inspired, especially when I come on a fucking broadcast, because I come out the dirt and out the mud doing all the grunt work the other fucking weaklings don't want to do or can't do. Right? Or don't get paid enough to do, right? Because Paulie Boy wasn't there for the money. He was there for the self-growth and development and a strengthening of his core.
Yeah, which reminds me of 6 straight years sleeping outside as a homeless person. So if you listened, you would probably have...
That ain't hustling and out competing. That's sleeping outside as a homeless person. It's far from what you just laid out. So you just obfuscated away from the original premise.
No, 10 miles a day on foot with 35 pounds or more on my back.
Do you support the pee movement and the fucking Venus, the cupcake granny?
Anybody who harms a child.
Well, then why did you let someone have the symbol on your channel? And why did you? Why do you promote
I don't
someone?
Answer for what other people do. And I'm not going to let
that's your channel, sir. You're the
behavior, Snap.
You're in charge of that shit.
I'm not going to let you tell me I have to behave in
but you're going to promote the pedo
while
symbol?
you're free to be here next to Paul and also join in on the 12-hour fucking bash.
This is what we call damage control, folks.
Who does whatever the fuck he wants.
This is what we call damage control,
lives
folks.
however he wants to live, and then he wants to hold other people
I don't live like you,
and say how they have to live. Fuck you. Snafu.
I don't live like you, like
what I do. Too fucking bad.
Pedos on my shit, promoting their symbology.
Too fucking bad.
And then Venus Cupcake and weaponized feminists. Like you joined the feminist meeting group. Like you're holding the meeting. You are holding the feminist meetings.
And you joined in on the Bash Paul Fest, and you just
showed up
one day as if it never fucking happened.
Bad for life.
Oh, meanwhile, Snafu's just mad because he wasn't invited to the
not interested
in what your opinion is of how I live.
So-called being accountable for your peace support.
I know this, Snafu.
Your weaponized feminists on your channel.
It's easy to figure out who I am, and anybody can do a background check on old Benton, partner.
No, I'm talking about you let someone running around. What's the background check on Benton and say, partner?
Yeah. Because when I was when I was homeless all them years, I came to understand there's a lot of people are homeless and live anywhere but an apartment because they can't rent no place because they can't pass a background check. I can.
Well, good for you.
Yeah,
I'm a felon.
So maybe you
motherfucker.
can't. Maybe you can. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, he can't. He's Section 8'd out.
Just pick apart your life, Snafu.
The warehouse incident.
To let you live, Snafu.
Ever since the warehouse incident, he can't get.
Can't get it.
He can't get a lease.
You don't need to be coming at me, brother. You really don't need to be coming at me.
I'm coming at you because you're supporting P on your channel with the symbology.
Wait a second. He was pushing P? Hold on, Snafu. He's pushing P over there?
Well,
he's pushing P optics?
Yeah. I'm trying to be what you told me, you know.
I'm older now, okay? I'm trying not to just say a bunch of crazy shit here. So
say a bunch of crazy shit because I saw a guy with the symbol.
You're over there pushing P, man. Optics are high.
Well,
yeah, I saw a guy with the universal predator sign on your channel. Okay, and then I see some weaponized feminists on your channel, and you fucking acting like clown.
Depends on what weaponized feminists.
Turn it off,
pushing P. Making his audience for donations, pushing P.
Well, real quick, Paul, I want to tell you how that all got started. You know how it got started? Because I thought you were live. I didn't realize.
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
This is what you call
damage I realized, control. Wait a minute. Hang on, Snafu. Hang on, Snafu. You didn't let me finish.
He thinks he's a fucking clown.
He's pushing Pogo optics right now.
But then I realized we're not beating him in the ratings because I'm at 0 donos, and I know he's gotten donations today. So that's
right. You're looking at the wrong number. Snafu pig, please.
Yeah.
You're looking at the wrong numbers, like I told the pathetic warrior. 600 views and $1 will get you on the bus. He didn't want to listen.
You're absolutely. Yeah.
And that's not pushing P, right? I'm not pushing Pogo optics. I'm just saying, value for value when you give it and get it. You could say you're valuable, but when you give it and don't get it, something might be off on the equation. Or maybe you just got to stay humble and stay consistent, right? I'm not telling somebody jump out the window and go, oh, I'm not doing something right because nobody's giving me nothing. I go, just stay humble and stay consistent and stay passionate and truth about what you do and do what you love to do and be good at it. The value's bound to show up at some point.
Yeah, I agree. And what I told them was it says more about them than it does me.
Sir. What you're doing here today is called damage control, sir, which is fine. I've been there many times. You're in damage control, sir. That's why you're on panel, which is fine.
Snafu's not getting any contributions and gifts because nobody sees what he does on his channel as valuable the way he does it. If he did it a different way, maybe that would change, but he won't listen to do that.
Right. And I should. I used to be that way. I used to do it.
I should play a Snafu video. I haven't played his video in a while. It's my bad. That's what I've done wrong.
Well, I've just been worried about you because you have had.
No, you haven't. You've not been worried about me, Snafu.
Symbol on his forehead.
That's a fucking lie. You have not been worried about me.
Because you're getting involved in Pogo optics, and that's where I get
involved, man.
Because
you would prefer that I actually did bad shit.
Hello?
Who are pushing?
That's why I got away from the over 3 to 4 hours because it starts to become a marathon and a chore, right? You gotta do what you love to do that you're good at, and then let go, right? So if that means less is more,
like an hour and 45 minutes. Yeah, I agree. Sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah, what I'm saying, man, is like
speaking of money, Tarek, you owe me money. Well, you don't owe me, but I still haven't got my money since Benton did it. Where's my fucking money? Since I'm gonna pull Benton today. Where's my fucking money, Tarek?
You fucking retard. I got you that hat. $32.
Cash App 007, motherfuckers. Give me my fucking money.
All right.
The thing you're doing now what Benton was, but hold on. Why? You're doing what Benton was doing, right? Well, now you're sticking the people up for something today, and you're making them try to pity you, and or feel threatened by you. That's not how you want to get it. You're not getting it the right way.
I will go in damage control.
You got to be humble, fool. You got to be humble before the creational force. I mean, you don't have to be humble before the people. Obviously, I call the audience slaves sometimes, but a lot of that's euphemistic. And just, sir, please, someone shut the mud pig up.
No guerrilla grifting.
Yeah, there's no gorilla pimping over here. You don't get points for that, right? If you're gorilla pimping, you're running out of game. That's all that means. If you got to put your hands on a woman or you got to threaten her, you ran out of game already.
Couldn't agree more.
We don't support that.
Absolutely not. No history of laying hands on anybody, for the record. Just so we're clear.
Well, it was
but I understand what
right?
you're saying. What?
It was metaphorical, you know.
I know. I got it.
Oh my God!
I think
Tarek's about to go.
You're out of control. You're out of control right now.
Yeah, because he lives for this. He lives for this.
I know, but he's got to reel it back in because the people want to hear him and see him until he does
You're
this.
an idiot. You're not listening to anything I'm saying.
I think Tarek's about to go Muslim on your ass, and I just was disappointed of you promoting symbology of peace.
I want to ask Ben one thing because he said something in his broadcast one day or about my laugh, saying it's a little bit psychotic. And I heard him earlier talk to Paul and said he doesn't diagnose anybody on the internet, but that seems to me a little bit off.
Okay, well,
I don't have to be a clinical psychologist or a rocket surgeon, as Kevin said, to look at someone and tell that they're extremely dissolute and have serious personality disorders and life issues.
That Randy Reeves is a pedograph person linked with all the motherfuckers. The person you just pulled up. That's why they're trying to put my full name out there.
Relax. We're just showing what he was saying. It was nothing crazy.
Your giggle seems psychotic.
That's why I'm at you, Benton. These fucking fucktards are really here.
I respect that.
And you're just.
Someone go get Yolanda. She's really sick of the drama, but she appears everywhere that the drama starts. Someone go get her.
Yeah. I'm not here to attack you.
Oh my God, I'm so sick of all the drama. I wish it would stop while I created and feed into it. You guys are so fake on here. It's amazing.
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
Like they you can't even show them or teach them how to be real all the way. They're so not used to it in their life. You show them like 365 and tell them, and they still don't know how to get it done. Real with themselves and others. All right, where are we going with this? We never got to break-in slave news. We never got to Paulie's picks. Crypto, slavery. I'm up. Once again, I've made the right decisions while the rest of the slaves were sleeping, losing, failing, not producing, not investing. I've won again, folks. I've done what Donnie Trump cannot, what the white hats cannot on the ground, financially and otherwise, with broadcasting. That's why I'm the god of all media. Crypto's a media. I'm the god of that media right now. All I have is I am that am at this point. I don't know about anyone else or anything else. Maybe Illumitommy's up thousands of percent in crypto. He's going to get himself a new hovel on the corner of Jason Street in Denver. As we know, very illustrious neighborhood, known for many things, such as crack cocaine, methamphetamine, armed robberies, and such. Your thoughts on any of this, Tarek and Ben? Oh, Yolanda's here. There, see? Somehow or another, when Yolanda comes here, she should look at this. When she comes here, there's very little talking, very little arguing, very little gossip, very little problems. All the places else where there's love and light consistently, constantly fighting, arguing, gossiping, cycling in the chat, drama. Amazing how that works, huh?
Oh, gaslight. Right.
It's almost like we're completely in inversion land with projection. What did I have for you? What do you want? Benton, what do you want? Tarek, what do you want? Do we want crypto? Do you guys even give a fuck? Is it complete?
Ben wants money. You know that today. He wants money. Ben wants money.
Send it to Mitchell. He needs it more than I do.
I'll take some too.
It's a long time between settlements. It's a long wait between settlements.
I'm just saying, we don't have to ask what he wants. He let us know what he wanted today, Paul.
Oh, for God's sakes. No, let it go.
Yo, a guy named Mr. Benton. He be a grifting, fucking feeling.
I'll sing it. Where can we get the words?
Give me money where I go.
Oh yeah, life are free, but you can give them to the birds and the bees.
What I want.
That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
That's what he wants.
He wants that money.
Give me such a thrill. But your love don't pay my bills, honey.
That's what I want. What he wants.
That's what I want. That's what I want.
Oh man, that's good stuff right there. Can't deny that. Even with grifting and low life behavior, I can do something with it and make it into a good time. See, that's why I'm the god of all media. Thank me later, folks.
Thank you very much. I got to get out of here, folks. I'm way past my whatever I do in the afternoons. Although I've left
masturbation
twice.
time. It's
Yeah,
way
left
past
twice
my
and came back.
masturbation session time. I gotta go. I also am a afternooner. Okay, let's not get into it. And it's good to see you here. Come over more often. Don't be a stranger. As long as you can take the heat.
I hope Illumitami with his peace sign ain't gonna show up to your masturbation time.
All right, and Tarek, if I was insulting,
with his peace sign gonna show up to your masturbation time.
if I was insulting, that was not my intention. But
Ben,
the giggle is slightly psychotic.
No, it's okay.
All right.
I didn't say anything about it because it was nothing serious. I just wanted to ask you. That's all. It's no big deal. You're entitled to.
Well, thank you.
Take it easy.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
That's what you call damage control, folks.
Right. I'm not even going to point out how much of an amazing producer I am while hosting the broadcast and commenting. I mean, imagine if I had a modicum of help here. Someone who is my eyes and ears, who had the comedic genius-like brain that I have. We'd really be going places. But hey, if you want stuff done, you got to do it yourself. It only allows me to get better at what I do. I'm not complaining.
Step by step, day by day.
Just know one day I will be on Spotify and I will completely destroy Joe Rogan and all the rest of these clowns in so many different ways. Imagine when they give me the budget and the crew and I get to like actualize.
All right, Smith, I don't have anything planned. So what you got, partner? Let's go. I can produce. If you need me to bring up some screens, if you want to share a screen. See, we've yeah, this is great. I agree, Sunshine Time. I enjoyed that quite thoroughly. Yeah, that was a sick duet. Yeah, thanks. Well, and you know, there's a little bit of lag. Plus, I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, Paul's definitely got talent. I mean, there's no doubt about that. He's a talented fellow, certainly. That cannot be denied. Sterling Ray. But yeah, Smith. What are you doing, Smith? Smith whined and cried and complained. I just said, "Hey, I'll turn the show over to you, partner." Where the fuck is he? All right, whatever. I don't even know what you mean, Tom, but let's go. Whatever. And there's no rush, but I'm just saying, well, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, bring on the next contestant. Yeah. Something's happened to my brain. You know, I used to have pretty good rhythm, and I could like sing along with a lot of songs. And I seem to be losing that ability for whatever reason. Yeah. Come on now, Yolanda. Surely you're not behavior policing. I know you're making a joke, but all behavior police are bastards. Did y'all see what I went through over at Machine Lies, by the way? Oh, I forgot to clip that. See, I need to be able to play those clips from us. That's the problem, man, with those long live streams. If I forget, because I do these hit and runs sometimes on the overnights, you know, like Flow State or Machine Lies, I'll just get in for like a couple of minutes and then leave, but I'll do that like 3 or 4 times. Oh, are you coming up, Smith? What do you want to do, man? What do you want to do? Hey, shout out to Mindful Exposures. Let's promote some channels while we're at it. Why don't we do that? Appreciate everybody being here. When what? Yeah, I blame YouTube too, Christina. Let's promote some channels. Mindful Exposures has a channel. Excuse me. Pardon me. Hey, here comes Smith. All right. What's happening, partner?
What's up, man?
Chilling. How you?
I'm all right.
Cool. What do you got for us today?
Man, I don't got nothing. Just anything. I got truth, but I always respond to the chat, and people are down there saying whatever the fuck they want to say. Those same people who are always talking trash are never clicking the link. Isn't that a weird coincidence?
Yeah, I'm not a big caller outer of the chat, but I'm starting to notice that as well. It's becoming more and more of a thing.
Perpetual haters who never click the link. They
Well,
just want to sit down there and talk shit, but they can never click the link.
Well, and
I'm not ever trying to have drama with anybody. And that's why, no, I wasn't down there whining. I just said, hey, come on, Tommy, let's go live. I'm bored. It's fucking early. I got the day off. On the seventh day, God rested. I'm not God. I'm fucking fall way short of his glory. But I take the seventh day off. I work the other 6 days. So I'm up. I get up at 2 o'clock every morning, no alarm. I sleep about 4 hours a night. So I'm up,
Well, it's technically the first day, but I got you. I understand.
Yeah.
You know that better as well as anybody. Not trying to get you on a technicality, but yeah, we treat the Sunday as the last day.
Yeah.
But
no, it was not a knock on your I appreciate your broadcast. Like I pointed out in your chat, you and I won't even mention the channel are two of the few panels. I don't know if there's even any other ones that even cover anything truth at all. And so I thought that the name of your stream yesterday was sort of ironic because if you go to most panels, you're not going to get any truth. You're going to get division. You're going to get the government narrative.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Talking points, absolutely.
I got booted off a stream last night for calling somebody out on communism. It's like, if you want something, what do? For the most part, you go drive truck.
Yeah.
No one owes it to you. No one.
No.
And so the point they brought up to me is they're like, well, what if somebody can't work? It's like, okay, I get it. So abortion should be legal because what if a woman gets raped? Yeah, I agree that happens. But most people are sitting sucking off the system who are able-bodied. That's the problem. That's probably why the rest of the world hates America. Get out and fucking earn it yourself, people.
Yeah,
Maybe I just say it like that because I grew up poor and I fucking earn every dollar I have. And it's not about money. Money does not bring you happiness. And I've told people that multiple times. But yeah, that gets me pretty riled up.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, certainly. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, it's only the perpetual victims that want everything handed to them. Get up here, Tom.
Oh, he's coming. He wants to test out his laptop.
Oh, you got a new one? I'm working on getting a new one here real soon. I'm gonna jump off panels for good, and then I'm just gonna start putting graphics to my video because people have to be entertained. They cannot stand to just like read something or hear. They got to be entertained. It's got to be entertaining. So
well, and the title for this stream, some of that is about these folks I've been running into in other live chats, and Destroyer, who's around here sometimes, and my thing is I'm happy to have people never type a comment. I'm happy to have people engage with the live chat. I'm happy to have people engage in the live chat occasionally, come up on panel. Basically whatever people want to do is fine with me. But the fact is, that's an inferiority for people who choose to be fucking nameless, faceless, and voiceless. That's inferior to what me and you are doing. That's just how it works. Yeah. This is not equal.
I mean, I don't have my face up there. Everybody's seen all three of our faces up here before. I know, coward. Cowards go first to the lake of fire. I got no issue. So
yeah, so
I stand firm on my beliefs.
So we can never be equal. I can never be equal with Destroyer or whoever else I was arguing with in Machine Lies live chat. Those people are beneath me when it comes to this realm and what we're doing in the internet. That's just what it is. I didn't make it that way. And fire when ready, Tom.
Are you guys feeding back through mine?
No, you sound good on my end.
Sounds
you
good.
See how my circle is like flickering?
Looks good here.
Yeah, looks good.
Oh, that's
like when you guys talk.
Yeah, do you have like some kind of audio interface plugged in or anything?
Grab my smoke.
No.
Because mine does that
I think
too.
the speaker's just that loud.
Yeah, see, mine also does it. But it's my my audio interface. Yeah. And anybody that just wants to do basic live streams, especially if you're using StreamYard, even with OBS, I'm on this old, my main computer is a pretty good computer, but I do the comments on just an old ThinkPad that has Linux on it, and you don't really need to know anything to run Linux if you just want to fire up the web browser and get on StreamYard. I mean, it's basically nothing to it. It's not even, this is like, you can get one of these ThinkPads for like $150, you know, refurbished on Amazon. It's this is the golden age of affordable electronics, folks. Take advantage. I do have a complicated setup here. It was not that expensive.
I just got back from grabbing my cigarettes. Tommy must have dropped off, but I heard you. So
yeah, he'll be back.
I'm thinking about getting a new computer for Black Friday. I'm either thinking that or a new phone. I hate buying technology. I just refuse it all. Is none
best
of it's
time of the
made
year,
here.
though, to get a new phone. I'm probably going to snag a new phone this season. Go ahead, sir.
Is there something you recommend? So I've seen I can get a what is it? Something MacBook Pro refurbished was about $225 with 16 gigs. Is there something you recommend? You seem pretty tech savvy.
See, I'm not that up on the hardware these days. So I would, if you know anybody, any nerds, especially in real life, I would just ask a nerd, like a younger nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know how to do what I need to do, but my thing is I don't fuck with Mac at all. I don't think there's anything bad with it. I just don't fuck with it. And I can't use Windows anymore. It's just Windows. At a certain point, I just tapped out of Windows. I'll never use it again. So I'm on Linux, which has its own drawbacks, but it has some advantages too. One advantage is it can run on older hardware pretty good, but go ahead.
I was just going to say, what type of computer do you use then?
Well, I have one of those mini PCs. Have you ever seen these things?
No.
It's I got it on Amazon for like $300 plus tax, and it's basically the guts of a laptop, but they put it in like a rectangular shaped box, effectively.
Okay.
And it's fully Linux compatible, so all I had to do was install Linux, and everything just fucking works out of the box. It's pretty amazing.
So do you do like a VPN then?
I do, but only VPNs don't really do what people think they do. So I only use a VPN if I want to download like movies off of BitTorrent. That's pretty much the only thing I ever use one for. Yeah. Because the VPNs are, I mean, they have their uses, but they're a little overblown as far as security. They don't really help security that much.
That's my opinion. Anybody
and they
who's
slow
tech
your
savvy, they're
real
getting
quick,
through all that shit.
And they make your connection slower too, by the way. It slows your internet
What
down.
up? What up, Tom?
What's up?
I wasn't trying to call you out there. I just said that I was trying to put out the pro-Islamic optics that are all over YouTube, every channel just about, and you cut me off the other day. I'm good with it. We're all good, but I had an important message to share.
I don't even remember what you're talking about, man. Everybody is after me, Smith. Do you think you really register on my shit?
I would hope not, because I'm not after you. But I'm just saying, I'm out here trying to share truth that it's
Thanks for the donations.
optics everywhere.
I'm trying
and
not to
word
dox people,
Mohammed comes from the
so
word Baphomet.
if you want to be recognized, please post in the chat. Thank you.
Probably no connection there.
Well, and I will say this, if you're wanting to do any kind of video editing, you do need a pretty decent computer, just for the record.
And that's where I've gotten.
Yeah.
But I've seen that you can do a decent amount with CapCut. I need a better phone. I got the oldest phone, and so I called it, and they're like, "Well, we got," and I'm like, I'm not doing that. I want the cheapest one. I don't know. I'm not. It's not even about the price of it. It's that I refuse to give my money to China and to these foreign companies and countries.
Well, yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much all coming out of there these days.
I definitely don't do safe space, Lizzo.
Yeah, Lizzo's one of those nameless, faceless punks that's always hating everywhere he goes.
I've seen Lizzo cam up.
Oh,
Lizzo was forced to go trans through part of his life.
Oh, that's fucked up. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm pretty cool with the LGBT stuff, as folks may know. I've had trans friends.
Yeah,
I don't discriminate.
Going dude style.
I mean, I don't.
It's complicated. You'll just have to ask him sometime.
Lizzo, what's up, Lizzo? Thanks for your support.
I'm not
always.
against him either. So when I put my stuff out there, people think like I'm some kind of bigot. I think the best part of me getting a lot of these subscribers from the channel is this is me at my worst. So I don't usually lose subscribers. It's like, fuck, if you subscribe to me and I'm talking the way I do, then whatever. It's all good. Like I've lost a couple subs in the last couple days sharing that the link behind Muhammad and Baphomet, and Muhammad married a 6-year-old girl, but there's no connection there. And then they're like, well, he consummated it at 9 years old. Now look up the definition of consummating. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a... And I won't say the word because you don't want me to, but YouTube's not against that. They're not. They want it all out there. Everything shall be known. It's like they're putting it in people's faces. They don't care.
Well, I tend to agree with that, actually.
I think they're gaslighting people, and they're like, what are you going to do? They wanted January 6th. They wanted like nationwide protests so they could crack down with martial law. It didn't really happen. But that's what they wanted. They don't care if people talk about it now.
I guess.
Give me a second. I'll show you what I've got for my computer. This, I'm sure you can get something better for the money now, but this was what I got at the time. Let's see.
Tom, you heard of 2 Tuesday? It happened in 2022.
No.
Oh, it was all over the news. It was February 22nd, 2022. It was all twos. It was a Tuesday. Anyways, it was a big day. 777 days later is the eclipse. It means nothing, though.
Can you see this thing on the screen, Smith?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a little rectangle.
And then you just get your own separate monitor, but you can get monitors cheap as shit.
Oh yeah, dude. I got
TV.
2 monitors. I paid less than $200 total for the monitors.
You could probably even hook it into your TV, couldn't you?
Yeah. People. I don't have a TV, but yeah, people that have like a modern TV, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Modern TV is basically a computer monitor. But go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I need like, from what I've read, at least 16 gigabytes of RAM to start doing some
Yeah,
editing.
it's got 16, but don't buy this one. This one's outdated now, but there's, for the same money, there's going to be something better out there. But this works great for what I do. But I don't recommend anything particularly. This is, everybody do your own research.
No, I don't mind the recommendations. It's all good. I like that.
Well, that brand seems to be pretty good. It's Chinese though. It's all Chinese. See, I'm just buying whatever. I'm taking the moral component out. So that's where you're going to be, that's where you're going to run into problems potentially.
Yeah, no, I agree. And so, but that's kind of why I put it off because it's like, as soon as you buy it, you give it 6 months, a year, it's outdated. It's
well, that's just how computers work. I mean, it'll still work. It's just not going to, you'll be able to get something better for the same money. But if you go by that, you'll never buy anything, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like a new car. You drive it off the lot, it's worth half the value. So that's, I've just struggled with, I went through $5,000 phones in less than 3 years. Just they break, or they're like, well, the battery's not covered. You want a new battery? It's $250. It's like, I'm not fucking doing this.
Well, I'm convinced that the $200 phones are way more durable. I think the more expensive you go, the easier they break. Dude, I just slap a case on these Motorola's and I drop them all be careful with them, but I drop them all the time. I've never had a problem.
Yeah. So that's the only thing that's kept me from doing editing. But I mean, it's never about me. I want the research out there, but I have, some of the original stuff that I put out there. I see all over Twitter and YouTube now. You can Google Kobe born 5,666 days after Jordan, and there's 20 different people posted on YouTube or Twitter with no context. That's not the important part. It's that Kobe's the supplanter. I'm not going to go into all that. I'm just saying it's like, fuck, I should have put actual videos out there so people weren't stealing my research and making it stupid. They're making it stupid.
Welcome to the internet.
No, they're allowing themselves to be stupid.
Oh,
no one
the
can
doggy.
make you stupid.
The what's that?
What's up, dog?
No one can make you stupid. They're willingly stupid.
I just think they're making a joke of the reason. They're saying, "Whoa, look at this! Isn't that a trip? Now on to the next distraction." I'm like, no, check this out. It's about Jordan. It's about Jordan.
Oh, Jeff chops wood with his dogs is live, by the way. Give me a second. I'm going to show that.
Jeff's cool.
And get all the dogs.
Street bullets.
Oh, nice.
No, those are, I find these where I walk my dog.
Oh shit. If y'all want to go hang out with Jeff, he's here in the chat sometimes. Well, actually, pretty much every day. Go pump his numbers up, if you don't mind. Let me see if I can drop his link here. I keep forgetting to put his link.
So hey, again, Ben,
go
no
ahead, man.
disrespect to you or your broadcast. Like I said, I love what you offer. You do offer truth. I'm not your producer. I'm whatever. Like I said, I appreciate what you do. I never watched Jordan play one game. Neither have I. I'm just going to respond to the chat real quick.
Go for it.
Colby
do whatever
had
you
no
want.
relevance in my life.
Sorry, what's that? I stepped on it.
Or one who takes the place of someone else. Kobe is Jacob is Israel. Does it make sense? No, it doesn't. You need graphics behind it. I got nothing but love for you, Mr. Miyagi. But it's like you're saying nice things one time, and then you're like, "What's the point?" Okay, then you don't get it. It's all good. I don't watch Jordan either, but there's an entire culture around him. People get shot in the streets over his shoes. First billionaire athlete with the all-mocking tongue. Been putting his name on people's souls since the 322nd day of 84. The new Speaker of the House was supposed to be a guy with the last name Jordan, born on the same day as Michael Jordan a year later, and instead, it's another guy born. Anyways, I'll put it in my newest video. Maybe it'll make sense with graphics, so I'm waiting to put that out. Coronation of 38 Special, Part 3. Thanks for having me on, Benton.
Are you leaving? Oh, you were welcome to hang out if you wanted. I'm just trying to get set up here, man. You ain't got to bounce.
I'm getting riled up, man.
Get riled up. Give them hell. Shit, who cares?
Ah.
I don't care.
People refuse to love the truth. They refuse to love it. They want to put their head in the sand and say, "No, it doesn't affect me." Do you see it affecting you? Where was Jesus baptized, Miss Miyagi? Was it the Jordan River? Where was Sodom and Gomorrah? Was that the Jordan Valley? Oh, it was. Okay. It was. Hey, the new Speaker of the House? Who does he share a birthday with? Is it with the King of Jordan? Oh, it is. Holy shit. It's like I'm on to something. So my first video I put on my channel, my first original video I did about Coolio. Gangster's Paradise releases on 7/11. On 11/7, the movie Dangerous Minds releases. Want to know what else happened on that day? Obama's mom died. Weird. She was born 9822 days before Coolio. Who died on 9822? Was that the Queen? Oh, it was. Okay. That was. Buzz like a bee, like Kobe. He was born 9822 days before Kobe. It's not Jumatria. It's my original shit. And I'm not buying into these. So when people say, well, the Bible's fake and Horus and Dionysus died 3 days later, it's just the same as Jesus, because they copy it. Is that not obvious? Is that not obvious? Is it not obvious they're pushing Islam everywhere? Cover your face and go green. Both are like Islam. Does that make sense? Islam paints all their metal green in their countries. They cover their faces. So take the jab and wear your hijab. That's a face covering. Does that make sense? You know, if the mainstream media is pushing it, you're on the wrong side. So if you were taking the jab the last 3 years, you're on the wrong side. If you're on the side of Hamas and you got purple hair and you're protesting in the street, go over to Palestine. They'll behead you for your way of life. How can people not see it? I'm going to hop off. I'll send you a cash app just for having me on. You don't even,
All right, brother.
I don't owe you nothing. But I appreciate that you let me share some truth here. And I can tell who is against truth. Those are the ones who throw me off panel and censor me. That's bullshit.
Well, yeah, and I enjoy promoting channels. That's why the fella's on the screen there. He comes around here, and he's just started doing live streams recently. In fact, I should probably be screen recording this now that I think about it. He privated the last one. But, yeah, man, anytime you want to hop up, if I'm not, doing other shit, you're more than welcome.
The truth will set us free, and that's the CIA and Johns Hopkins University's motto.
It's a good point. Yeah,
that's probably apophenia. It means nothing.
Yeah.
So, God bless y'all.
Later, Smith. Have a good day off, sir.
Tell me if this starts feeding back.
All right.
Like when you talk. Did I get louder?
It sounds good to me, man.
Talking. Yeah, I had it turned down because couldn't convince me that wasn't coming through the way it was making my circle light up. So, where's your next move here? Like, with all the channel and all the community drama aside, where do you see yourself taking your channel?
It's a good question, man. I haven't exactly thought about it too much. I don't know. It's a good question, Tom.
Yeah, because I do enjoy a certain amount of the drama if we could get it varying again.
Yeah, it's become unbalanced towards the drama. I agree. Well, and
the weight has come back to Snafu's bullshit, and it's like everybody was tired of it a day or two ago, and now we're back to it.
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot of drama fiends, and when it involves me and what went on yesterday, I like to replay it, of course, and then with the stream getting blocked. But I hear you. I know I played my part, but I'm assuming that most likely I'll be back to work into this month, first of next month, and that will certainly change the nature of the thing. Just that, being back on the road will certainly change it somewhat. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see, man.
Yeah, and by then I'll probably, like I said, tomorrow all right, Bobby. Tomorrow I get my hours back, but I could get a month today, but the only reason I don't is because, I don't know, there's something feels like the logic is to get the free hours back, even though it's all the same, I guess. Like if I were to get a month today, it's still infinite until the month is up.
Yeah, I'm sure we can probably get you a month of StreamYard, whether you pay for it or somebody else
I've already had people sending it to me. I'm just,
oh, sweet.
I have that frugal logic of I get my free lunch hours tomorrow, but I guess technically it doesn't matter.
And shout out to the donators, by the way. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Come on, Joe, stop. Actually, I might have to take him outside.
What are we making there? Oh, I see what you're doing.
But still not finished this because I just been wearing it with the pins in it. But I got other shit to put on it too. Oh, do you want to watch have you ever seen that Psy with MC Hammer shit?
I don't think so.
Never mind. I might use that for a live stream.
Oh, you talking about you talking about the performer Psy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't. But yeah, just save it for the video. Whatever you want to do.
I was gonna say I can still use it even if you want to see it. It's whenever they did a surprise thing where MC Hammer's with him and they mix the Gangnam Style with Too Legit to Quit. It's fucking epic. Because they both, they do a part where Psy and his people are with MC Hammer doing the old MC Hammer dances, and the two songs are mixed together, and then they alternate which one is the heavier mix, and then they change the dances to the other person's dances. And all the Hollywood people in the stage or in the audience are like, what the fuck is even going on? It's fucking hype. So have you already contacted a truck place or what?
No, man, that's a whole thing. I'm going to need to do some research and find out. And it's pretty easy to get hired, which is kind of the problem. And these
I just didn't know if that you're already in process or if you're just going to look or what.
Yeah, it's just pretty fucking easy to get a gig. So, I've still got enough time in the motel. Here's what'll happen, man, is if I start looking now, they all have recruiters who work on commission. So there's no version of telling these guys, hey, I'm not ready until the end of the month. There's no version of that. They can't process that. They don't know what that means. They're just going to keep on with the hard sell.
And then one day it'll probably be pretty fast one day when they start just dropping drivers for some AI shit.
Oh yeah.
Like once the company can afford it, it'll probably be a bunch of them. Same with China saying in 2 years they'll have like humanoid androids that can reshape the world, and that's sketchy because they're not saying like replace workers, they're saying like reshape the world. Like they'll just unleash them on us, and they'll be hunting us down or something. We said reshape. We don't say take your job.
Yeah, you know the game. I'm not too worried about it.
You know?
If it wasn't
I'm not.
winter, I'd probably just go be homeless for a while, but might as well make some money. I definitely want to get my car. It needs just a little bit of work, nothing too crazy, but I want to get like a full solar setup for it so I can use it for, if I go camping or whatever, I'd like to be able to use my slow cooker and all of these things, and also do, live stream.
I'll email you some companies for stuff like that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I know Tom's well versed in the solar.
If you want, Google Craigslist, the Denver Craigslist, and see if there's any like in-state or home weekly truck jobs, because there's lots of truck jobs out here.
Well, like I say, it's a whole thing, man. It's just a whole process. So yeah.
But I don't know what you're paying at the hotel, but like half here would be like $700 or $800 a month for everything.
Yeah, I hear you. The thing about the truck is, it's like, it's a whole lifestyle thing, and then my main thing is how the food costs so fucking much. I've been eating like a crazy person.
Yeah, that's gonna keep going up. They said next month some food types are gonna double. It's fucking crazy.
And thank you, Just a Gal, for your donation. And if anybody else would like to be recognized, please let me know. I err on the side of not doxing folks, so it's hard to know. That is one of the advantages of the super chats, is I don't have to worry about it. But yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Gotta name everybody Shively when you thank them.
Well, and the truck driving, if you mean truck driving, Roy, that's a whole nother thing, man. That's a completely separate topic. The fact is, I get nonstop emails of people trying to hire me for truck driving. Like that's kind of a totally different animal there.
When it advertises for teams, is that like you take turns driving, or you got like
you take turns driving,
unloading guy? Yeah.
Yeah. So I would be sleeping while the other person's driving.
Yeah. I've looked at a couple in the past that were like non-CDL for like stuff around the state, like wine delivery and crap, but it would have been cool to get one where like Camacho could have just rode with me, like auto parts delivery or something.
Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely.
I can't tell if I went back to work just for something to do and some money, I can't tell if he'd like be weirded out because I've been home for like 3 years, or if he'd be like, great, now I get the house back while he's gone. What's up? You want to go outside? Since I'm on through the laptop, we could also try an experiment. I've always wondered if I'll join through my phone and see if my Wi-Fi stays on all the way out there and back.
All right, cool, man.
But let me know if you're trying to get off or something.
It doesn't matter, really. I mean, we can take a break, or, I mean, at this point, I'm not sure it matters. Nobody else is live, so I'm about to go to the bathroom, maybe eat something.
I mean, at any point, if you're just thinking you're going to get... I forget how long you've even been streaming.
Oh, yeah, I don't know either. Let me see.
And why does it always
4
say
hours.
scheduled?
I'll tell you why. It's because I use OBS. And by the way,
I keep forgetting about that.
I've forgotten. Here's what happens. This is why I don't usually do the screen shares on my main computer, because I forget to full screen again. So you can actually see this is my entire StreamYard browser. So I just share. I have two monitors. I just share my second monitor. It's the easiest, laziest way to do it.
Yeah, because I see my full screen. Like, you don't see that with the phone, but I see my full screen. And every host that joins somebody else, you usually see their screen like that for a minute. But I didn't know until I saw TBE's stream from the other night and then checked it out. Whenever we were on Machine Lies, I didn't know he was that yokel guy fucking with me. But I thought it was funny because even under a different name, I still put it to him. And I didn't even know it was him.
So basically, this the monitor that you can see on the left, that's my second monitor on my PC, and that whole screen is what you guys see on your phone or on your computer. And then this laptop, I just run StreamYard, but I just do the comments. So this is where I read the comments, and then whichever one I want to highlight, I just highlight it off of that. Because for some reason, the StreamYard doesn't work if I try to log in multiple times on my main computer. It fucks the audio all up for some reason. But see, this is where I actually use my computer, is this screen. And that's the OBS.
Yeah, it's trying
that's
to
OBS
use
right
one mic for both of the logins, so you need more than one device. But yeah, I'll show you what.
It's easier to just keep it all separate. But this is the OBS, if anybody's curious. So this is what's actually running the stream, is the OBS software. But I still use StreamYard because it's just convenient. Technically, I could do all of this without StreamYard if I really wanted to. What's that, Tom?
I've seen OBS before because I had it, but brace yourself. Whenever I join through the phone, I might have to scramble to mute various devices here. But I'll show you what I got going on just in this moment.
Yeah, I had dual 21-inch Sony Trinitron monitors back in the day because I worked at a computer wholesaler. We had the people I worked for used to buy just like truckloads of refurbished parts, and we had an in-house guy that refurbished the monitors. So I got a hell of a deal on, back in the day, 2 gigantic CRT monitors, 21-inch, which at the time was just unprecedented for the average person to have.
All right.
So I'm was early adopter of the dual monitors.
Yeah, so here's the one I got from that computer store that streams pretty well. And then
wait, let me see that first one again real quick.
It's just like it's kind of like a Chromebook, but it's a Microsoft one. There's the stuff.
Is it running Chrome OS?
No, it's on what's the Microsoft one?
Windows?
No, the not Explorer. What's the new one? I think it's on here somewhere. You know, like the blue spirally thing.
Well, and I hate to break it to mindful exposures, but my understanding is INTJ's dominant function is introverted intuition, and ENTJ's is extroverted intuition. So you can't be both. It's one or the other. But that's my understanding of the system, MBTI.
It uses Microsoft Edge browser.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but I've heard of it.
But yeah, that's the TV I was going to send you, but I ended up needing it. And then this is the one I do the Wonder Share on. Fuck. See, like these 2 thumb drives and that external is like I could get a new computer and just plug it all into something else to transfer it.
Well, the point I'm making to mindful exposures is based on the MBTI system, one cannot have both dominant introverted and extroverted intuition. It's one or the other. But that's according to it's a theory. It's MBTI is literally a theory system, so it's not proven anyway. But I'm saying under their system. I don't personally care,
Gotcha.
But yeah, that's just it just is what it is.
All right, I'll see if you guys can hear this, and then I'll go outside and see if this stays. Plug this in for a second. This will probably just be a clip for the show, but you'll get the idea right away. It's actually pretty silly.
We've also got phenomena, whatever that means.
Can you hear it?
Yeah. Yep.
Oops. Oh my. Let's bag it up because I fucked it up.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
That's how Z says phenomena.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Oh, it cracks me up every time he says it that way. All right, let's head out.
More of a pigs.
Yeah, and if it
I'm
drops,
more of a
it's
pigs in
laptop.
space type of guy.
I had that for Atari.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it was a sweet game. All right, let me jack it on and we'll head out.
Cool, man.
You want to go out? Come on, show. And then if it drops me, that laptop will just sit there till I get back.
All right, then.
Grab some cornbread for the squirrels.
Well, and you see, since we're getting into the MBTI talk down there, wait a minute, which ones?
What's that?
Oh, you're good, man. Since we're getting into the MBTI talk, I had a unique experience where the way I was raised with the Jehovah's Witness religion that I never joined and never believed in. That's very important. I was a child. It wasn't up to me, folks. Every time I mention Jehovah's Witnesses, I'm talked to in the chat as if I chose to join the fucking religion. I never did. I never believed it. I was never baptized. Fuck is Tom doing here? I don't know.
Going down nowhere. I was just watching my dog run out.
All right, cool. But so I was actually socialized and trained to behave as if I was very extroverted, but I'm actually very introverted. So that was I actually thought I was an extrovert, believed I was an extrovert until well into my 30s, which is kind of fascinating. But I always enjoyed doing, is that blood? I always enjoyed doing things by myself my whole life. Like I'm the type that would go bowling by myself and never thought it was strange. I'd go out to eat by myself and never thought it was strange. And I had a lot of friends. Like I was very socially successful. Had a lot of, had like 100 friends in college. That's not an exaggeration. I socialized a lot. So I'm kind of good on having very little friends now. Although, yeah, friends are good. I'd rather have more, obviously. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was the furthest away from the router.
Yeah, your video froze. But yeah, now you're back.
See, there's squirrels live in that vent. So I leave them offerings.
Well, yeah, that's the right
But
flow.
then whenever,
Sorry, it's what drains the person's energy versus what energizes them, I'm assuming.
Act aggressive.
It's been a few years since I studied up on that stuff. I can tell Flo knows way more about it than I do, so I'd rather just let the person with the knowledge carry it. What's up, Brielle? Good to see you.
He just came over that fence. I forgot to get a shot of that. It'll just be like, whoop, up over there. See, he jumps over there to take a shit, so I don't have to clean it up over here. Whenever I moved in, this was all like garbage and dead trees and this telephone pole and shit.
Well, and that is in a context,
right?
Flow State. That is in a context. I should be more specific. All roads lead to people. And again, I'm speaking very generally. There's always exceptions, but all roads lead to people attempting to deal with their social isolation would be a more correct statement. But yeah, there's always exceptions to that, clearly. Tom's got a nature spot out here. Oh, is that your, what is that?
Where?
I don't know. I was running my yap.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
This is like the dog run they built. It used to be like junk and dead trees and stuff. It's one of the like things the company did to try and look legit, but they still suck like the last company. But my dog's cool enough to jump back here to take a shit. Might be able to get him to jump the fence.
Yeah, Tommy is a very good dog daddy. That's right.
Yeah, man, I could, if it wasn't for, I mean, he could walk all over town with me unleashed. If it's really late, I'll let him. Like, if it's like 2 or 3 a.m., we'll go all the way to the lake and back without him leashed. And the cops, if they pass us, they don't even care. But in the daytime and shit, when it's busy, I'll still leash him up. I'm trying to grow some grass indoors before winter so he can like eat grass inside. Come on, Joe. Let's see if I can get him to jump the fence over here. Oh, there's the squirrel. It's coming to get that cornbread.
You know, I never figured out what type either of my wives were, but I think they're probably both ESFJs if you're still listening, Flow State. Oh, yeah, I see him down there. What do you think about that? Pretty sure both of them were. Hard to know, though. For sure. Damn, what the hell is...
They get aggressive with me. It's like I bring them food and then they like want more and they like bark at me.
Oh, yeah. Not a big fan overall. I got no beef with them, but... I mean, they're just like cute rats, effectively, right?
Yeah, in the city, when they're eating trash and stuff, they're like tree rats. But in the country, they are like fat little things to eat. That's why I'm getting these fat in case things get crazy.
Nubs is like the buzzing of flies. I just now noticed your text there.
Oh, I forgot it was on there. Yeah, I went on Pineal last night just to fucking give Nubs shit. Because at first I was in the chat and Nubs was like, oh no, not Tommy. And I was like, I wouldn't panel with this peasant. And then he talked enough shit. I went up and like stuck it to him. Reminded him he's been abandoned by his daddy and all that shit. Alright, freaking out. Let's leave it in the offering spot. Come on, Joe, come on. Come jump this fence. Come on. Oh, shit. Come on. Come on. Usually he clears it. Oh, now it squirrel's up there on the... It's up there barking from that... fucking... forget what they're called.
Hey, I gotta hit the head. I'll be right back.
Alright, I'll probably make it around that furthest point again. Whoa, look at those 2 squirrels. You coming out for the food? There's one poking its head out. Man, they are getting fat. Sometimes there's one like poking its head out there. Hope this thing doesn't slash my hand up. There's a dude downtown, man. It's like they're all crawling all over him to get food. All right, come on. Here. see where you can see where some like crap is there along the hill, that white crap. There was a
Well, Tom's freezing up, but that was to be expected. Yeah, I'm a cat person, Sterling Ray. Dogs to me are kind of like people. Most of them are shitheads, but some of them are cool. It's just my opinion. "21-inch what? Razvan, what's he talking about up there? What are we talking about? Yeah. Yeah, Flo says, I think that's not, he's talking about the me dating ESFJs. Sounds reasonably accurate from what he knows about me. Opposites attract, makes sense. People pleasing. Well, yeah. It's an interesting way to put it, but yeah, they were both that way, certainly, to some extent. Well, the second one for sure. I don't know. I don't want to get too much into it. But yeah, it's interesting. See, I don't know enough about it. What the hell does this mean? Socionics. Flow State's going to send me back to studying. What's up, Poochie?
All right, I'm going to switch back to the laptop.
Yeah, no worries. Going to mute your phone.
So how can... Oh, hold on.
I'm going to unmute your laptop. No, Tommy's in an apartment.
How can one be in somebody else's stuff but use their like StreamYard files or clips? Or was maybe OTW was just using his soundboard? I thought he was using like the stuff he had loaded in the StreamYard.
Yeah, I think he's running that through a separate laptop and running through his mixer, I'm pretty sure. He's a little ahead of me on some of the hardware, so good on him.
It's about the only thing, and that's just from his music background, probably.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Yeah, exactly. Well, let me see. Let me survey the landscape here. We might be about done. 67 in the house, though. I guess maybe your pooch Macho brought the ratings up.
Yeah, whenever I get a actual phone service back, I might have to do some streams of just taking him out. Take you all on a homeless camp detective run. See what we find. No, it's not a ritzy place just to go. They cleaned it up, but it's like putting a bow on a pig. It's pretty barrio, pretty ghetto. Like it only gets shittier up the street until you get to the pond or I don't know how you discern lake from pond. It's one or the other.
Yeah. It's a good question. Yeah, man. Feel free to jump on. We're again, I can wrap. I'll just go ahead and I'll clue the audience in on my thing is once I go live, I sort of get into a mode where it's hard for me to get back into, now I'm just going to be on my computer and making soundboards. And basically, if I'm going to do that sort of thing, I need to just wake up and do all of that and then go live and then be done. So when I go live earlier, if I wrap up early, it's going to limit my ability to be productive, if that makes sense. So might as well stay live. That's the way I look at it. Especially if folks want to get a panel going.
I kind of need somebody to get me on something. I'm not tired or nothing, but I got nothing to go. I don't know where to go with it.
Well, and sorry to cut you off, Tom. Flow State gets it. He says, if I was a single dude with no kids, I'd live in the hood too. That's what people don't seem to realize is that number one, some of the rundown parts of town are the most interesting, sort of, especially if you want to interact with people in the daytime. It's not the suburbs. That's where to go to not interact with people in the daytime. If you actually want to be able to walk around, Tom talked about he goes to the corner store or wherever that was, and he has something of a relationship with the business owner. Like that's a get in your car and drive to a corporation if you live in the suburbs. Right.
Yeah.
And then, the snooty neighborhoods in a city, that's a whole nother thing. Also, the freedom of the ghetto, the excitement. I enjoy being able to walk to everything if possible. I'm from a city. It's a very small city, but I'm not a country boy in spite of how I sound. And then, the main point I wanted to make was around, especially in the internet, so many folks are concerned with how their lifestyle, is viewed by other people on social media. Tom clearly doesn't give a fuck about that. I'm not even on social media. Flow State probably doesn't care that much if he was to go live like where Tom lives. I don't think Flow State's that concerned about it. Like, some of us just don't really give a fuck how we appear to other people. If I'm happy with it, that's good enough. I don't need y'all to be happy with it.
Yeah, and if you heard me talking to Tarek last night on Machine Lies, I was like, yeah, it might be dangerous here, but it's all the same to me. I don't feel in danger. And then in this day and age, it's going to happen anywhere. Actually, my old place was more dangerous, I think, than this one.
Well, in daytime, it can pop off literally anywhere. The fact is, in so-called bad areas, it's almost all the bad shit happens at night. I mean, it's pretty easy to just avoid being out and about at nighttime. That's not too hard to do.
Yeah.
Because living in the streets for so many years, people are like, oh, isn't it dangerous? I said, I go to sleep at night. I don't know what to tell you. Like, what I have to avoid is waking up too early. I had to make sure to sleep in till like 4 or 4:30 if at all possible. Because otherwise I would wake up too early, and now I'm out at 2 a.m. But it's like, most of the bad shit happens between like midnight and 3. Avoid those hours, and it's not that big of a deal. Or I would say even 10 p.m. and 3.
I do go out at those hours, and sometimes it is sketchy, but like I'm equipped for it, and I'm paying attention to things around me and just looking for where things could be like pinch points or whatever. Because I've had a box truck tail me a couple times, and there was a time that like at the lake, there was these white trucks that would constantly like keep circling and kind of casing me and revving and stuff. Like maybe some gang was trying to move in, but I never acted like I was backing down, and I kind of would even get up in their shit. Like if they parked to where I'd have to walk past them, I just like roll up and kind of like gawk at it and look at them and stuff. So nobody really fucks with me.
Well, yeah, and that's what some folks may not realize. A lot of those dynamics, it's knowing how to communicate with your body language. What does your body language communicate to the other people? I think a lot of folks are just oblivious to that.
Yeah, and I also look like a hard target. Like whether they can tell I'm packing or not, I usually have that flashlight that's a bat, or just don't look like I'm worried to be where I'm at.
Well, and
I'm pretty quick on the draw too.
Well, and once I get my fucking fitness level back, I will escape on foot if necessary. Like I'll just dip the fuck out. Like I don't have to be anywhere in particular. I'll just bounce if it starts looking sketchy.
Yeah. Well, there's that, but since most of the time I'm in my stomping ground, I'm kind of carrying myself.
Yeah, that's like, a little different thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm gonna handle it and maintain my stomping ground. But that day I walked like the 6 mile round trip. Yeah, I got out of my regular area, and if it had gotten sketchy, I would have just been the fuck out. The guy at the phone store was giving me shit that I should have just shut up, because on the way there, a lady and her daughter were going in this restaurant I was passing, and I didn't see them drop this phone, but I found this badass phone on the ground walking by. And it was unlocked and everything, like she had unpassworded it, and it was just a live phone when I picked it up. And it was big, and it had a nice case, and it seemed like probably better than this laptop. But because I'm Good Samaritan, I held up like, hey, is this somebody's phone? Nobody said anything, And I walked a little further and she realized it was hers and shouted for me. And when I came walking up, I like told her, I was like, I'm not homeless or anything, because she was looking at me sketchy, like I wasn't going to give her her phone back or give her shit. And she was like, oh, thank you. All I have is a cigarette. Do you want a cigarette? I was like, no, I don't smoke. And I was like, I was just going to wait for you to call it anyway. I would have got it back to you. And then when I went to the phone store, the guy's like, yeah, you should have just shut up and kept it. I'm like, no.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Yeah, it's not how I roll.
No, me neither.
But,
well, and I want to respond to Dick. My hometown in Arkansas is so ghetto that me and my family hadn't lived there in so long. We went, I went with my family to a funeral in the city limits. And at the mortuary, the mortuary people had to come out and remind us to put all of our, anything that looked valuable, to put it in our trunks, because the car would 100% get broken into. And we're from there, and just being gone for a few years, 10 years or whatever, 15 years, we had forgotten how bad it was. And I was like, damn, we're from here, and they got to come remind us to lock our shit. Like, this is crazy. That's one of them places. So I feel you on that.
I lost my RV. My RV was parked in the parking lot of that place I moved into, and kids ransacked it. I still got the pictures on the cloud somewhere. I might have to make a live stream about it one day.
And wherever I've gone across the country, I've never met a black person who's not familiar with my hometown, at least heard of it, or almost always they know somebody that either lives there or has relatives there. It's one of them, just one of them places. I'm from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Flow State. That's where I grew up. Although, since my parents had a successful business, I actually grew up in Whitehall, which is connected to the town. It's the city limits connect. But yeah, I was very much Pine Bluff, Gary. I was very much in the fucking. I got, because of my parents, I'm white and my parents had money. I got to be I wasn't. I didn't have to live in the hood. My grandmother lived in the hood though, and I went and spent many weekends with my grandmother. Yeah, she started a business in the hood in the 60s, and she lived in the business for a long time, and it's still operating to this day. It's like a novelty shop. They sell a lot of like drug paraphernalia and sex toys. That's what they sell these days.
Yeah, I got a sex shop. I got a Romantics just down the street.
Yeah, there's something to that. Yeah. But yeah, my hometown's basically, real quick, it's like a small version of Memphis. Culturally, it's basically Memphis, Tennessee, culturally. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but the weird thing about that sex shop is, like, despite the item purchasers, there's a lot of dudes that go there for the arcade, like the porn movie arcade. Like, occasionally there's a semi, like it's a trucker stop there and is hitting it, but like there's a lot of dudes just coming in their personal vehicles to go to that arcade. I don't know if they meet. I don't know if it's how they do the cruising.
Oh, an adult bookstore?
No, it's like,
well, that's what they call
classic. Like, they're paying for a pass to go upstairs and watch porn.
Yeah, the booths
on some booths. Or I don't know if you just kind of all. Yeah, I don't know how it is.
Well, I don't know how much y'all want to get into this, but yeah.
Well, okay. To get away from the porn, one time over near there, I met a homeless guy chilling that he offered like a fucking Go Fast pipe, and we were kind of like hiding around the thing, like hitting it, and he was saying he was getting ready to go over there because he goes to that arcade to like take a shower at like, I guess there's a sink or a bathroom up there, so he like cleans up there. I was like, that's weird, but it is what it is.
Well, yeah, and Flow State's mentioning Forest City, Arkansas, and that's one of the few places that's probably now worse than my hometown. Like, historically, my hometown was pretty much the worst town in the whole state of Arkansas, but actually Forest City is probably worse now than where I'm from, believe it or not.
I would expect everywhere is getting worse because what they're doing to big cities, they're trying to make it be everywhere. And even a video I was watching saying like, yeah, most people expect the city's crime to be getting worse, which it is, but they're finding like rural people are catching more people stretching out than they're used to. with I guess either breaking into cars or whatever's going on. So yeah, man, they're definitely succeeding in assisting this country to go to shit as fast as possible.
Well, and that is one of the advantages of a what has historically been a very shitty state, like where I'm from, is there's no big cities. Like there's not a metro area in the state over 600,000 people. So yeah, I think Little Rock might be 700,000 maybe, and then you got Northwest Arkansas, Fayetteville, Springdale, Rogers, Bentonville, where Walmart's headquartered, and that's I think less than 500. I'm pretty sure where I'm at's right at 280, the metro. So we don't really have any cities, not large cities anyway. We got a bunch of small cities.
Yeah.
And then a ton of small towns. And every time somebody mentions a small town to me, I've never heard of it. And they're kind of confused. It's like, bro, look at the map. There's 1,000 small towns in Arkansas. There's no fucking way I've heard of all these towns. It's not possible.
Yeah, whenever I have the phone coverage, I'll have to do a thing going down that drainage tunnel I was talking about. It's got a lot of graffiti in it, and it goes back into where I didn't even go the whole way. It's just kind of sketch.
Well, I love cities. I love walking around, looking. I like going to the grimy areas in the daytime, looking at the, I wasn't always 120 pounds, by the way. I used to be 180 pounds and had some muscle on me. So not that it matters that much, but, it's something of a deterrent. I know how to carry myself, but, I love to go look at the art, street art. Oakland, I walked from the Jack London Square, all the way to El Cerritos Transit Center, which I think is about 12 miles one day, just mainly to look at graffiti art. I just love visual art. I always have.
There's a lot of that in Denver I could walk around to. And also I want to do some kind of thing like that just because of how many times Paul's called Denver a shithole. Because it's got its bad parts, but Denver's actually pretty nice, especially pre all the lockdowns and stuff.
Well, and
you ain't said nothing that you ain't said,
I would
sir.
say,
that's why you're just a hypocrite.
Most cities, it's about going to the cool area and walking the fuck around for at least a few days, in my experience. Like,
yeah,
if you're going to park your car and do all of that stuff, that's just, in my experience, that's not the way to get to know a city. And like San Francisco is my favorite city. I've been there, by the way, one of the few cities I've never been hit on by another guy, by the way. Yeah, San Francisco don't give a fuck, I can assure you. They mainly just leave you alone. They just don't care. Yeah.
Yeah, that's always been known as a gay city, but
that's my point. Is they
Denver
don't
definitely.
You can find whatever you want there, but it's not going to come looking for you. Sorry to cut you off.
Denver's definitely like a graffiti type city, like from businesses to buildings, and it's good graffiti. It's not just like the junk tags and stuff. There's a lot of like ornate, good graffiti around here.
Well, yeah, and Oakland was bad then, Yolanda, but everywhere's gotten worse as far as I can tell. Pretty much everywhere's gotten worse. But, the point I was making about San Francisco is I've probably been there 10 times rather, and most of those would have been multiple days just like sleeping in the park or whatever. And every time I go there, I'll just wander by some badass whatever, something I had no idea was there. Like, there's just a lot of cool shit in some of these cities that folks are just never going to see, unfortunately, because they're anti-city. It's like, yeah, I'm not saying stay there. I'm saying fucking go check it out if you're interested, and then get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
But yeah, and again, SF was already like that. It's just, I'm sure it's gotten worse. It was already bad. Portland was already bad. Seattle was already bad. It's just all these places have gotten even worse. Oh, yeah, I was probably 2016 for me, maybe a little 2016 or 2017 for me, Moose. Yeah, I'm sure it's gotten way worse. I have no doubt of that. Hell, I would go to California if I could have my pistol on me legally and not worry about getting put in prison. I'm definitely not going to prison in California. I grew up with blacks. I can't go to prison in California. Are you kidding me? That's not an option. Anyway, getting lost in the chat now. Sometimes I forget I'm on the. Sometimes I forget I'm doing the stream. I'm just like reading the chat. It's like, wait a minute. Why isn't anybody talking? Oh, that's me. Yeah, Sac is. I don't know. I'll tell you where I like is Davis. I thought Davis. I like a lot of these college towns for some reason. I thought Davis was a pretty cool little town for the area personally. So, and you know the. I'm into the transit, so you can get to and from Sac. You know, you can go from Davis to Sac on a bus. So, I'm down with that. Never been a huge fan of Sacramento though, personally. Well, but look at Detroit, Moose. By the way, that's the thing is it's all going to come back eventually. I would assume. Like Detroit, I think is probably. Although they say with a lot of places, by the time you start actually hearing about it, it's probably too late. Austin was kind of that way. I caught the tail end of when Austin was still safe and clean and cool. Right, that's pretty much over with. Well, yeah, of course, Flow State. Although I'm more of a looker these days. I've reached the stage of old man where I can just look and I'm good. Like, and I don't mean stare. I just mean look around at what's happening and I'm good to go. And then every once in a while, one of these gals takes me on a date. One of these 22-year-old college girls, and that never works out. But it's fun. It's fun while it lasts. What's up, Poochie? That dog ain't bothered by nothing, is it? It's like you can't phase me with your live stream. Who are these bozos? Aha. That's the Delta, right? I'm assuming. I'm not an expert, but let me guess. Wait a minute. Let me guess. I'm just going to guess, Yolanda. Modesto? Just guessing. Or are we talking like, yeah, that's my guess. Or maybe, wait a minute, I got a second guess. Fuck, I'd have to look at the map. Chico. That's my two. If I don't get it then, I'm way off. But Modesto and Chico. That's my two guesses. Just going on nothing other than the intuition and just a guess. And you don't have to, by the way, don't dox yourself, Yolanda, so I don't even need to know if I'm right or not. Yeah, the bathrooms. Yeah, exactly, Flow State. That's right.
You should sit up there. Get up there. Get up there. You gonna throw him where you were just sitting? Hey. Hey. Get up there. Oh, you dummy. Can't wait till we make my coffee now.
Yeah, I actually kind of like Bakersfield for some reason. Bakersfield, there's something about it. It's just the right flavor of shitty for me. I'm not trying to move there, but... And my first time I drove to California, I had no desire to drive through LA, so I actually went up through Bakersfield on my way to Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz, and I can't say it like the locals do. I do my best, but some of these noises my mouth can't make. Santa Cruz. I can't quite get the T in there. That's funny. Oh, I walked almost 500 miles home. Shit. Oh, San Jose. See, I never knew where you were actually from. Not a big fan of San Jose either, I have to say. Nothing against it, just not... I'm more of a Berkeley kind of guy, if it tells you anything about old Benton. Or Golden Gate Park, you know, the Lower Haight. Back in the day, I'm sure it's completely fucked now. The West is the best, Flow State, I have to say. Although, I mean, it's probably not worth going now. You might have missed it. Although Big Drink T's on his way to Cali. I'm pretty sure he's leaving tomorrow, I think he said, which might be today. Santa Claus. Well, and, you know, that's, if I'm speaking to Arkansans, I don't even think about it. But Santa Claus. Santa Claus? Santa. It's like Santa. Yeah, Santa Claus. Or Santa Claus. Santa. Be Santa. I don't think anybody says Santa Claus. It's usually just Santa. I'm assuming. Santa. Yeah, there you go, Moose. Yep. Well, so is Berkeley, for the record, but at least it's cool. It's a cool shithole. Or it was. The hell, they're talking about getting rid of People's Park. I mean, that's when you know it's over. If they can't keep that thing alive. Although, it's shitty, too. But just the history alone. And it's so tiny. Why they can't keep that thing going. But I guess the homeless have taken it over anyway. Might as well develop it, right? Yeah. Santa Cruz. Yeah, I don't know. They've just got there's a certain inflection. I always try to say things like the locals if I can, if at all possible. I try. Because I've been in Austin before and had people try to, the main drag by UT is called Guadalupe, but it's spelled Guadalupe. But I've had people who aren't from there try to correct me. I'm like, no, I can assure you, the locals pronounce it Guadalupe. I can assure you. I realize it's spelled Guadalupe. That's not what they call it. And there's a stop on the Max in Portland. I can't remember what it is, but even on the bus when it announces, or on the Max when it announces a stop, it doesn't sound anything like it's spelled. And I can't remember which one that is. I'd have to look at the fucking map. But yeah, I love California. It's great. Too bad it's ruined now.
Whole country's ruined.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent.
People just don't know it yet.
Yeah. Well, I got to eat, man. I guess we're going to just see what these people do. Shout out to these people, by the way. 64 in the house. I'll drop the link in case. I think Flow State said maybe he's going to come up here in a bit. And if I don't see you, like Paul was backstage, and finally he was like, "Are you not going to let me up?" I was like, "Fuck, I didn't even see you down there." Yeah, Guadalupe. I know, that's how they say it. It's there's a weird cultural thing with the white folks and foreign-sounding names sometimes.
Why would he want to come up? He's been bitching about me all night.
I don't know. I think he was wanting to help out the broadcast. But anyway, I'll be back in a minute. I got to eat, so we'll just see what happens.
Alrighty.
It's now or never, Tom.
What do you, you're just going to leave it running and go eat?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't really know what else to do. I don't have any.
You got your food there? You're going to get food?
Oh, no, I never go get. Well, yeah, I'm not going to the store. So, yeah, I'm just going to eat a meal. It won't take long. But, yeah, thanks for clarifying. I didn't.
All right, chat. Hit me, chat.
Here's Flow State. What's up, Flow State?
What's going on, guys?
What's happening?
What's up? Just sowing.
Well, I don't want to be rude and step away, but I need 15 minutes to eat if that's all right.
Go.
Mr. State.
God, that's so fucking rude, man.
I know.
Go.
Yeah, no problem.
Cool.
I can kick it with Tommy if Tommy can tolerate me.
We'll see. We'll see. What do you do, Flow State? Where are you going to work?
Just a demo job today. Dude bought a house to fix up and flip, and it's he just needs some help with it.
Yeah. Dude, in Denver, I've done electric work on houses that are from the 30s, and they're just gonna put fresh drywall in and sell them to somebody for millions of dollars.
Yeah, I've helped this guy out a little bit along the way, and he's a carpenter by trade, and he's just too much of a perfectionist for his own good.
Yeah.
And it's really dragging the whole project down.
What, for like the demo?
What'd you say?
For like just demolishing it or breaking stuff out, he's being too tedious.
He's being well all across the board. If you're buying a house to flip, there's no reason for you to fix all of the flaws, that are invisible to the, that you can't see. Yeah. You'll never get your money out of some of these things.
Yeah, I did work in a house. It was one of those it's like a square type looking house of different layers where the front you can see all the way up. Like it's got a big staircase with a chandelier to show out the front window. The whole thing was done, and we had done the electric, and the gas line was never put in. So I don't know whatever happened with it. I actually I didn't remember where it was, and I randomly walked past it recently. Like, oh, this is that house. But I don't know how they ever did it or how they fixed it. Maybe they just ripped the concrete up and put it in. I don't know.
Hey, I got to run inside the gas station real quick. Give me about two minutes.
However long it takes a dude to give you a blowjob in a bathroom, I guess.
About 2 minutes.
Yep. Mouth's a mouth. What do you got, chat? Hit me, chat. This is dead air. Chat faggots. Oh, there it is. What are you asking me, Jonathan Montero? Is there a Shiba you're referencing to, or are you asking me a Shiba? I don't know what you're asking me. Okay, chat amongst yourselves, chat. Just you come to Benton's live chat thread.
All right, I'm done with my blowjob.
That was fast.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
I'm still doing the same thing.
I apologize. I was like, sorry, it's normally not like this. It's been a long time. What are we doing, flossing?
No, I'm sewing this on with dental floss because it's stronger than thread. Learned it from a punk YouTuber. Like, yeah, man, if you're just looking for like work clothes thing, or if you're doing some kind of post-apocalypse, just keeping your leather outfit going, man, you take dental floss over thread for sure. And then you can even like torch the end knots and like melt stuff down where you need to melt it down. No, I just barely ever floss. And I like those, I like the plastic sticks with the little hoop of floss on them.
I hate those fucking things. That box always ends up spilling like all over the bathroom drawer.
No, I'll just take one of them and use it for like a week.
Aren't those single-serving plastics?
I mean, the toothpick part's plastic, but I'll use the dental floss part a couple times. Especially if if you do it before you're brushing or while you're brushing.
I definitely don't floss like they say I should.
No, nobody does. But like I said, back whenever I was doing meth, if you still brush your teeth and stuff, you're not going to lose your teeth over meth.
I never lost not a single tooth.
Yep.
Yeah,
most of those issues are like doing a bunch of meth while you live on the street and can't do hygiene and stuff. That's how people get fucked up.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that there are some. Well, I mean, just across the board, some people just can't handle substances like others. So
yeah,
that's
yeah. Because I've never remotely got any kind of skin lesions or anything. I mean, in the height of doing it, the most. I've never started like having open sores or anything on me.
I think a lot of that shit is propaganda. You know, we're so propagandized to.
Well, I've seen them. I mean, you see the police pictures.
I mean, it does happen, but I don't think it's. I mean, you don't see that with Adderall, right? It's a byproduct of people being dirty and living hard lifestyles and taking things.
And also, there's the aspect of like. Whenever you search STD pictures online, those are pictures when a doctor was like, God damn, we need this for the medical journal. Like, it's irregular whenever you see, like, genital warts that look like those grow rocks that you used to get, or, you know, just those ridiculous outbreaks. That's when a doctor's like, yeah, we definitely need to get pictures of this for books and stuff.
That mental image was so fucking gross.
Imagine seeing the picture.
I remember that slideshow in high school on the STDs and shit, and I closed my eyes. I was like, fuck you. You're not going to ruin vaginas for me by showing me these terrible, grotesque pictures.
Yeah, because, like, when I had the clap, the girl I was with, like, I was showing her the outbreak, like, I don't know what this is. I've never seen this before. You probably don't want to fuck around until I find out. And the way it looked, she didn't even give a fuck. Like, she was still down to fuck because it didn't look like anything to her. But I knew something was wrong. I was like, no, I'm telling you, this is new. This isn't just like your Puerto Rican ass, like, tearing it up last night. Is what it was, is I had it for a while, and her Puerto Rican ass was enough to, like, make it wake up and show me I had an STD.
Are you sure that she didn't also have it first? Because if somebody said, hey, this is weird, even if it didn't look weird to me, I'd be like, yeah, okay, well, let's chill.
No, she had got it from me because I'd had it for like 2 years, but since I was a gym rat, it just laid in me suppressed. And when I went home and like had a couple nights with her partying and stuff, and I guess it had like woke it up. And so it like overnight it had started showing itself, and she was just, she wasn't concerned with it. And then by the time I got back to Colorado and she had got to her doctor, she was like bitching me out over the phone. I was like, hey, don't bitch me out over the phone. I was the one telling you before I left. And so she chilled out, but it's funny. But that's what I was saying on a stream I never got to. Anytime you have an STD, it's pointless to try and think about where you got it from. It's the simple fact you were fucking. So unless you're the one that feels you need to tell somebody, don't go looking for who you think you got it from, because it's pointless.
Tell us you spread an STD without saying you spread an STD.
Well, I don't know if I did, because for that 2 years, I don't know if I could give it to someone, if I didn't know I even had it. I don't know if I was giving it to someone. But maybe if I had hit someone up and they didn't hit me back, maybe I didn't know that's why,
Yeah, I'm just fucking around.
When they have it, they might be thinking the same thing. They don't know if they had it and might have gave it to you and don't want to like tell you, or maybe they think they got it from you. That's what I'm saying. It's pointless to try and track down who gave it to you. But if you think you might have given it to someone, you should tell them. fuck? What did I just do to this? See if anybody's talking shit. Are you going to cam up at this job? Are you going to demolition stuff on panel, or are you turning it off? Flow state is no state. No talkies. Did he drop out, or did you change the screens, Benton?
I think he dropped out. I think he dropped out. He's coming back, though. He's coming back.
Yo, how am I coming through?
Good.
Through.
There's a dead spot. There's like a half-mile stretch of just dead spot on this highway, and it gets me every time.
Yeah, it's called your life. It's called the future of America.
Both of those were just mediocre burns at best.
The second one wasn't a burn. It was a harsh reality. I've been up dealing with haters all night with no substance people would imply I used to do it, so I can't be frosty all day. I'm not going to just throw winners out all night.
You're right. My expectations were too high. They can't all be winners.
I got a lot of props for putting it to Telescope, and I put it to him so hard I think it was him and his allies that unsubbed, but that's fine with me. I wish I could get rid of all the hate watchers. Probably be back.
Hate watchers are some of your most devoted fans.
Huh? Yeah, I know. Where's my thimble? I need a thimble up in this piece. Only because I'm at the scene.
I don't know if I know Telescope.
No, he hardly ever panels, and when he does, he's a fucking douchebag. You might get along with him. He's a fucking atheist. But you're not even as bad as him about, just trying to troll and cause bullshit.
Well, I'm not an atheist, and I will actually, on the whole, I much prefer Christians to atheists.
Yeah, he started out in the machine lies conversation, and he slowly took it to my substance, the 17-year-old girl, and then he got stuff out of me I thought he was talking about when he was just trying to trace back to the 17-year. He literally thought that girl was my last relationship I was in. I was like, dude, you guys keep saying I'm 29 and everybody in these streets knows I'm 43. Do you really think that was my most recent girlfriend?
TML attracts a unique crowd. A lot of the riffraff, though. I mean, when you have a policy like his, which is basically nobody ever gets kicked out ever, you're going to end up with.
He used to call it free range panel. But I was going to suggest to him, maybe now that you are growing in numbers and you're having some good talks, maybe it's time to change up that policy. Because I mean, you or I or Benton are perfectly capable of taking the reins of the free range panel.
Right. Yeah, if you have a totally open policy, though, it's the internet. You're just gonna attract all the worst people, and it's gonna fuck up especially with the subject matter that his is. It's pretty, in depth and cerebral, and then it's like, come listen to the college lecture and then stay for the brawl.
Yeah, and he occasionally attracts other intellectuals, and that would be an event that might run them off from coming back. And also, Toilet Bowl Earth is like that place is on his radar for going to troll.
I think he watches a lot of things.
Yeah, he used to host more until he fell the fuck off. And then he still acts like he's king shit. He like, we know he fell off. Him and EBT both used to stream.
You ain't said nothing that you ain't said, sir. That's why you're just a hypocrite.
He just kind of chills in the chat now, but TBE still acts like he's in this game. And even when he does stream now, it's like either hosting the fucking Thorpes, who he used to despise, or fucking going around trolling like
gaslight.
Like he was that.
I'm not buying it. You're not even buying it. Don't you get it? Amazing personality.
Hi, Yolanda.
This girl is talking to me like she knows me.
Buenos dias. What's going on? What up, Tommy? How you doing? Flo, Ben, thanks for letting me up. I'm out.
What's up, Yolanda?
Nothing. I'm just out here rolling up my my joint for the morning.
Hello.
Letting my dog out. Yeah, I thought I'd come up because I know Tommy's disappointed in me, so this is his opportunity.
I'm disappointed in the whole community, Yolanda. I have been since before you were making your common rounds. Like, did you disappear for a while when Ian left? Or where have you been till recently?
Yeah, I've been around. After that whole exchange happened, that's when I started to investigate and look at all of your guys' platform.
We're all on the same platform, honey.
Okay, your channels.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm so tired of like, I'm glad, I think Paul's recently gotten off the broadcasting, or maybe he hasn't, but we are not the ones broadcasting. We're just doing a thing. It's a public Zoom call. YouTube and StreamYard are handling all the broadcasting. It's like, you're not running a radio station. You're not a broadcaster. You're just doing public Zoom calls like any other YouTuber could. And as far as what we don't know about it, I don't know what he's doing that he thinks is so significant.
Well, he's buying subs.
Yeah, that's kind of apparent because even with, like, I know you've been watching, but even without watching, whenever I checked and he was at like 4K, I was like, wait, wasn't he just recently at like 2 point something? Because, I mean, I've been surprised. I went up like 78 in a month, and I was surprised by that, much less like 2K in a month or two.
Yeah, you don't. I think he's almost at 5 now. Last I looked, you don't go from 2 to 5 in a week and a half and have no new viewers, no new panel members.
And if he isn't trying to monetize, or if you are past the monetized numbers already, what would even the significance be?
Street cred, bragging rights.
So what would he be paying for like 1,000 viewers or 1,000 subs?
I don't know. Ian looked into it some, and I can't remember what he said. I think it's fairly cheap, honestly.
Yeah, I don't have any ambition to, but I was wondering, like, if it's just for street cred, what are you dishing out? And I liked your picture because it literally is just a bunch of phones on a wall somewhere, most likely.
Oh, thank you. I actually thought that turned out pretty good myself.
Well, what did you Google when you found that picture?
I image searched phone farm and then sort of just put in the text and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it would be. If you had kept every cell phone you've ever had till now, you could have just done your own, technically.
But I did not.
Well, and I guess some of them are outdated as far as, like, I have a Windows phone that I still will use to carry on me and, like, get video or pictures, but I don't know how far it can navigate into today's internet. It would be funny to try and, like, it doesn't even have a selfie camera. It's only got the backside camera. I might try and hook it up just to use it as, like, you can use old phones as a separate webcam. Might do that with it.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've never tried that, but I that has my attention as well.
Yeah, just Google it, depending on what phone it is and what kind of laptop or computer you're trying to use it as a webcam. Because I got an old 360, Xbox 360 camera that I'm going to see if I can get it to work.
I have Ring, and not the doorbell cameras, but just the Ring inside cameras already.
Yeah.
I don't have any more need for them, or I don't have a need for more cameras to manage.
Yeah.
And actually, all the indoor cameras are outdoors. They're just covered. Like, I don't like cameras being everywhere, just sort of on principle. I hate doorbell cameras. I think that it's bad neighbor moves all over the place. But I had 4 cars parked outside, no garage. So I wanted something there until I got a garage framed up.
Yeah, and they're kind of like the electric cars. It's like they'd be nice if they weren't online, but they're also nice to be online for reasons. It's just that trade-off. Like, I've even seen some stuff when I watch, like, active self-defense videos and shit from that channel. There's even been, like, people self-defense shootings that it's like a parked Tesla is what caught the footage.
There's cameras everywhere here in California.
Yep.
They're even putting them all along the side on top of all of the lights on the corners of buildings. And now they've started during this past 3 years putting those police cameras at major intersections. It's so fucking annoying.
Well, and the only reason they can't just have satellites take a big wide pan shot of the country that you could also zoom in on anywhere is just the hard drive space of that 24/7 recording would just be too gargantuan. But we have the satellites that can zoom in on license plates and stuff. I know not all the chat subscribes to that, but we do. And they're not on balloons.
Yeah.
Actually,
it's all
on
good. Go ahead, Tom.
On Chaotic Truth yesterday, me and that Jay guy and a couple guys, we were going over like proof of globe. And then by the time I was like, well, how many flatties are on the panel? We found out we were all flatties. Or I mean, not flatties. We were all globies. But just the one boomer guy was like, you couldn't explain to him why the 24,000 mile circumference at the equator, you couldn't convince him why, like at the North Pole, you wouldn't just be spinning like you're on what's the thing at the park? Merry-go-round. It's like, no, that's not 24,000 miles around at the pinnacle. That would be like 3 feet around you at the pinnacle of the axis, and we're not going like 1,000 miles an hour at a 3-foot radius. We're going 1,000 and something miles an hour at a 24,000 mile equator radius. That's why it's not as fast as people think of it. It's like, yes, your car tire going 1,000 miles an hour would be insane, but the Earth, that's like not even a quarter of the rotation. Like East Coast to Denver is 1,600 miles. So that's like an hour and 45 minutes for the Earth to rotate that distance from East Coast to Denver. So that's not fast.
I don't believe in any of that shit. I don't know how anybody could ever prove it.
All right.
We are on a globe.
I got a donation 7 minutes ago. If that person would let me know if they'd like to be recognized, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Shout out to the donators today, by the way.
That's what the thing is with the flatties, Yolanda. It's like they say they want truth, but they're gripping so hard to the lie. It's like, look, man, long ago it was proven globe and you guys refuse to hear it. We don't need to fly up into space. We don't need any of this crazy bullshit they want to tie in. It's pretty simple if you can just open your mind to not being cog-dis, to not being confirmation bias.
It's a fun topic to be entertained by, but I think, like, for me, it's fun because it's great to see so many people questioning the narrative, whether they believe it's flat or whether they believe that it's round.
It's not fun to see people question the truth that they could comprehend if they just give it a second. It's like they've already made up their minds that it has to be not globe, and they refuse to hear anything different. There's plenty more mysteries out there and things to be like, ooh, figure it out if you just have it globe. Then that'd be like one less division, one less argument. But I mean, I get it, man. If you watch Z's show, he stands like ridiculously hostile day after day. It's like, how can you ever submit after spending like a year or more like that?
That topic's like religion. It'll go around and round and back and forth. But I'm a person that believes in the firmament and the different layers up until that point.
Thank you, We Free, for your generous donation.
Rockets shooting off,
much appreciated, sir.
Up there, and it's bouncing off and hitting and ricocheting.
That one felt good.
Whatever that is up there.
What about the firmament in the Bible? This is what I meant to ask you whenever we didn't get to talk on some panel. What does it say about the firmament in the Bible that implies you can't pass through it? I mean, there's the separation of waters above and waters below. I think that's the atmosphere and the ocean, because you're breathing a level of moisture as we speak.
I think it's a matter of buoyancy. There's areas in the ocean that do the same thing. Like the instrument can't penetrate it, and that's what I mean. I think that's what's happening. You mean that
underwater pond, the underwater lakes?
Yes, and I think that's what the firmament does too, and that there is probably areas that might be able to get through it, but that's where I see the rocket.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, why would we not be able to pass through it?
That's how I'm understanding.
Since we have these hot, steaming rocks that come down occasionally, or the shooting stars and such. I see those almost nightly if I'm at the pond. You go out in the country and you see shooting stars all night. Sometimes they make it through and hit farmer fields and shit.
Well, that's another, I'm a sky watcher, so I see a lot of things like that too. And that's why I really enjoy learning about the electric universe and plasma and all that. So I'm almost wondering if shooting stars may be like parts of the firmament coming in.
No, they're like comets and they're like comets and rocks and stuff. But like, you know, the Elon Musk ship, the one that does do the big like light looking spermy thing through the air. Like it looks like some kind of like oblong thing that's like traveling through the air that people have thought was it bouncing off the firmament.
Starlink or the actual, I see what you're talking about, his rocket.
I think it's the Falcon Heavy, but yeah, the one, I think it goes up and releases the Starlink satellites. It actually disrupts the atmosphere for a while wherever it passes through. And that allows Starlink satellites to make it through without burning up, because Starlink satellites are designed that when they're bulky or pass back through, they'll burn up on re-entry. But whenever that ship goes up, if a Starlink goes through where it,
I'm not buying it. You're not even buying it. Don't you get it?
It will make it back to Earth, and we've recovered them like all burnt up and singed, and you can see the label and stuff. So that's kind of an example of what's going on up there, because we definitely go into space. Like Russia beat us, and there's satellites up there, there's junk up there, there's a space station up there. There's even flat earthers that acknowledge seeing the space station in their telescope. There's YouTubers that'll show it. That's what we should do. Let me see if I can link this this dude with his telescope that he like catches the space station flying over.
Axis Rat Blood is live, if anybody's into that.
Is he doing the radio?
I don't know what he's doing. Oh, yeah, it says radio. Yeah, Rat Blood Radio.
Yeah, he doesn't really interact on. He might chat a little bit, but he doesn't do a panel or anything.
Oh, okay.
He just plays his music and shows some art. It is fun if you ever go to it.
Cool. I'm going to add him to the list of channels to promote. EBT was here earlier. I should have dropped his link. Dag nabbit.
So the other cool thing is this is the new space station that they're using, and the old one will get pushed into like gravitational pull to just burn up on re-entry. It'll probably be like visible depending on where it comes in at.
The silence is a meditation.
Do you sweat the dead air like
No.
Paul Rags on before?
No, I don't care.
Yeah.
I always have myself on mute because I never know if there's going to be a dog or something barking around.
Good idea.
Oh, it's all good.
Very considerate.
Let him bark.
I'm not an outer space kind of person either. I don't believe it myself. I haven't been there, so I can't confirm it.
Right, that's like you can confirm globe without flying up. And I mean, if you talk all that Jupiter and retrograde stuff, that's things out there moving and cycling. And then there's also like you can take a scope and it's like you can see further with a telescope than your eyes. So there's like stuff.
They're spraying the shit out of the sky right now above the hashtag pattern. This shit pisses me off so bad.
Yeah, they're blocking out the sun. All right, I haven't seen this one. It's just a short, Benton, but apparently it's this kid trying to catch the space station coming over at night with his telescope. Boop. And if it sucks, it's just a short.
Oh, are you screen sharing?
No, I put it in the back chat.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
I forgot that I'm on that tip, but I don't know if I can.
No worries. It's all good.
There's nothing on this laptop as far as files or anything. You can tell that's the space station, Jeep girl. Oh, you guys got your GOG disc? Got your GOG disc all warmed up?
Interesting.
I don't know. I mean, if you think satellites are balloons,
It's fake. It's all fake.
There's plenty of videos of a GoPro getting ballooned up till the atmosphere pops it and it falls back. So there's no way satellites could be balloons.
I'm going to go ahead and jump back down into chat. I got to start breakfast up for the family. Thanks for letting me up, Benton.
Yeah, thanks for
I'll
stopping
see you around,
by.
guys. Thank you. Have a good one, everybody.
Bye-bye. Yolanda, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, my dog just farted. Dude, Jeep girl, like GOG disc would be a step up for you. You're just like straight retarded. He knows I said he farted and he got up and left.
Nice.
Yeah, I've been bouncing back and forth between the Aphrodite anime thing and the edit of the Halloween night thing. They're both getting pretty close.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Aphrodite bit, especially.
Yeah, it's just getting to the point where I've done so much to it that it is almost done, but it like now that it has so many effects and stuff, it tends to crash the laptop. But that's the same with the member berries. It's like it discourages me from working on that one because it is so much effects and crashes so much. Might try it on this new one, but this new one's more of like a streaming thing, so I don't know. Fucking stocks could take off any time, so might get a beastie computer eventually anyway.
Hell yeah, dude. Love that. Yeah. Anyway.
Computer would be nice, but getting out of town and accomplishing shit on my land would be even better.
On the land.
I'd like to be,
man.
Yeah, I'd like to be streaming from there. It'd be awesome if I could be doing it before Paul ever does, so I could be called a loser, failure, hater out there, fucking doing the land shit. Because he already did that to Lou. Lou's already been cammed up doing farmy stuff, and he bitches about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the way he was talking last night with Snafu, I'm like, bro, awareness. Do you have it?
Hello?
Oh, here's one I can show you because, yeah, Christina needs to stay blocked longer. She's too new to be talking that shit. She looks like she needs that prime rib.
Well. Anyway.
Oh, is that your Is that a possibility in the future?
No, I don't flirt with any of these ladies.
She ever gonna be like, well, I forgot you're not trucking right now.
Man, I'm retired, but I do like women. I mean, I actually like women. So, and I'm not saying you don't. I just mean we have some folks in the streets who you can tell don't like women. But yeah, I'm proud of.
I'm straight. Yeah. I'm straight. I fucking hate women.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at, Tom. But I wasn't trying to put you on blast. And I know you're doing a bit.
I like the Bill Burr bit. I like the Bill Burr bit about there's never a reason to hit a woman. No, there's a million reasons to hit a woman. We just don't do it.
Well, I'm out here not hitting anybody for the record, but if I was to strike somebody, I'm not sure what was between their legs would be a factor. Just saying, but I'm at 0. I'm hitting nobody. So let's keep it that way.
That's what's sketchy is when a woman is like coming at you like you're like, am I gonna have? Do I have to? Like some women these days are getting like not giving a fuck. Like I had a girl downstairs when I moved here. She wasn't big or buff at all, but she was one of those believes she's a boy, talks about her penis that doesn't exist, tells me to suck that penis. Yeah. I'm like, man, she does that talk, but how do I tell her that that's still not a thing? Like nobody's gonna justify me whomping her in the fucking parking lot. If it got much worse, I was gonna fucking just slash her tires or something. Be like, there, you happy? That's what you drove me to. Well, like next time you want to tell me to suck your dick or tell me to come out and fight you, ask yourself how many tires you can afford.
Well, and all I'm saying is I'm pretty sure I'm going to make it all the way through adulthood without ever punching anybody. My point is if it ever got so bad that I ended up punching somebody, what's between their legs is probably not going to be a factor is all I'm saying. Yeah. It's the only point I'm making. Because I'm going to do my best to not hit whoever it is.
Yeah, there's like a line to that shit. And I'm doing my best not to hit people so I can discern like if it's something I need to fear for my life over. Like if I'm doing everything in my ability not to hit someone and they're like tenaciously or ferociously coming at me, they might be like foaming at the mouth or not all there in the head or gangster as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and a lot of these broads these days are bigger than me, and I don't mean fat. I just mean like they're taller with broader shoulders. Some of them think they can push me around. It's like, no, wait a minute. You know, I'm not letting the guys push me around. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be the women pushing me around. But meanwhile, let's just let Benton have his space and not worry about it. It's the way I look at it. But yeah, I'm not violent. I don't. Even as I've been attacked, you know, by homeless people living in the streets, I don't want to hit them back, like, and I haven't. But I'm just some like people are violent. I'm not one of those people.
Not violent. I'm not a violent man.
I'm not.
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch? not.
Well, but I'll always defend myself. I'm always going to defend myself, but only when necessary. I'm not involved in fights or anything. It's just not. I've never saw a point of having a fight. Right.
Yeah. Well, it usually should come down to like, man, he's just swinging on me. I got to do something. That's what I don't realize. What I think Paul thinks all this talk of if we were in the same room, he pictures you swinging on him first. And I'm like, number one, I don't know why you're sure we're going to be in the same room one day. Number two, I don't know what you think you're going to do to get me to swing on you. If anything, he won't have his mod god powers to ridicule him as he tries this shit in the same room.
Well, and I've made it to 48 without swinging on anybody, so I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen. I'm hoping it never happens.
And I've been in some fights, but I've also never been a guy like, I've never fought someone that was reluctant, like they wanted it too, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Or I didn't want it, but they were still coming. I've never been on that, like, oh no, I'm going to hit you and you're not getting out of this, you know?
Well, and I mean, as an adult, I mean, as kids, we all end up in a fight here and there. That's just how that goes. But yeah, I'm talking about as an 18 plus, 0 fights. Very, very proud of that. But again, I've been physically attacked multiple times and defended myself without punching the other person, by the way.
Right, and I'm also speaking as I've been a bouncer at like 2 or 3 different places here in Colorado, and also whenever I did get big, some people just see the big guy. Well, I wasn't huge, but like they saw I was ripped and capable, and people just want the notoriety of that.
It does attract attention that can be unwanted at times.
Yeah.
Certainly. I just looked like I probably played football. I mean, I was never like that lean overall. So when I was hitting the weights, when I was still hitting the gym, I just probably looked like I was like played linebacker and, maybe at some small college or something. So it's not really a big deal, but I had some size on me, certainly.
Dude, I did something to my list, and now I don't like it. I can't figure out how to get it back.
What's up, Tarek? Shout out to Tarek in the chat.
Oh, I thought he came up on the panel.
No, he's welcome to if he wants to, but I'm not going to push the issue there.
I'm going to join with my phone again and show you this Talcott thing, because I'm not going to finish it, but I'll show you what I'd started just for the lulz. Uh-oh.
We're pretty much just hanging out at this point.
If you didn't call it that.
I'll say this to Christina. I almost always had an athletic advantage in my younger days, but I don't really look like but I'm halfway decent. I've got really good footwork. I'm agile. I'm good on my feet. That's just being able to maneuver and get out of the fucking way of shit is a big advantage. And I've always been going up against larger people. I was 135 pounds when I graduated high school, but I could ragdoll all the guys my age, like just fucking run right through them, no problem. And I'll just put it out there. I got no interest in getting punched in the fucking face. I mean, none. Zero.
Oh yeah, that's why I don't box anymore.
Yeah,
that shit pisses me off, getting punched in the face.
Yeah, I got no interest.
5.
Yeah, my mind's my weapon, Christina. You're right. That's right. Or knowing how not to get in one, perhaps. But there's got to be something in it for me, and I figured out at an early age, there's just no reason. Like, there's no advantage to me fighting people. It just doesn't. It's not ever going to do anything for me. Shout out to Joe R. Good to see you, sir. He says learning how to carry yourself goes a long way. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, and that's part of the reason, with me attracting attention, doing those, because I used to be out on the streets at 3 a.m. doing live streams, and I don't have any problem wandering around, lost in my thoughts and still observing my environment. But when I'm trying to use my loud ass voice on a live stream with a fucking lighting my face up with the phone, that's where the problems came in from my perspective.
Yeah. Also, a lot of mugging victims. Like, let's say you go to New York or something, you're like literally like in amazement, looking up at the buildings and stuff. You're sightseeing, and that's when they jump you.
That happened to me in Minneapolis because I actually like looking at architecture. So I had just gotten there on the transit and I was looking up at the buildings. The next thing I know, there's these 3 black dudes coming right at me. And again, since I know how to use my body language and I still had a decent amount of size on me, I knew, okay, I got to just stand up as tall as I can, use as dominant body language as possible. And I just walked right towards them, and we'd passed the ringleader and me passed like shoulder to shoulder. And I just looked at him. And it's not like, I'm going to beat these guys up because there's 3 of them. It's more of just letting them know, hey, if you choose to do something here, I'm going to fight you as hard as I fucking can. So probably no meat on the bone for you, partner. And yeah, I know I look like a bozo looking up at the fucking buildings, but I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I understand what y'all saw, but I actually like architecture. I'm looking at the fucking building. But I've been to many cities by then. I'm not some bumpkin. And they understood. They got the message. It was just more like, hey, move on to a softer target, please. Thank you. Have a nice day. Yeah, exactly. Tarek says it right on the money. This is another reason because I read the newspaper pretty much my whole life, going back to the 80s, and it happens somewhat regularly that people get into some sort of a dispute. One person punches the other person, and the person who got punched falls down, hits their head, and dies. That shit happens way more often than you might think.
Right. But also, Tarek, the real danger is the untrained fighter, because a trained fighter can keep themselves from emergency rooming you or killing you unless you did fall and hit your head on something. An untrained fighter is the one that's just going to be tenacious and make a mistake that could hurt you bad.
Or just not know what they can do. I don't know what I'm capable of. I'm assuming not a whole lot.
Capable-bodied, but untrained to fight. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm assuming I'm not capable of much, but you know, my people were football players. I've always been able to just drop a shoulder and put somebody on their ass, even though I don't look like I can do that. You know, I understand the physics of the situation. Oh, wait a minute. Let's get Tom on the screen here.
Oh, let me turn this. Make sure this volume is louder.
Illuma Tommy, you're a man. Not sure that either of us actually understands you. Overcoming confusion. I thought I was doing everything right, and then all of a sudden, the foundations of my life started crumbling, started disappearing. And so in my experience, you know, I went through that dark night of the soul, and if you have not yet, God bless you, you know, you will. Or you won't. I don't know. I don't know what anyone else is going to experience. I just know what I have. And I have experienced an internal and external transformation. How bizarre, because that's also completely untrue.
It's so perfect from a straitjacket.
Is this the AI, though?
I mean, I just took his... Whenever he's talking his monologue, I just took a picture of a guy in a straitjacket and put his head over
So
it.
he really said all this?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's hard to tell these days. You're the one that called it, that it's going to end panels, the AI.
I didn't recognize it clearly that day. I knew something had changed. I knew there was a shift within me, but I did not know what that meant. See, our lives can change in an instant like that.
And he's a Leo, right?
And it was like, whoa, where'd that come from? How'd that happen? How do I get more of that? And I've been on a search. I want to try and kind of discuss my perspectives on the mind. Consciousness, in my perspective, my simple definitions. I'm just a simple man. Holy cows.
Holy cows.
I got a kitty outside. Good bad kitty. She'll be all right. Welcome, Nightmare. But
Yeah, I gave up on it because all the shit I got to do, so I scrapped that one. Or I'm going to for computer space. So now that exists in its form on your panel.
Cool, man.
So what happened to yesterday's, you said?
I'm sick of it, Just Frank. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, apparently I didn't know that I couldn't. I think I could probably play like some of that audio from the movie network. I think it's because I looped it for like 2 hours. So yeah, they blocked it.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, they blocked it. It's kind of a bummer, but we replayed the relevant, at least one of the relevant sections earlier in this broadcast. If folks missed that, my somewhat infamous donations rant from yesterday got replayed. I don't know, like an hour and a half into the broadcast, I guess, somewhere in there. And then we also played Paul played parts of it on his show yesterday. We also went through all of that. So yeah, had a good time. And I was on the panel over there as well. That's the first time I've been on Paul's in quite a while, actually.
Yeah, man, I think you gotta stay alert to not let him get anything past you, because I could see that very much was his thing, that as soon as you and Snafu got into it, he's gonna like either stand back and laugh or instigate it, when he needs corrected on a lot of that shit he was talking as you were in and out. It's like as soon as you left, he's just bagging on you like you're me or anybody else.
He always does that. Yeah, well, not always, but he does it now. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
know
like
what the
his
thing is.
manipulation.
Yeah, I know what the thing is,
Yeah.
and I don't want to even. I'm losing interest in a lot of the psychological dynamics, but I'm pretty adept at spotting what you're referring to as it's happening. So
Right, and I think it's either we all need to stop him in his tracks constantly, or we all need to just drop him and pay him no mind as a community.
well, that's the. I'm
Yeah,
not.
it's hard to get the community to do either. I agree.
Well,
like we
yeah.
all have. It's like when you're bringing a new dog home and teaching it. Everyone in the house has to stick to teaching it, or it's gonna not learn.
Again, I don't disagree necessarily, but I think we both know this is probably not going to happen. Although I guess maybe you hold out hope. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen.
No, I just like to discourage him. For a while he was being like, I don't know what to call it. I don't want to say damaged or losing points, but he was like losing his stance and losing his foothold because nobody was having it. And then all it takes is like that one day he's well rested and he's feeling it. Somebody like Snafu will give him the props and he's back on top again.
I thought Moose was tall.
No.
Huh. I don't think he's short, but anyway, it doesn't matter. That's funny though, Chuck. Good to see you. I'm kind of trying to predict where I think Moose is going to end up. He said he was probably going to stop in a couple of hours. I'm trying to figure out where that's going to be. There's just no reason to stay like in the middle, in the actual, downtown-ish areas of Little Rock. Although the River Market's kind of nice. Downtown Little Rock's actually not that bad, believe it or not. You could stay downtown. Actual downtown Little Rock's is not unsafe, I wouldn't say. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where I think he's going to be. 5'7". Yeah, there you go. Well, yeah, Chuck's probably tall, I'm assuming now, since he said that. I'm 5'10", Chuck, king of the manlets. So I'm not tall, but I'm not short. So it's nice to be there. What?
You want to see a little bit of the Cletus remix?
Of course I do. Are you kidding me?
All right. See if I can go side flip this camera. There we go. That's even better. One.
Show stop. I had to come on down here and make sure that old George, I saw that old George there on that Paul and Slave show. Paul and Slave show had an old George there. Thought it was my buddy Eon from that show, the news show. Y'all down here got Spurred News. My buddy old Eon on that show. I ain't seen him since he left to do that show. I saw him. Thought he popped on the old Paul Unslaved, or thought he popped on the old Paul Unslaved. Wasn't him, some old boy named George. Some old boy named George on there. Anyway, y'all fucking up down here on this planet, man. Y'all talking that big boy talk. Y'all doing a lot of that big boy talk, everybody, but them big boys. See some of y'all send them little girls, the 3OW boys see you send them little girls talk.
How about you leave? How about you leave and don't come back? It's for there. Is that an option?
They ain't doing too much, man. They ain't doing too much. Then you send, you got them old boys, they be talking to the wrong boys. Be saying the wrong things to the wrong people, man. Y'all be fucking it up down here on this area. Rock.
Tommy has been linked to a bunch of POGOs, privately owned government operated infiltrated media relations. He's made multiple threats on children, multiple threats on adults.
That's what it is, boy. That's what it is. It's a spinning rock. It's a spinning rock spinning around a star, man. Source all your life, man. Man. So I'm pull it down here, they're spinning on a plate, boy. Some boys down here think they be spinning on a plate like no dang old DJ disc, man. You spinning it right now, right around, baby, right around, boy. Some boys down here think they spinning on a plate. And it's crazy, man. I fly that like 3 times a year, man. It ain't no plate, man. Ain't no plate. I'm dang on ball, boy. Dang on sphere ball. Man, I tell you what, man, these boys don't even know what kind of planet they standing on. They taking their problems the wrong boy, thinking they doing on a plate. I tell you what, man, I tell you what. And y'all got out there, and y'all got any problems, the old fellow hairless monkeys, man, you can bring it on here. See if we can get them worked out before that old machine lies starts up, don't it? Don't it, boy, don't I tell you, don't let the machine lie. He'll tell you about it. What's up there, Granny? Tell you, Granny. What's up there? Oh, Melanie Moron. Oh, Melanie Moron, man, I tell you what. Turned out she was a dang old first. She's going to dang on chat like first, you know? She didn't say first. She could have. Dang on 14, man. Dang on too young for a little Tommy even. Hey, Bo Winker.
Where's this part where I do the boys are gonna fight you, better let them.
At the back door, you know what I'm saying? You know, so ain't a lick of it true. Like that old snafu feller took under his wing, ain't neither of them talking a lick of truth. One thing I appreciate, though, this guy snafu all fired back up, saying all that shit he started to agree was kind of ridiculous. All intel, eyes on Tommy's door. That's geometrical, not possibility. If anybody's paying attention, that FPS footage when Tom is showing it, you can't have eyes on this door without having eyes on them. Eyes looking mighty strange, mighty yonky, but we on it. Go up there. Hey, that's that old corporate dang on media, man. That's oops. Hope y'all turn out for that. I usually does some thinking over there. Them boys, sometimes you gotta let them get out of their system.
Come on.
You better let them. Ain't that how you hairless monkeys sing it? Hate that song. Hate that song. It's unknowing to me, man. That's a gay song where we come from. They'll cheer them summertime boys is back in. They think it's fine when boys stop by for the summer. For the summer. When boys stop by for the galactic summer, we sacrifice them to the mighty floor. Many summertime boys know what it is to be devoured in the depths of this floor that day, I can assure you.
And I got that Rick Moranis shit from Ghostbusters I'm gonna put in there too. The depths of the mighty floor. Oh, here it is. Hold up a sec. It's not in the right spot, but it's on here. No, it's singing over it. But yeah, they knew what it was to be devoured in the depths of the mighty floor that day, I can assure you. Would you like some coffee? Do I? Yes, have some. Yes, have some.
Oh, shit.
Yes, sir.
Jeff just ended his live stream.
we should watch something from the community and react to it.
Anything in particular on your mind?
Put my phone, the dentist face. Put the dentist face in the backstage in case we need it again. I didn't want to have to exit it again.
Yeah, no worries. Anything in particular?
Just Frank.
I was laughing, just Frank. But yeah, that was the point where it went from the redneck ploy to the actual alien tyrant. Yeah, I'll probably go somewhere with that character. I want to finish that up first. Do a little work on the Aphrodite thing. Oh, my Xbox turned off. Can you think of anybody we can review their recent stream?
Shit, I don't even know, man.
We haven't already seen.
No, it's been a blur. Oh shit, my bad. I'm muted. I've been talking the whole time. No, man, I don't know. You got any suggestions?
Yeah, let me search on
the problem with Machine Lies is I wouldn't be. I was only on there so briefly. It would be hard for me to find wherever I jumped in.
Right, and I was thinking if we can think of something that's like legit to watch, it doesn't even have to have us. Like, it's more legit that we'd sit and commentary on something that wasn't what we were in, you know?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm probably going to go lay down. I'm not feeling too well, but I'm trying to keep the stream going, and I'm trying not to whine and cry. But again, it's that good pain. It's the good pain.
If you want to shut it down, if you want to shut it down, don't keep it up over us. I'm just dicking around, man.
I know. We're hanging out. It's all good.
Is that what you call it, man? Is that what you call this? This hanging out?
That's right. We'll see if anybody wants to panel. If not, we might wrap up. Who knows?
Anal.
I'm trying to spot that accent, though. More of a Kentucky thing? I don't really know. Or is that just you?
It's just a drawl.
Yeah, just a regular old drawl. Yeah, I guess you can do probably multiple accents, I'm assuming.
Not anymore, because like I said, I'm losing the ear for it.
Oh, okay.
Like I'll get Australian and UK confused if they don't really have it like real thick, you know? I'll be like, I can't tell if that's UK or Australian, like English accent or Australian accent.
Well, I know, like West Virginia, the actual like mountain people, their sentence structures are a lot different. So that's what I was. I know you're not trying to do with West Virginia.
It's like I ain't got nobody to feel like jaw flapping at no more.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Different words, different terms, different sentence structures.
Texas is the same way. And I can never remember what the lady. Do you remember on The Outlaw Josie Wales, whenever he comes across the old lady on the porch, said something about them old Northern boys, that ain't nothing but a diddly squat around here, some shit like that.
Yeah, it's been so long since I've seen it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking around to see if anybody else is going live, because. But believe me, I'll shut down any time. That's not even a concern. But.
Yeah, and if I get a good enough idea or get something ready, I might just go ahead and drop on a month. I've also stalled because right now I've had like 3 or 4 people cash at me some stuff, and I'm still in a stance where I could just say fuck it and send it back, you know? But I think I'm going to go ahead and go through with it. I just want to have something ready.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
If I'm going to do the constant live streaming, I want to start, like, the next time I do, I want to start working on how I'm going to do the live production. Because I know that's what Paul claims he's doing. I'm going to have segment intros to throw up. I'm going to have, like, just footage to drop in while I'm talking, shit like that. Especially if this laptop's going to go smooth. And one thing I was kind of confused on, StreamYard talks like, even if it seems laggy when you're doing it, it won't be in the stream production, like what people are watching. So I don't know. I'll just have to run a few and see how it goes. And yeah, Butthole Winker's back, but he ain't got nothing on his channel. I wonder what they took him down for.
I don't know. There's no telling with him.
He was mostly just re-showing. He would like repost prank calls from some guy that he liked.
Oh, I thought he was making all that. I don't even know. I'm so out of the loop.
I think he was involved in some of them, but the
okay.
videos were from some guy's channel that he knows. Yeah, he'd usually put that disclaimer too.
Okay, that makes sense.
I ain't seen conspiracy trivia on anybody's panel for months now either. He might have just gave up.
Have you ever seen Nick Roquefort, you know, this Sam Hyde's partner, reviewing houses?
Yeah. Oh, that's better than a lot of Sam Hyde stuff.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
I was always a fan of his used car sales stories too.
Oh, yeah. That dude's hilarious.
He is. But yeah, the house stuff, it's all, I mean, as funny as it is, if you're shopping for a house, it's actually informative too. But I like the way
knows his shit. Yeah, he knows a lot about houses.
Yeah, and I like the way he rips on work. Like when he's bitching about something and complaining, he will find a funny way to express it.
Well, let's try this. We'll see how the audience reacts. Well, yeah, here we go. We'll see what they think of this. We'll give it a shot.
And I'll try and think of funny stuff I've seen in the past that I could throw on you.
Yeah, I know some of his, but I don't want to go deep diving. But yeah, if you have any particular ones.
No, I mean like that rando YouTube stuff.
Well, this stuff I don't think we've had to worry too much about the copyright on some of this stuff anyway.
Milady, this is a good deal, milady.
It is Sam Hyde, though. He's probably on top of it.
I hate myself. Man, what they saying I did to Chris Jenner? What's the rumor? Get your filthy hands off me, Christopher. Keep touching me. Love going to restaurants. O.J. Simpson hot tub story. La la la. At my boathouse, blew 3 Irish setters after I was elected to Congress. La la la. Yo, when you click like, it helps me help my daughter.
First house of the night, 7249 Gristmill Road, Alpine, Alabama. $450,000 in Alabama. 4.25 acres, $100 a foot. Interesting. I ain't gonna lie. This is strange. This is real strange. This is a time capsule. Wow. Talk about a fucking sweet little religious Italian family. Or Portuguese, but I think Italian. Italians in Alabama, who would have thought? You got the Victorian boudoir sofas. You've got the chandeliers. You've got 6-point buck. You've got wood paneling galore, radium transmitters, also known as andirons. Look at the cabinetry behind the toilet. It's impressive. Bob, it's impressive. The amount of lacquer this guy did. Wow, piano in the hall. No, just a roll front secretary's desk. Not an ounce of antique furniture worth $1 in this entire place. I like the brass. I like the table. Look at the lacquer on. Bob, how much lacquer you put on this shit? Jesus Christ. Mr. High Gloss himself. They called me Tommy High Gloss in Alabama. He was the best guy around. I like putting high gloss on everything. I put high gloss on the basement floor, red paint too. I don't like what I see here, man. This house is a little hodgepodgey. I don't think it's a good deal. I think this guy's still alive and kicking, and he's got a really high opinion of the work that he's done in his own home. The price tag in Alabama. Excuse me, I'm gonna drink a nice coffee late in the day.
I drank fucking cold brew today. I fucking shat myself.
You drank a cold brew and shat yourself?
Yeah.
Maybe you need some speed read.
Yeah.
I know what you need. You need some speed read.
Yeah, that was a bad idea.
I know you didn't read any speedier.
Yeah.
It turns out it didn't make you speed read.
Yeah. Contrary to popular belief, I have a very low tolerance to cannabis.
For marijuana?
Yeah.
Nice. A lightweight marijuana date.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Bisexual Billy Bong Man just perked up and he's like, "What? Chris is a cheap date? I only have to pack my bowl with half a gram?"
The joke you made, but you were like describing me as like a girl, like a one-night stand girl, and you're like, all of a sudden I wake up and it's Chris. Do you remember?
No, I don't even remember.
Dude,
I never remember. I have amnesia. I have immediate amnesia.
Yeah.
Once it comes in,
Had to grab
I'm
my
like,
credit card from a fucking scurvy dog.
good for you.
It's like, if my memory serves me correct, my debit card's here.
Oh, yes.
And this is just like people like playing pool. Like, what the fuck is
At
this?
4, and they're like, look at this custy. I don't like the house. It's in good shape and it's clean. I think the price is too high. There's all lacquered up woodwork and it's fine and all that, but it needs, I mean, it's not cool. It's a good house, but it's got a lot of additions, and I think the additions were done okay, but poorly styled. It's a 4,300 square foot house in the worst way. It's been on the market forever. Major price reduction? Who cares? What was it price reduced? You know, it was for sale for $1 million. Then it was $550. Now it's $450. So it turns out Tony Capizio is absolutely fucking Tony Capizio from Alabama's absolutely bonkers. I'm sorry the dementia is setting in, but you gotta watch out for people who value their own work. Like, it's just sloppy. And what immediately turned me off was this picture right here. It's like whenever you see just roof lines going this way and that way, just all I smell is additions, and then finish the like indoor outdoor rooms that were end up like mating in all outdoor rooms are made into indoor rooms, and that's where like mold, moisture, cheap shit. It's not like a cohesive idea. It's just a bunch of like extensions and just outgrowing the house, which is nice, and it's got a nice, if you do that, it's totally fine to do with your family. However, when you sell it, I don't know. I mean, it's probably just getting caught up in a bunch of idiot realtor traps that are like, well, the square footage tells me that this house is worth $100 a foot is more than fair, Mr. Capizio.
Hi, John.
So what about $200 a foot? So the house has been assessed at $55,000 the whole time, but please pay a 9 times assessment. Some states that matter, some states it doesn't, but I gotta say, too much money. That's the first time. I don't even need to look up. It's a little too rich for me. Sorry. With the amount of needs, you're gonna be into the house for $250,000 before you get back. Not really. You're gonna spend $100,000 on it. I don't think $550 is gonna get you, based on what I've seen in Alabama. Even if Alpine's the shit. Whoa! Look at that toilet. Look at that toilet. You ever want to shit on a mermaid? What do you mean you don't want to shit on a mermaid? What are you, crazy? It's a brilliant idea. It's a John Stupid signature. This house sucks. This is a disappointment. I like this house. Fundamentally, I should love this thing. 4310 Smoky Road, Noonan, Georgia. This is an old asshole's house. I'm sorry. This is look. What was George Washington's house's name? Was it? No. Thomas Jefferson was Monticello, but George Washington was starts with a V. Versailles.
Treaty of Versailles.
Was that the name of George Washington's house? Versailles. The non-stop floral print. These slipper chairs are kind of nice. These are really in style right now. If you ever see these like big cushioned up chairs, a pair of these for like $50, grab them. There's something that was old. This single item from this kind of fancy hoity-toity like Vince McMahon level Greenwich, Connecticut dickhead bullshit. These two pieces are the ones you want to keep your eye on. These chairs right here, they're like $1,500 for a set of them. Sometimes
those chairs are badass
$50 at auctions. Like, and I was like, but all the designers are using them again. Just a heads up, just a little tidbit. They refurbished. These are like silk upholstery. Nice chairs. You couldn't steal them. Matching lamps, nice. The Japonica, mid-century Japonica break front. This piece is worth a little bit of money as well. That style also came back pretty good. The rest of the furniture,
have you ever been to
nice. I'm actually starting to like this.
Overland Exped?
Flower.
The fuck is that?
Everywhere.
It's just a channel that's kind of adjacent. Like they know.
Get it.
They know Carl and maybe they know me and a couple people.
Wait,
but
what's
if you've
it
never
called?
been over there, you can go over and troll them.
What's it called again?
Type in OVRLND space EXPED.
Oh, I'm fucking retarded. You're gonna have to type that into the back chat.
I'll just put it in the back chat and we can watch them a little bit and see what they're talking about, and you can decide if you
Believe it or not, trolling not my forte, but when I'm just me, I get accused of trolling.
Right, that's what I mean. It's like you can go over and be like, "Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir."
Yeah.
That's the only way I know how to do you is like start
sir,
throwing in the sirs.
sir,
Yeah. Sir. No, I will.
Sir.
You will find bloody gloves in our house, sir.
I do want to play this. Actually, I watched this one yesterday. This is funny here. Not
also,
that one
I was
wasn't.
gonna see. There's these Australian prank kids.
I'm not. I can't do the prank stuff. I just can't do it.
Well, the reason it's funny is because they're going around to like Craigslist stuff to act like if it looks like they could fake that it's drugs, like this dude's selling like a crystal,
and he's asking him like meth questions about it. But at the end though, they prank one of the pranksters, and the guy that he's trying to buy something off of, he's like, "Oh, you want some drugs, do you?" And he like grabs him and he's like sniffing him real close, and he's like, "Oh, I'll take you to some drugs. Come see some of my friends," because he's like a biker looking guy. And it's really like the kid's really getting sketched because he's like trying to take him somewhere, pulling him by the shirt and stuff. It's pretty funny. But I'm about to have this live thing linked if you want to see what they're talking about. You might hear it for a second.
All right.
Because I don't know what. I'm dropping in the back chat. Like, I've actually debated G over here, and I'm trying to think of somebody you know that's probably been on. Like Truther Cop's going over here. This is like the Red Squirrel side of things, but it's like this old dude. He's like an old Navy Marine, and he's sometimes he's kind of stupid. But just check it out for a minute and see if you'd want to go over there if they don't know you. They got 115 people watching.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm up for this or not, but I'll just check out what they're talking about.
They're boomers, dude. They're boomers. Yeah, check it out for a second.
Oh, fuck. Hang on.
I might even change up my picture, like go over there with you.
Oh, jeez. Well, no promises, but let's see. I just want to hear what they're talking about.
It's probably going to be Boomer and Lane.
What the fuck?
Are you bringing it up on this screen?
I don't know what I'm doing. I think so. We should be able to hear it by now, though. Something's gone wrong.
Yeah, I don't even see it on.
Well, it's coming. It's coming. I'm fucking up. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Keep your head to swivel and
shit.
Stay frosty, everybody.
Oh, wait a minute. We're fucking up again.
Stay frosty, everybody.
Take it easy, Pete.
Yeah, I don't think I can do anything with this, Tom.
Well, I didn't know he was dropping that guy either.
Well, I just mean based on what little bit I've heard.
You have to be the thing that they have to do something.
I just end up feeling sorry for him.
No, he'll get mad. I mean, he's been a
even
bitch
worse.
to me. Yeah, like I went in there to back him up against G, and he couldn't tell which one of us he wanted to kick. It was silly.
Yeah.
He's kind of cool.
What's up, Heidi?
But if you can get him on a subject, he'll say something wrong to where you're like, no, that's not how it is at all. He's got his like Talcottian aspects. But it seems like as soon as we watched him, he went dead on us.
He's not even talking. He's just sitting there. Oh, here he goes.
Yeah, he might be hard pressed for. I mean, there's 115 people watching.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
I guess they're all boomerish or something.
I don't know. Boomerlicious.
Like I said, some of them are like Red Squirrel Crew. Some of them are like Truth or Cop adjacent. Yeah,
all right,
sorry.
I'm out of gas,
Bad timing.
man. I'm out of here.
All right, man.
Which is kind of a bummer
you,
because we just barely crossed the 6 hours. It's kind of a bad spot to end. But yeah, I got to get. Wait a minute. We're getting saved. Saved at the last moment here by the artist formerly known as Moose. He's come to save the stream.
You really think you're gonna pick up this ball at 6 hours and run it in the end zone, Moose? What do you got for us? He's on the phone or something. He's muted.
It's actually Moose though. He'll be here. He's on that Arkansas fucking Wi-Fi, Arkansas, 5G or whatever. Who's your carrier, Moose? Oh, he's restarting his phone, he said. Yeah. I blame the Arkansas fucking 5G.
I blame the parents for not aborting him. We should watch me and Moose's old conversation, Fed Talk and Cash App founder with Tommy, where he has Sly Shy come on and start shit with me. Oh, he ran because I said
no. He's rebooting his phone. I'll pretty much do whatever y'all want as long as I can go lay down and listen.
I'm
not feeling well, and I hate to play that card, but I haven't been feeling well for about an hour now.
Yeah, we should just wrap it up before he can even get back.
Well, nah, he's. I might be meeting up with him tomorrow potentially, so we might as well get a Might as well. And we just crossed the 6 hours, so there's no advantage to shutting down. If I'd caught it at like 5:59, I probably would have just clicked the button.
What would the advantage have been?
If I need to, I could. If you keep it under 6, you can use YouTube's editing tools. So, like the stream that got blocked, if it was under 6 hours, I could have,
So
edited
if I
out.
go back to one of my videos that's less than 6 hours, what do I just go to it on YouTube and it'll have editing options?
Yeah, if you go in your studio, there's an editor.
And then what kind of options are there?
You can cut segments out. I'm sure there's other shit you can do. You can remove, like, if your audio gets copyrighted or whatever, you can tell it to mute the audio. There's some things. I haven't explored it extensively. Drew would actually be the one to ask. I know he's used it a lot.
That's got to be what Paul and London, I think, have done. Definitely,
yeah,
Paul.
I would think so.
But, yeah.
I actually feel fine. I'm just in a lot of pain, so I probably need to go lay down. It's funny, dude. I'll just go lay down for like 20 minutes, and then I'll just be completely fine.
Yeah.
Which truck driving is conducive to that. Just pull over and lay down for a bit, and then get back up and keep driving.
Yep.
All right, here he comes. The moose is loose. What's happening?
Well, can you guys hear me?
Yep. I think I accidentally muted you, but you're here.
What?
Oh, okay.
What's happening?
What's up, guys?
Good to see you,
Not
man.
too much.
Picnics and airplanes.
Oh, I accidentally. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I accidentally backstaged you. My bad.
What a shit
I'm
show.
off. I'm off
What a
my game.
fucking shit show.
I know. It's embarrassing. It's gotten embarrassing.
Come on, Moose, take it. You got the stage.
Moose is in Arkansas, apparently. Now Moose is it's the I'm telling you, it's the Arkansas fucking 5G.
Damn, man.
Who's your carrier?
This internet sucks.
I know. Who's your carrier?
It's not T-Mobile. It's Verizon.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Verizon's hit or miss in the state, but yeah. Excellent overall.
So if we do a stream tomorrow, I think the people out there, they really got to open up their pocketbooks for you, Benton, and not out of a disrespectful thing, but I'm traveling. This is like 1,000 miles to come see you.
Hell yeah.
And sit at a Starbucks and do a broadcast with you. So hopefully that'll get some generosity out of the crowd.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man.
That's it, guys.
Uh-oh.
I need to have small sectional enticing footage of things I made, like the Talcott and the straitjacket. That's what I need to hold hostage for the fucking donations.
Aha.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, we're seeing that mostly the community only understands brute force is what we're beginning to realize.
Right. And as you were doing that, and like Paul and Moose or Paul and Snef were like, don't do that. How is Paul not much far off of that? And I wouldn't be surprised if you stop doing it, I wouldn't be surprised if he starts like aggressively demanding the donation.
I don't know that he'll do that, but
too, Tommy, you could leave me in that one because I was giving him shit for it too, but that's all part of my shtick, you know. Like I cause a bunch of shit for everyone because it keeps the numbers going. It gives someone to talk shit about and be the bad guy, you know. Because when you meet me in person, I'm not the bad guy at all.
Well, none of us are, Moose. Like we were even saying with Paul and the whole, if we were in the same room, it's like, yeah, I'm sure you'd just get up in my fucking face. But no, just in the early days, I mean, I see you doing that now, but in the early days is like, Moose, some of that stuff you're saying, like, you need to drive to Denver and say that shit. Like, I've told people that last night. I was like, Telescope, if you want to keep on that shit and say it again, drive to fucking Denver to say that. Like latching on to the 17-year-old girl thing and stuff. But you're getting better at it. You're refining it to that line of like, okay, it's just like meta hostile.
Well, and I would just say this, it doesn't have to be like a formal fucking podcast style. It's just more of a, I think just a meeting would be cool for people to see, you know. And I'm going to, if possible, I'm going to try to recruit one of these, one of the people around who might want to make $20 and bring a camera person with me potentially.
Probably more than 20. I'd say like 50, depending on how long you guys want to do
It's
it.
Arkansas, man. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
Yeah.
Like around
20
Denver,
bucks is a decent amount of money to a lot of folks.
Like around Denver, if you snatched a street person up to do it, they just take the $20 in your phone.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah, and I'm running the risk of them running off with my equipment. But yeah, especially if it's going to be tomorrow, Moose, that'd be even better, actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get her to stop because I know that you like to go to sleep early. I like to go to sleep early too, and I have to think about what we're even gonna talk. I don't even know what to talk about at the moment.
Oh, I don't think you need to get up in your head about it. I can carry it if I need to, but it's just more of, it'll be interesting to see for the audience, I think, to see two characters that they're used to seeing, actually on the screen together. And that's what I'm saying is if I can recruit somebody to film it, that would be all the better.
The last time that happened, it was Jeffrey Phillips and his girlfriend, and suddenly Brian O'Shea was on the couch in his boxers. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Our world was turned upside down.
That's not happening with the Benton, all right? I'm not bringing my wife and child to give them away.
No, this is like parking lot of the Starbucks in fucking right off the interstate in Arkansas.
Well, and I will give Brian that the epic what the fuck was that for weeks we were like, Brian, you sound lame as fuck hitting on this girl. Brian, don't say this stuff to this guy's girlfriend. And then one day he's just there on the couch and we're all like, get the fuck out of here.
Oh, it was so fucking strange.
Yeah. And then he ruined it. If he wouldn't have came back and like kiss and told and leaned on it so much, he would have been like the Fonzie of the community. But he came back and he fucking leaned into it too much, ruined it.
Well, see, and Gary said have a meal or something. I can't have meals. That's the fucked up part. I can't just go to a place and eat. It's kind of crazy.
Why don't you guys do like a stream mugging on someone together for us?
Well, he's going to have his family and stuff with him, and he's on a road trip. So I'm assuming that's going to limit the.
Yeah, his wife's got a mean like right cross, and she could hit a dude with a club or something. You guys run the pockets.
Well, I'm just saying that they're doing other things anyway. No worries, Gary. It's all good.
What's going to happen is probably we'll pull up to Starbucks or something, and then they'll just say hi to you real fast, and then hop back in the van or go to a park or something while we do our thing.
What did you start a family for if not to mug people as a team?
Well, to be fair, my daughter's almost 2, so she's not really she's not great with a knife yet.
All right, if you say so.
We'll do our best, Tom.
Dude, that was the most depressing thing about that indoor mugging is like probably 9, 10 at the best were each of them went to my side pockets and were digging through my pockets like they were like it wasn't their first pocket run. It was very depressing. Like older gentlemen with the gun in my face, kids going through my pockets. Not a faith in humanity time for me. Oh my God, Sherelle met Roger Stone.
That's interesting. Crazy. Well, yeah, Moose, I say, if you end up having to come through tonight, that's cool, but probably I'll be asleep, most likely.
I totally understand. It's the same with Chuck, man. When I was driving through, he said, hey, I got my wife and I got my stuff I got to take care of, and I may not be able to make it happen tonight. And I said, all right, that's fine. And we pulled over and we stopped for the night, and then the next day we made it happen. And if it doesn't happen, I could always get it on the way back. You know what I mean? We'll make it happen because now the people are expecting it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, most definitely. Well, and yeah, tomorrow it'd be better because I am going to grab a camera person if at all possible. So, yeah.
What's funny though is that once we do this, I guarantee you, Paul's going to probably be like, man, I should have met up with Moose. Now you better stop here in Arizona. So it could be a full tour.
He still misses his daddy. You know what, Moose? You know what he's going to do? He's going to bag on both of you and Snafu is going to say pedo pogo, and we're all going to go back to the normal. Yeah.
oh, look, two pedo pogos connected. They linked up to do pogo pedo stuff. That's what they're going to say.
Dude.
How can we be pogos when we're poor,
wait,
bro?
I forgot Snafu likes you. Yeah, I forgot Snafu likes you. Or portrays to like you.
Aren't the pogos like? Don't they have money? Like me and Benton ain't rich, bro.
Paid operative government, paid off government I don't know what it is. I'm over it. I'm over it. Sick of hearing it.
Well, I mean, look, the meeting is just meeting the person for the first time. That we all only know each other from the internet. I mean, there's really no way to fuck that up, in my view. It's just, hey, how you doing? You know, it'll sort of just naturally take its course, and then you know, that'll be the end of it.
And I mean,
it'll make for good content.
I think it's a faux pas as much as Paul's expressed his dissatisfaction with Talcott Clip's recent productions.
Hey, you know how I was just saying my daughter doesn't know how to use a knife? She was just smacking me in the face with a rod.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
Stabby. Look out.
Yeah, she heard you and she's starting to get her she's working on her skills.
Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent. It's you. You're the fucking agent, dude. Snafu Snaps is the fucking agent.
Something, 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 something. But yeah, I originally, like, just as creator editor, I told Talcott Clips, I was like, I think you should make an alternate thing, because if you're just based off Talcott and Paul's stuff, that's like limiting what you can just even fuck with, you know? Like, and one day neither of them might be anything, and then you're just left with that like clip show of two guys that aren't really in the loop anymore. I think he needs to make an alternate channel that he's more free form on.
What's up, Man Cult Show? Good to see you. He might be doing a thing here, so let me see if I can find his channel.
Man Cult Show.
Yeah, no, I don't mind promoting pretty much whatever. So give me a second.
Is that a person that became that, or have I just never seen that?
I've never seen that name here, so I have no idea. We're about to find out. I think
no
content. It's not a show, but yeah, welcome.
It's just his name.
It's actually not a show, but yeah, I had the right instincts. I was attempting, well, maybe not the right instincts, but
listen, Man Cult Show.
Good to see you, sir.
You got the name Man Cult Show. You come in here saying, shout out to the men the world needs you. That's very show gimmick. You need to start making videos.
Fuck
do
you.
It. Think it up as you go.
That work for you, Don Juan?
I wasn't even going to do the Tommy show. It wasn't going to be the Tommy show, but since Paul gave me that free time, he sarcastically did the Tommy show intro. I'll roll with it just to have Paul doing my intro, and I can do different intros. One intro I'm going to make that's me. Do you remember that movie had the chick that was a hot vampire, but then in this one she's post-apocalypse fighting the punker cannibals? The one cannibal is like a white dude with a mohawk. He comes out to Good Thing by Fine Young Cannibals. But yeah, I'm going to try and put as much of my face on that rollout as I can. Or hold on, I'll just link it. I'll link it. We can watch it. It's only like 2 minutes. His name's Saul. And if I do it right, I can make the announcer guy say Tom instead of Saul, and it'll blend okay.
Hey, I'm going to the restroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right, and then we'll watch a 2-minute thing. Oh my God, we're up to 76. And dang on 76, man. Dang on 1776, 76 in the chat, man. Dang on Freedom Stream, man. Where's my watch laters? Where's my watch laters? Oh, I should have sent Benton to RBR Radio. Moose, you want to go to RBR Radio and be racist or something? They're going to tell you that Nazi is in your DNA.
Nah, I can't do that stuff, dude.
I've got the N-word pass there. They gave me the N-word pass because Nazi's in my DNA, right? That's what they say. So I strategically use it at the right time. They let it fly. Well, actually, he gave me the N-word pass because it's black on black. Like, you know how Paul's panel or any given of our panels get? it's black on black that. Like black people hating black people. It's sometimes it's fucking awesome. It's on some coon shit. If I need to say a word to describe freedom and why I'm fighting, my word is poontang. Where's my fucking watch later?
Hilarious, Truth or Cop, hilarious. All right, where is this? Where is this, Tom?
I'm still getting it because I lost my watch. I couldn't find my watch later list.
No worries.
Yeah, it was called Doomsday. It was called Doomsday.
If I don't respond, it's because I'm also navigating.
Yeah, man.
And if we don't talk to you, it's because we hate you.
Well, that's a bit strong.
Fair. Totally fair.
It's
sure
a
I'd want to be
bit,
included
man.
in that.
God, quit being so serious.
Indeed, indeed. Wow, 80. What the hell's going on in here? 74 on my
man,
side.
it was at 75. You went to take a piss. 5 people showed up, man.
Yeah.
Now where's the share? Oh, there it is. Dude, constantly alternating phone to laptop, it throws me off. All right. Back chatting, pasting, sending. Yeah, now guys, as we watch this, picture this as just one of my random intros that could be in the rotation of the Tommy Show.
Is this going to get us copyrighted?
Some of you have probably seen this movie.
Is this going to get us copyrighted?
No, it's on YouTube.
Well, yeah, but lots of stuff on YouTube you can't just play.
It's just a clip. It's just a clip.
All right, we're going to try it. We're going to try.
Yeah, it's like a 2-minute clip. If you keep our squares to the side and we kind of talk, it should.
Yeah,
I got you. Fly.
Fair use and such.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll describe how I'd want to do it. But this was a good movie if anybody ever checked it. A little bit of blunt.
My shit's lagging. I probably got to do this on the computer. Hang on. My main computer, rather.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. All right, Tom, you're starting to take liberties, sir.
I don't know why you didn't do it that way. I thought you were Mr. 3 laptop mainframe guy.
It's not even worth getting into right now.
The Central Broadcasting Station.
God.
The Benton casting.
Now I'm taking the piss. Come on, Tom.
Oh, you're still taking the piss. You should have just waited till you got back.
Fucking A.
That was fast 2 minutes.
Yeah,
and you also played a little bit and paused it, so this should keep us further from copyright. It's more fair use. Like the only thing that's not cool about rolling with them is being a cannibal.
Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, the head chef, the big cheese, the sunshine of your lives. It's
Tom! It's one of those villains' little party, man. Yeah, I just gotta get the right lighting on my face with my head shaved and fucking just put it in where I can get it. And the first time I ever saw this, it didn't occur to me. Oh, Fine Young Cannibals was the band.
Yeah. 6K there, Tom.
Yeah, it's only on YouTube.
They're not going to bring out the GIMP, are they?
No, but I think this is the part. It won't show it here, but I think this is the part where they take the prop they captured and they like literally barbecue them and eat it. No, Melanie, but it is Mad Max adjacent, but it's like in the UK. It's like there was some zombie outbreak and London walled its city, and like if you got in the walls, you stayed there and you were safe. And then outside the walls, you were either turned into a zombie or you were immune to it. So all those punks are immune to it, and they're just trying to survive being cannibals. But then out all around, there's like zombies. I'm sick of I thought I blocked. Oh, I didn't block them on this fucking laptop. I'm so sick of camel worms. Might as well be fucking. Might as well be a telescope.
Things
definitely uses the language of the telescope crew.
I've tried to watch a few of Telescope's live streams. I can't figure out what the fuck it's supposed to be, and I don't mean that as an insult. I can tell something's happening. I just don't get it, whatever it is.
I've seen him on an EBT or a TBE thing where they're arguing over some science shit, and I didn't think anybody was making much of a stance. What's up, Bobby?
Warrior.
I was Bobby's 33rd subscriber. Me confirmed.
Warrior.
Yeah, let's drop old B Warrior's link while we're at it. Shout out to Mr. Bobby.
I want to make a video where I sing with him on the the song we were all watching, the Z Cup playing. And then I want, if I do it, somebody else has to take that copy. They sing with us. Then somebody has to take that copy, and we'll just start stacking people singing till it makes its way around, and it's a bunch of us singing.
Anybody want a panel? We're just like
anal anyone?
Yeah,
Is anyone into anal?
Yeah, like begging them to come up on panel.
Come on up, folks. Benton could use a little break, and Tommy needs somebody to work with.
That's right.
Let me see if I can find something watchable too that we can laugh at, talk about. I always know all kinds of great YouTube videos until right now.
Yes, that's how that works.
Yep. Best worst case, I'll just run down my history and see what I come across.
I'll be back. I'll be back
Did
shortly.
you guys see that footage of that guy in Florida? Is this big black dude? He rams a car into two cops. One dives out of the way, and it's like he gets his leg broke. And the other one, if he wouldn't have jumped up, he would have been smashed. But I think he just gets his leg smashed. You hear him screaming in the background. But the two cops remaining, the dude gets out and he's just walking toward him. And these cops still just tase him where, like in most situations in this time, they would have just lit him up, But I guess with all that's going on and everything, they still just tased him. Try and find something to watch. Just coming across a lot of hater stuff I've been downloading that's in my recents. A lot of haters out there. I need to download their shit. Need to do something with it. Is that all you got to say, Moose?
I don't know, man. I don't know. That That sounds like a crazy story. I would not want to be the police officer.
It's one of
in that,
the
circumstance.
It's one of the newest salty crackers. If you ever watch Salty Cracker.
By the way, thank you for the donations. Had a few more donations come in. Not thanking people individually. Don't want to risk doxing folks, but please post in the chat if you would like to be recognized. Thank you.
Also, send donations if you desire something fired up later. Motivate me. FAGGOTSs. It does always feel weird whenever I throw down on a stream for someone, and then at the end you just see the host get thanked. It's like, hey, I just ran a nail through my fucking ball sack, and you're just thanking the host. Benton, what pictures? Where were you getting these pictures for? Like, this is what I want to do, and the thumbnails with that looking guy.
It's mostly screenshots from movies.
Right. What movie is that?
Which one? Sorry.
The one where the guy's like doing a pose in front of the shadow of a gravestone with dudes climbing on it or something.
Oh, that's Bronson. It's a great movie, by the way. Highly recommend it.
I thought it looked like you kind of like AI'd your face, but that is what's his dick?
Yeah, it's just a screenshot from the movie. Yeah, it's a way to get. You can get a lot of good thumbnails that way if you just sit there and watch and take some screenshots. Takes a while, but yeah, I'm on my phone. That's why the echoes, because I'm on my phone.
You got headphones and a mic?
Yeah, it still echoes even with headphones and a mic, though.
Did you switch your setting off of default onto headset? I bet you didn't. You got to go to your audio thing and switch it to headset.
How about now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, cool.
Well, do you have something turned up with volume?
No, I'm just on my phone.
Hold on, let me see. Is that moves?
I have no idea.
No, I guess there is some kind of. Oh, what's up? No.
No, I was muted.
Yeah, I guess maybe he still has the echo. Well, now it's not.
Well, I'm muted, but it's a Android. It's a StreamYard issue. StreamYard specific issue.
What was Snowfire saying so me about?
I don't know, dude. My brain tapped out about 30 minutes ago.
She must have saw she must have saw like a wad of cash or a big sausage hanging at the butcher's shop or something. Sorry for party rocking.
So yeah, when I stopped and talked to Chuck, Jack Talcott came up. Jack Talcott's been a heavy hitter in this community lately, and how do you feel about him lately, Tommy?
I'm done with him. He's been backstaging me too much. He goes on other panels and calls me a liar and doesn't say what I'm lying about because he's just mad that I'm tired of hearing his broad stroke stuff, so I keep calling him on it. I'm like, no, that's not decisive. You're just going back in your routine, and I'm tired of sitting through it. It's like we live in a time when action is now. We have to come together, brother. Like, yeah, same as the last time. Like, come on, let's move it along. And so I think we're just both over each other. I'm tired of like him backstaging me and pissing me off. And then the next day he's like, hi, I love you, brother. I'm like, no, enough of this shit. You're just going to go through the same bit. You're just going to backstage me, piss me off. So I'm over it. I haven't even been going over there.
Yeah, I unsubscribed from him, and I'm not going to go back and support him or even try to, even antagonize him or anything. It's just crazy to me. I tell him the truth about how he's treating people, and then I get my wrench taken away, and everybody makes a big hoopla about it, and then I get my wrench back, and I blatantly said I never wanted the responsibility. I don't want to be associated like that with you. You know what I mean? But I think it would be healthier if we stopped going to his channel, helping him out, helping him grow.
In a way, I kind of stopped going to give the filter space for me to see a different Talcott pop up eventually, you know? But now he is kind of showing up at Machine Lies and anywhere else I'd be dodging him. So, yeah, it is what it is. It'll work itself out or it won't.
Some blasphemy, dude. Some straight blasphemy.
Oh yeah. He's preaching the Antichrist spirit, and I try and explain it to him, and he doesn't get it. But that's just the delusion, is he doesn't get it.
I mean, the thing I respect about Paul is I know that Paul is he's an intelligent man, right? And he has all different personalities.
He's equally blasphemy, though. Yeah.
Yeah, but when it comes to Talcott, it's like, hey, brother, come on up. I want to love you. And then 5 minutes later, he's like, oh, you don't agree with me? Fuck you.
Or no, I've even had Talcott be pushed to, why isn't everybody looking to me for this? And it's like, you're not some fucking messiah, dude. But that's what he wants to. He keeps trying to insert himself into that. And he doesn't understand that you and I watched him come up through Unslavia just getting punked. And just because he went off and started his channel and everybody kind of like supported him, he took that as like he's doing the damn thing. And I'm like, no, dude, you're technically not. For a long time, you didn't realize you were running Punchline to support you, you know? So he'll figure it out, I guess.
Yep, everybody needs to figure it out for themselves. But I just find it funny, though, how the people that he attracts, you know, you see Flow State going over there, and I know some people don't think highly of Flow State, but I think he's pretty intelligent as well. And then you got like Jesse Howe preaching I kind of like Jesse too, but at the same time, it's like, how could you preach love and not be honest?
What are you saying? I mean, I'm just speculating. What are you saying? Is he not honest?
Well, he tries to say Jack's doing great, and you should never really like bag on Jack, and he just wants to be love, but he doesn't want to tell Jack the truth.
That's also his Canadianism. You got to remember, with Canadians, you got to give them that extra, like the extra politeness, the over-the-top politeness and stuff. And Jesse used to even be like a streety gangbanger, like throwing hands and shit, and that's still how polite he is as a Canadian. It's crazy, right?
It is nuts. It's nuts how these dudes just want to sit there and cupcake and pogo and just like act like everything's cool when the house is burning down.
Hey, watch how you use those terms around me. Ben, I'm going to try. I have a really old, like one of those just BS tablets. It's almost like a speak and spell. I'm going to see if I can join, but just leave me in the backstage to see if, I'll probably go.
No, we're running this right now. We have to run this. He's taking a breather real quick.
Right, but he's watching. He can hear us. He's watching the screens. So whenever I pop in, he can just hit add if I need him to. I just want to see if the soundboard on this will come through while I'm in there. Yeah, he's just not micing up. And it crashed. No, it went down the thing. You ever have one of those mouse pads on a laptop where every time you touch it and let up, it like wants to make the whole window shut or go minimized or something? It's pissing me off.
Nah, I can't stand using a trackpad.
No.
Man. Like I grew up on a mouse and keyboard, and then once they introduced that little like finger thing, I just never got.
Oh, I think I do have a mouse somewhere I could hook up to this. Probably not right now, of course.
Fuck. Dude, there's so many people in this community. I can't believe that nobody wants to come up.
We technically can't call it a community because they're all assholes and douchebags. Like a community would get along better. But yes, we'll call it a community.
Yeah, I mean, well, if I say we, then everybody's going to like toss me under the bus and run me over a few times.
Nah, fuck them.
Be Warrior, come on, man. Click the link, Be Warrior. We haven't seen you in a while.
Get up here, Bobby. Bobby, what the hell?
Bobby.
What the hell?
Oh, what? Oh, what people?
Them's the boys been whacking in my tool shed. Never save the password. Never. Oh my god, two-step bullshit.
Oh, Tommy, there's somebody down there in the chat asking me how I'm going to time people out for making fun of me. The only reason I did that, I time people out, is because I know you guys get so mad at it.
That's Truther Cop and Destroyer timing people out over their fields.
Yeah, he got so mad. Truther Cop, like, literally broke a blood vessel in his brain when I timed him out.
I know, and he tries to tell me I take the shit. He's like, oh, I get drug all the time. I get rest all the time. No, you're a fucking weeb, Truther Cop. What's going on here? Allow accesses. I just said allow.
Hey, quick question about your avatar yesterday. Did you really do that just to trigger people, putting that that logo?
Too soon to ask.
Yeah, too soon to ask. Hey, real quick, I do want to point out to Truther Cop, everything's going just fine, sir, in spite of your bozo predictions of yesterday. Learn how to read a room, partner.
Yeah, man, he keeps acting like he's got it all. Like, man, he doesn't know that even whenever he was regular channel, he wasn't this like standing. See, that's it. Yeah, act oblivious, Truther Cop. Then come up and spurg, talk over us like you claim we do, and yeah, man, you're gonna have that awareness real soon. Oh, he's chimed in with the hieroglyphics.
Hieroglyphics. I don't know if I'm in Memphis or whatever, but I just passed a Bass Pro Shop that is it looks like a freaking pyramid, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't look like it is a pyramid.
Oh, where's my volume completely negated? Oops. Did that back me out? Hold on. Just leave me up there if I'm still up there. Accidentally opened a tab.
So people want me to tell you how I really feel, Tommy, and I'm just not sure that like it even matters. I mean, I really don't have anything.
Yes, Moose, that is the Memphis Pyramid.
That what matters?
Thank you.
Yeah, that they found a crystal skull in a metal box at the top of that thing. It was in the newspaper, by the way. No bullshit. And you're soon going to be driving by the site of the famous West Memphis 3 murders. Just after you just passed the bridge in West Memphis, there by the Walmarts, where that was a famous case in the 90s. You may have heard of.
That's the one where they accuse those guys of rape, right? Oh, sorry, damn.
No, they did it. No, the three teenagers did it, but it was they made a bunch of documentaries about it, and then like Johnny Depp, Peter Jackson, and the Dixie Chicks, and Eddie Vedder helped get them out of prison. But I'm pretty sure they did. Well, I'm convinced they actually did it. And it was blamed on satanic panic, by the way. Yeah, it's a big case, man. Big deal.
Wow, dude, I'm actually gonna have to look into that because it's been so long since it's happened that it's kind of faded from my memory.
Not sure which. Is that me? Okay, that one's me. So this laptop is the hooded guy. Oh. All right, so. Test. Ooh, ooh. Echo. Let me mute this one. Just seeing if it's coming from the speaker or the actual app. I muted that, damn it. There we go.
You know what it is, Benton? It's a lazy Sunday, man. Everybody's lazy on Sunday. There's no like morning broadcasters except you. Rock me out, Tommy.
It's just a soundboard. It's not the whole song. Man, this thing's so slow I can't even get the mouse going sometimes.
You know what? There's something I've noticed. I've noticed a lot less police officers on the road.
Yeah, they're gonna let us purge soon.
Well, I can tell you why that is, Moose. Yeah, it's because we actually put people in prison in this part of the country, Moose. The criminals are in prison. Now, it doesn't mean that there's not crimes happening, but it's a much different environment, I can assure you.
It's nice to not have to pucker up when you're going 75.
Oh, yeah, you get 5 miles pretty much no matter what. I mean, 10, you could go either way, but yeah, you can definitely go 75 and not have to worry. Hell, I went 75 in the big truck, never got pulled over.
How many gears does a big truck actually have? Sorry, Tom.
Well, most of the trucks I drove are 12-speed automated. They're automated manuals, so it still has a clutch and everything, but the truck shifts itself. But yeah, 12-speed, most of them. The manuals usually are 10-speed.
Have you ever heard Big Truck by Coal Chamber?
No.
It's a good song for if you drive a big truck.
Oh, and just so you know, Moose, between Memphis and Little Rock, it's going to be a ton of big rigs. And sometimes there's like unexplained. You'll just come to a dead fucking stop. You'll almost come to a stop for no reason. So definitely want to be paying attention to the road. It's not like super dangerous or anything, but there's going to be a ton of trucks.
Did this change my voice?
What, Tom?
Is my voice different?
Sounds good to me.
A little bit, yeah. It sounds
a different
fine.
Voice? Blah blah blah.
Nope.
Yeah, it's this soundboard that's supposed to be like a voice changer, but I don't know if I'm supposed to run a mic through it or what.
Standard female voice. Standard female voice. Morning voice, morning voice, morning voice, morning voice. Remember that? Remember that? Boy, you just have a bad rep in general. All right. Well, I'll switch over to the other one. Oh, wait.
I haven't been smoking on this travel, but I am curious. Is there anything around this area? Oh, never mind. Benton's gone.
You don't need
I
no
think
smoking,
Missouri-
no weed.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I really don't. I don't need to try to be cool.
Were you talking about pot? Were you talking about weed?
Yeah, I was because I know that there's like nothing recreational from here to I think Missouri.
You're not going to Missouri though. If you stay on 40, you're not going anywhere near Missouri, actually.
Yeah, that's why I asked you if there was anything around here, but it's neither here nor there. I don't need any of it.
New Mexico is your next rec state. Oklahoma's Oklahoma's medical only. Go ahead.
Okay.
So is Arkansas.
I find that like I do every time I do a cleanse or whatever, you know, after like the 5th day or the cravings kind of stop. But then I think, hey, it would be nice to like chill out a little bit. And I don't drink anymore at all. I don't drink even a sip of beer or nothing. So I don't really have anything to kind of like take the edge off, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think you're kind of out of luck on that. You just have to try to meet some random person, probably.
When you see me, Benton, you'll understand why I try not to meet completely random people.
Okay.
I'm a pretty small dude.
Well, shit, man. It's all good.
Somebody was commenting earlier that they want to see me and you in a Speedo. And I don't really think anybody wants to see that, my brother. I don't think so.
Dude, I'm fucking 48. Nobody wants to see that, I can assure you. That's funny, though.
I'm just going back through the chat from when I was fucking with stuff. Lots of shit talkers, not a lot of shit walkers.
What's up, Yolanda? You gonna pop back up here, or are you working right now?
Dude, I wonder if I could set up, like, if you have the paid StreamYard, how many of those, like, clips can you have sat back to queue up?
I'm not really I don't really know that much about StreamYard, actually.
I wonder if you could actually have, like, a fake conversation just queuing up the clips. If I made a bunch of clips of somebody. All right, I guess I'll see about purchasing this thing. I gotta see where I have the money though. I mean,
hey, Freedom Grower says he wants to see that Chris Strokes in a Speedo. He wants to see Tommy in a Speedo.
Hey, number one, that's gay. Number two, it's a grower, not a shower.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, because I mean, I'll admit, you get me coming out of the pool
cocktail
or getting cold. It's like you wouldn't believe
Magic
it.
Johnson.
Once it's like
That's right,
ready
he's got
for
the sun in
ready to
his name,
stand
man.
attention. You're like, wow, where was that hiding?
It means penis, penis, and more penis.
And if you cruise enough of the internet, you might just come across pics of it anyway. They're out there.
So for the people who know my videos, you know that they love the CC and the PP, right? Okay. But right now we're focusing on the PP.
The sad thing is we're not talking about much today, but there's a lot of people here.
Yeah, I know. That's what's funny is, I think that I'm carrying the broadcast sometimes, like with my keen insights and ideas, and then like I just go and make some fruit or whatever, and the numbers go up, or we just sit around and bullshit. There's even more people around.
Yeah, man, like I'll do all kinds of preparation and try and have a reason to have a show, but then the bigger views and stuff and the bigger thumbs up is just whenever I was bullshitting around, like half-assed.
Pablo Picasso is the PP.
It's like they're all just looking for a live hangout, pretty much.
Yeah, it's a hang. It's a hang to some extent, certainly. Yeah, at least Missouri had the good sense to go full rec. That's what I thought in Arkansas. By the time they got around to having the medical system, I said, well, why not just go rec? This is ridiculous. Virginia and Missouri are the two I know of that said, fuck it, we're just going straight to rec.
In Colorado, we started medical and went to rec because you kind of like, they made us prove ourselves and our
That was in the
responsibility.
90s. Yeah, that was in the 90s.
No, in Colorado, it was like.
No, I'm talking about for medical. For medical.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
No, in Colorado, it was like 2008, 2009 for medical.
Well, since you live there, I'll take your word for it, but I'm still going to verify. I must be thinking
man,
Cali and Oregon.
No place had weed in the 90s.
Cali and Oregon. Cali 96, Oregon 98.
For medical, right?
Yep.
So I guess Colorado beat California to recreational.
They were the first rec state, yes, Colorado.
Yeah. I knew we beat them somewhere. Oh, snap. Yep.
You know what the recreational brings in is a lot of taxes, which is why I'm wondering why all these places don't do it, because there's a lot of poverty in this area, right? And it would help everybody out just to
they tax
recreational it out.
Because
they tax
like
the fuck out of the medical.
They said it would go toward all these schools and shit, but it didn't seem to.
Dude, they tax the fuck out of the medical in Arkansas.
And it does get enough taxes to pay for a lot of shit if it would actually go to shit. But there's corruption getting their chunk in there.
Yeah, and Colorado went medical in 2000, just for the record.
That's weird.
Yeah, rec was 2012.
Right, and in 2009 is whenever it started giving out the cards and stuff. Unless 2000, whatever you said in 2000, unless that was when it was hardcore doctor's office prescription.
Yeah, that's what I'm sure that's what it was.
Yeah, because 2009 is when it's like, yeah, there's going to be a doctor at the dispensary on this day. He's going to okay you no matter what you say. So that was 2008, 2009.
Yeah, it just went fucking, people just said fuck it and
bullshit,
started doing it anyway. Yeah.
It went wink and a nod.
Yeah, 96 California, 98 Oregon, Alaska, and Washington, 99 Maine, 2000 Hawaii, 2000 Nevada and Colorado. Yeah. And then there were some other ones. A bunch of them did medical, actually, throughout time. And then, 2012 was a rec for Colorado, first state ever for rec.
Oh my God, it is unlimited local recordings. I could do something like that. Just have a conversation with Polly, the trans Polly girl.
Hey, there's someone in the chat saying Oregon has $70 ounces. Up in Maine, they have that too because they have this huge corporation called Curaleaf. And so they got $75 ounces. But the thing is if you've ever grown your own marijuana or you have smoked good marijuana and then you smoke theirs, you would know that there's a huge difference. Like my nose and my nasal passages get all like stuffy, my eyes get all red. And it's not just like, it's bad, dude. It's just not good stuff. They feed like heavy metals into that shit.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
They don't really, they don't grow any of that type of stuff in Oregon. They don't, I'm telling you, man, I've spent a lot of time in Oregon. The people that live there don't believe in that.
But did you hear about the MS-13's weed? It's like so toxic, people are having heart attacks and shit.
Oh, I'm not surprised. I'm just saying Oregon's a little different. And the fact is, I hate to shit on Moose's state, but what people think Humboldt is, it's really Southern Oregon. The best fucking outdoor in the country is, the best pot period, as far as I'm concerned, is Southern Oregon outdoor.
We are from Oregon.
And I've been all over Humboldt.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that, man. I understand. The good stuff comes from the people that have good ethics, you know?
Yeah, and I encountered a lot of that in Oregon. A lot of it.
Still blowing smoke rings.
And one thing about that, too, is who's even smoking flower these days? Most of the potheads are dabs and oil and all that.
No.
I prefer flowers.
I understand some folks do, but most of the people have gone to oil from what I've seen.
100% correct. You are,
yeah,
Benton.
Thank you.
Also, they're growing more flower than they can even sell everywhere.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying, though, is I don't think there's less of an emphasis on the flower, just in my opinion, although it's always going to be there. I mean, there's always people who are connoisseurs.
No, it's definitely, there's just that much business for all of it that, I mean, they're still outgrowing what they can sell, but despite the dabs and the oil smokers, there's still plenty of flower getting bought and sent out the door.
Well, and I've never grown weed, for the record. I've just been all over the state and smoked a lot of pot in Oregon. Because I see Wee Freeze asking about seed companies. I have no idea. There might be somebody in the chat who knows, though.
Seed companies? Go to North Atlantic Seed Company.com. And or if you're looking for an Oregon grower who's also a really good guy, Jinx Proof Genetics. Jinx Proof is actually a guy who he has an autistic son, and he donates a ton of money, time, and effort and resources towards autistic children. And he makes sure that they get like iPads and stuff so that way they can communicate with others. Jinx Proof Genetics also wins cups, and he's a really good guy. So I stand by him 100%.
Okay, it's way too supportive. I'm going to go plan something for people to dopamine fiend.
No, we're supposed to be carrying this stream, Tommy. It's the Tommy
Well,
Moose
but
show, man.
I came back. That's the problem.
Yeah, and I've been here for hours, Moose. Play your role. Do your part. I'm doing my part. I'm getting ready to lift up these loser pleb fucking dopamine fiends when you guys give up the ghost.
I hear you. It's hard on the road, though, because sometimes I cut out in between cell towers.
Yeah. If you didn't have a wife and kid, I'd try and make you wreck.
That ain't nice.
It would be fun for the stream, Moose. Just wreck, okay? And the ghost with the most, babe. Beetlejuice and Naughty. I hate it when I don't realize I didn't have the chat scrolling. Like if you scroll up just a little,
I know.
it just won't keep scrolling anymore.
Yeah, I hate that shit. Yeah, and it's been several years since I've even been to Oregon. In fact,
oh, dude,
what's that?
Random fan will come up and help you carry your shit. Random fan will come up.
Oh, good.
Random fan, come up now.
Later, Tom. And I just want to say for the record, I haven't been to Oregon in so long that the market had yet to collapse. The prices were still fairly, while I wouldn't say high, they hadn't bottomed out like apparently they have now. In fact, my last time to Portland, I was taking the transit to Vancouver, Washington, because the prices were significantly cheaper there. So it sounds like the market's bottomed out based on what Dow's saying down there. But I don't know shit about seeds, for the record. It's just I noticed that most of the Oregonians, basically, if they couldn't tell where the pot came from, most of them just wouldn't smoke it. It was kind of that was more Southern Oregon, Ashland area. Yeah. Yeah, I know Grants Pass, Cave Junction. I've actually spent some time in Cave Junction, which is nothing but pot farms. But yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it's crazy cheap now.
Benton, when I was still running the collective, we were getting, since we were, the top dogs, we were getting $4,200 a pound from our own company. And when I left, they were getting about $2,000.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
surprised.
how much prices dropped. And now prices are so low that you can buy a pound of OG for $400.
Oh, I know, dude. It's crazy. And, I was in, because I knew some people just in my travels. One thing about living out of a backpack and traveling around is you just meet a bunch of people that, work on farms and have, deals, or maybe they need some cash. I had a guy offer one of my friends a half a pound for like $100 one time, and just crazy shit like that. But at a certain point, I could get pounds in either Oregon or NorCal for like $500, and I could sell it no problem in Arkansas for $4,500. I mean, like no middleman. But
definitely.
But I thought to myself, do I want to risk going to prison? And the answer was no, I do not. So I did no smuggling, or what do they call that? Trafficking. Yeah.
Yeah, the same is for Texas, man. And I've had the opportunity plenty of times, and I can't do it, dude, because even if it's just me, the juice is not worth the squeeze.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to the stream, I believe for the first time, Random Fan. Sean, how are you, sir?
Hi. Good. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Let me hit the old cam here. Well,
good to see you, brother.
Got too much going on.
I'm just in the middle of my worms, because I gather worms, and this is worm bedding, and I kind of had to resort to it because I have quite a few worms. It's the weather's kind of freeze, so I gather worms for the winter to stockpile, and I have quite a bit. I have to deal with them because they eat their weight in food every day, so I have to deal with that.
Damn. What do you do with the worms? What's the purpose?
Originally, I would just trade them to the fishermen for their fish, and then I would take the fish and throw them to the eagle to take a picture of the eagle. But then it kind of escalated into there's a demand now. I can get basically $0.25 a piece.
Oh shit! Nice.
Yeah, it's kind of just a hobby at first, but now it's like, I got like one fisherman who'll buy $20 at a time, and so I feel that. I feel that need, and so it's kind of cool. And I eat them too. I'm not afraid to say it. I remember when I first introduced it to me, Z asked me about the eating them, and I said, well, I don't know. And since then, I've learned I could feed all of us. I could get as many worms. I could fill a cup of noodles full of worms before you can cook a cup of noodles.
Damn.
That's how efficient I've become. Yeah. It's pretty neat.
Awesome.
So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I don't know if that pertains. I'm from Oregon, so I kind of,
cool.
I know the head shops and stuff.
Hell yeah, dude.
But yeah, the industry here is pretty amazing. It's changed. You wouldn't recognize it, right? I mean, if you 5 years ago, you'd be like, here's look, it's like how do I do this? What do I used to work at a head shop.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
So you knew when an undercover company, what do you do with this? You know, back in the day, if somebody asks you, what do you do with this? You're like, okay, sir. You know, like obviously you shouldn't be in here. You know?
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's like you got to go and sit there in like a counseling class, going here, do this and use this, and you know, to where.
Yeah, it's gotten way too complicated. I agree.
Yeah, in a way, yeah. I like to just do edibles, just the edibles.
Yeah, I like edibles as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Unfortunately, I work as a truck driver, so I usually don't get to partake, unfortunately. But before I went into truck driving, I did quite a bit. Definitely.
Cool. Well, there's the captain. Have you guys met the captain?
I don't believe we have.
Would you like to?
Of course.
Hey, Captain. What you doing? Just a minute. I gotta hold the hose. Okay, hit it. Turn it on. Oh, did you? Okay, it will. Just give it a second. He's turning on the water for me. Here it comes. Okay, turn it off. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. So, hi, Captain. You want to meet my friends? Want to meet my friends again? This is Benton. This is Benton.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Captain Richard.
Hi, Ben. Good morning to you.
Morning. I'm in
Happy
Arkansas.
day after Veterans Day.
Yes. Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Coast Guard. Right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, Coast Guard.
All right.
Good. Nice meeting you.
You as well, sir.
Yeah, he's a truck driver.
Oh, he's a truck driver. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I just sold a big Freightliner.
Oh. So
It
you're
was a
yeah.
It was a bookmobile for our Kiwanis Club.
Okay.
It was an ambulance.
The only truck I've ever owned. It was like a special
a retrofitted ambulance.
A rescue ambulance type of thing.
Okay. Okay.
So, yep.
Awesome.
All right. Well, you have a good day.
You as well, sir. Good talking to you.
Okay, I'll put the hose away.
Pretty cool.
All right, I'll see you back. So, I appreciate you guys asking me, asking the whole people, everybody to come up to your channel. That's nice.
Yeah, definitely. We don't always do open panels, but sometimes it's really the only way to keep the broadcast going, if that makes sense. And I'm here. I might as well keep live streaming. There's 81 people watching, so why not? That's the way I look at it.
And it's memories. It's memories. Like someday I'm gonna have my mother on here. Someday you'll meet my mom.
That'd be cool.
My whole family, I hope. Yeah. And it's I guess real life people, there's a difference, there's a difference. Like I was over at a channel and I had to, I went and told them, I go, my real life people, they think I'm wasting my time with you guys. They think they don't like you, like, basically.
Yeah.
And I stand up for you guys all the time, being like, you want to meet him? Like, here, like, you met the captain. He's cool. He's cool, as far as he Skypes. That's his connection. He Skypes.
Oh,
right?
okay.
So he is familiar with it a bit, right? So he does it in a sense. So. But yeah, it's.
Are you in Oregon right now?
Yes, Salem.
Okay. Oh, okay. Awesome.
Capital, yeah.
The capital.
Yeah.
Cool.
Mud flood evidence, Starford evidence, glass in the sidewalks, mud flood stuff. That's what I like to do.
Okay.
If you're familiar with that.
Yeah, I am. I skew more to the post-conspiracy side of things nowadays. I never got into the mud flood stuff myself. I thought it was interesting, but I would just hear people talk about it. We used to have a Discord server where sometimes in the voice chat, people would talk about a lot of the mud flood type of information. I always found it fascinating. It just never was anything that I really looked into personally. But I like it all. I enjoy conspiracies. I like to explore all of those things. Yeah.
If you're ever interested, I recommend checking out your own city.
Oh, okay.
Look at your own city. And like my capital, I found out it burned down 10 days after it opened, like every other capital. it's like the narrative is exactly like every other one. I heard about this, and then I go, wait a minute. I look at my own town, and then Michelle Gibson did the eclipse video where the 7 Salems, where the eclipse went over 7 Salems. That's what made me look at my own city. And on all the stuff I was researching on the internet, I found out, wait a minute, I've been walking on glass sidewalk. There's underground I didn't even know about. Mr. Meyer and Frank, Mr. Meyer and Frank, he just recently passed away, and he owned a lot of stuff. And as far as what you said about conspiracy thing, to where it's in our own backyard, I guess is what I'm saying, to where the things that I'd researched, over there across whatever, and then now I'm looking here and I go, okay, this is kind of weird, to where you see the construction. I see the amount of concrete that's being dumped in tunnels. That's filling like acres and acres of concrete to fill up these tunnels. And like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, that was filmed here, and that has tunnels all through from the penitentiary to it's everywhere.
Well,
and
the author is from Eugene as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The river got me interested in it because I was with the Willamette Queen, and I used to stay on the boat, and so I knew what the river, in and out, and that was just a huge conspiracy about me because 200 years ago they started dredging and changing the river for commerce, so they can have commerce there, and now 200 years later, the Willamette Queen can't even go a mile upriver or a mile downriver, and so that's like the culmination of 200 years of work to get commerce through the Willamette River, and that's the locks are closed, you can't. They stopped dredging. I found out that the U-Haul guy who owns that place, he owns a claim in the Willamette River, and he's like, if he could claim it and he could dredge it, but they won't let him dredge it or something. And there's like a dozen basically radioactive mines that are upriver and downriver. They're saying they're not being worked. They're being worked. And it's like, and so there's a lot of. You mentioned conspiracy, and it's like I kind of have to, because the real people around me, they don't like it when I talk about Disney. They don't like it when I talk about NASA. They don't. So it's kind of like a buzzword. And kind of any conspiracy, I go like, shh, talk quiet because I'm going to sound crazy again.
What I do is I just tell people that I'm a conspiracy theorist, and then now it's okay. It's like it relieves the tension, I'm just like, no, I'm a conspiracy theorist, and then for some reason that seems to disarm most people. It's a strange thing. It's sort of like they need permission, to explore those ideas. Yeah.
And I feel that too, because I recognize that because there's a bookstore downtown that has prism sidewalks in their front, right in front of their building. They don't have any books about the prism sidewalks, and so I could take what you're saying to where I'm a conspiracist and I'm going to write a book about this glass in the front of your sidewalk, about your building, and hopefully you'll have this book in your store now about the glass sidewalks.
Yeah.
So that's I go to different, that's like I push myself onto them to where if I, to where I make them feel like ashamed to be normal, to where like you should be ashamed of yourself not to be a conspiracist. Does that make sense in a way to where?
Yeah, I think so.
Like to whether it's like you're so blind, it's like you know what you're doing, right? Like it's like it's like I go to businesses and like I'll say like, can I see your basement? And I'll do different ways. Like at first I learned the hard way, where you can't just be honest. Like, hey, may I see your basement? Because I'm researching You got to be like casually going, there's no basement. Just start a conversation with yourself. There's no basement to this place. I've done it before. Like there's no basement. Like to assume that somebody said this. There's a basement. There's no basement here. An employee will come up to you and go, there's a basement. There's a basement. That's what I found is the best way to go. There's no basement down here. And then everybody comes out of the woodwork going, there's basements all over these places, right?
Oh,
to where,
that's smart.
I interviewed John Ritter, not the actor, but the guy who he did underground tours of Salem. And I interviewed him before he passed. And I asked him questions as far as like, what's your goal as far as to pass on to the next generation? And it was kind of a sad story. He said, I'm going to write a book and die. And I'm like, so there's nobody going to pass the torch? He's like, nope. And I realized later, I didn't know that, but his dad was a demo. So his first job was to destroy Salem, Oregon's first high school. So he had demoed a lot of things before I knew, because he had been a guard and a prisoner thing, and so I didn't really research who he was. I just knew he did underground tours. So I was just like, underground tour. And then I started interviewing him. Like, as I was asking these questions, I was like, oh, so we can't use them in emergencies, like, you know, the underground. He's like, no, you got to ask each and every person, you know, the neighbors, can I go underground? And like realize, going, wait a minute, all these people rent from the same person, Mr. Meyer Frank. You know, there's a Meyer and Frank. Well, yeah, Mr. Meyer passed away, not the Frank guy, but the Meyer. He owned everything. You know, it's like that's like a huge. He said conspiracy, and I'm just like, going, that's the one that's hit me. Going, Salem, like 5 people own the whole town, and the guy that does the underground tours, he's trying to tell me that I got to ask the renters for their permission. And in reality, the renters, like, they're there to keep it a secret. Like, the renters will go there and they'll like, the sidewalks, the glass sidewalks are made the way they were years ago, right? They're obviously strong enough to carry a fire truck, because they have to hold a fire truck or they'll collapse. So these glasses that are there, they're strong enough now, but for them to replace them, they got to put like an inch thick of corrugated metal and like a foot of concrete and like an I-beam that's like 18. It's just incredible what they got to do to compensate for the weight that for the truck. And so a lot of history is being destroyed. I noticed that I'll see they'll pull up the glass and then they say, I remember saying, we're going to put it back. I go, you better put it back. You better put it back. And they lifted it up, filled in a cavity, which was a tunnel, and then put it back, but they put it over like 5 feet over. So anybody now researching the glass, they're getting false history. That's false, like, to where, like, there's the idea of underground is going away. Like, you can't even convince the people who own the business that used to have a tunnel there. You could be on the sidewalk, go, hey, you down there? They'd be like, yeah, we're up here, you know, to where I knew the store owners, like, anything that had to do with the restaurant, I was dealt with it, like, in a sense, because of the Willamette Queen. And we'd always reach out to the local businesses that came in and say, you know, bring whatever you do on the boat and present it to Salem, in a sense, kind of. And that's kind of how I got to be able to shake hands and rub elbows with the mayor and all sorts of goombas, you know, to where it's really incredible how I used to be like, you know, just like they're up there, like the mayor's there, this and that. Next thing I know, they're like coming up to me because I'm just a server, right? I'm just like a guy, bartender or whatever. And it's like that little bit of kind of, you know, small talk. I go, hey, watch this. I know this guy. Watch. He's got to say hi. He's got to wait. He's got to shake my hand. Watch this. And then, like, I never forget it, to where it's like, hey, have you heard the Delphi technique? You know, it's not the mayor, it's the governor, right? Because one's a male and one's a guy, but it was just a lower guy. And I asked him, I go, have you ever heard of the Delphi technique? He said, no. And I said, that's too bad, because that, you know, because you're in the business, you know, of the Delphi technique is, you know, create the problem, or, you know, whatever, as far as you give them a problem and then you give them 3 solutions and they have to pick out of those 3 solutions. You know, it's already, the idea is already made for you. You just got to pick which one you want to choose. And I don't know, it's just kind of a thing to where I didn't realize that everybody counts. Every individual, from the bartender to the guy that lives next to the park. Like, if you live next to a park, if you're a neighbor to a park, you have control of that park, in a sense. You can call and say, hey, it's too dark, it's too, you know, a lot of people don't know that. That's another thing that I got my hands into, didn't realize, was the parks, rec, to where I'll watch them ask for the money for a lawnmower, get the money for the lawnmower, and then use the lawnmower, and then critique how he uses the lawnmower. That's how I was with the park, because the boat is in the park. And so I open my door and like, there's the world, like there's the city. And so I felt that it was my duty to let people know that if they don't like dog poop, then help me pick it up, motherfucker. You know, seriously, I'll do stuff like that, because I guess I have a lot of time on my hand, and taking our time is the best weapon they have against us. It's taking our time away from us.
Yeah, absolutely. Could not agree more. And in fact, the channel that you're now on, this YouTube channel, I started this while driving an 18-wheeler, so I did the live streams while I was doing my job as a truck driver. Because exactly as you said, we all must earn a living. So yeah, it's interesting how that works with the time investment.
Mm-hmm. And I can add to that because I personally feel that it's like, because it's like a habit, right? You get in a habit, you get in certain things. Oh, I have to do this, I have to do that. But then it's like going, I have to do this for other people, right? I have to do this for, like, there was the beaver tree. I was showing people, like, look at the beaver, like, the choppers huge trees down, right? Just shoot them up. And so I called the Statesman's Journal and couldn't get a hold of them. And then I saw an article where a lady was planting 100 trees in the park. And I had to get a hold of her. I go, man, I got to let her know that she's planting trees right next to a tree that I'm trying to save that's getting chewed up by beavers. And so it was a local news lady. She wasn't with any kind of affiliation. She was just a personal, whatever. She had her little thing, and she interviewed me. And they got sand and paint. So they did actually save a few trees. They painted sand. They mixed sand with paint, so it messes up their teeth, so they don't like chewing on it. So there's actually, they're working on preventing the trees that they planted, to where now the lady who planted the trees goes, we need to protect them. And the park's like going, what's she talking about? And I'm like going, look, she's planting them right next to a tree that's getting chewed up by a beaver. And so it was kind of, they tried to make it like, it was weird how they knew, like, oh, we're going to plant these 100 trees. And then kind of like, well, don't look over there. Don't look right next door to where those trees that we planted 100 years ago are destroyed. And so it's like a ball of just like earwax that falls on the ground, and somebody, sticks it and makes their wheel run a little faster because it's like, it's a little greasy. And then next thing you know, they use that wheel to put on a wheelbarrow, and then they're ahead of everybody. And they don't realize that they're ahead of everybody because everybody's going, slow down, not, you're crazy, to where, because you're in front of them, and you have to, you always notice it, that if you ever have to slow down for somebody, it might be a bad thing that you got to slow down for somebody. I found that because I've asked other people to slow down for me, and I'd realized to where that sometimes I need them to go in front of me. I guess I need them to do that. And so I kind of find out where I'm a good trailblazer, and I trailblaze. If I'm good at it, people, and they trust me, they let me go. Like, here, just let Sean go and do it. Boom. Come back with results. Go, this is what I found. Da-da-da-da-da. And then I love it when people ask for help, I guess, because it's hard for me to ask for help. It's very hard.
I get that.
I don't want to. I appreciate everybody in the chat. Everybody, as far as even the ones that don't cam up, I have to respect them too.
That's right.
My mom won't cam up yet, and there'll be someday that she will, and she'll go, Sean, I'm glad you made me do that, because I'm glad that somebody made me do it. Like you guys kind of, I wouldn't plan on coming on here. I just, I saw where, I don't know. I saw something in me and everybody, and I can't not listen to myself. I can't, if I hear anybody else, then it's like me saying the same thing. It might just be a different time in my life. I found it's not really what I know. It's when I know it. Some things I wouldn't want to know too soon. It would have been wasted on me. But yeah, I guess I should get back to my worms. Thanks, Ben. I don't know. You guys can just, where did everybody go?
They're here.
I figured Tom would be razzing on me. Where's he at?
Tom's been here for hours. He had to go, so he left.
Okay.
Yeah. I just get a lot of eye strain, so I have to make sure and not look at the screen. So I'm having to look around, at the walls.
I know. I sleep with my phone next to my head every night. Stupid. 2 phones. Jesus.
Well,
don't do that.
We've been streaming for 7.5 hours, so just like I say, I can only look at the screens for a period of time. But we're all here. I might as well, right? Buy the ticket, take the ride.
A little bit for the rest of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
So there's I really don't have much to talk about. Well, I do, but I'm always like guarded because everybody tells me I talk too much. And and I don't want to ruin it with my friends.
Yeah, it's interesting how that works out with the talking. See, that's part of the reason why I started this channel, is because I get to just talk and talk and talk and talk for hours sometimes, and nobody can stop me. I'll just talk. Yeah. Yeah.
You're encouraging more people to do that too.
Yep.
I'm one of them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Here's a tip: don't plant your corn late, because it's not good.
Don't do what? You broke up during the tip. What did you say?
Don't plant your corn late.
Ah.
I planted it late. I think. Seems late. You gotta pollinate these, manually. Because these are little tubes here. They're like little straws.
What's up, Miss White Rabbit? Good to see you.
But these are the seeds that I planted last year, and then I planted the seeds I grew. It's been raining like crap lately, and you may notice that I did them in different stages. Like these were I planted them in 3 different stages of age. You're supposed to plant them all at the same time, but I kind of did it on purpose wrong, just to see how wrong I did it. They're a little too close too. Like when you see them like this, when they're like that, they shouldn't be like that. They should have more space. But it's cool. It's the only second year I've done it, and I got the corn off of a lady throwing it on the dock of the river, and I just started grabbing a bunch of corn, and here's the second generation of that corn, I guess I'll say. But it's fun. It's unusual. I didn't realize how mutated corn is. It's weird. It's like a grass that's just like been just forced to do this. It seems. There's little, it's coming out. Oregon's prone for mold. I had that with I grew 3 plants, and I got white mold, which is powdery mildew, and then I got bud rot, which is devastating. You can't see it until you pull it, and the next thing you know, it just falls apart. You're like, no, it just fell apart. So, but it was fun, to learn, and because I've grown it before, but I never like lollipopped it. I didn't, trim it. I didn't do anything in the past, but this time I did all that stuff, and next thing I know, I'm like, whoa, what are these things? And it's like this buds, and it was just, and I trimmed 1 too soon on purpose, 1 on time, and then 1 really late, just to see what happened. And it's very interesting how the trichromes, because they're clear, and then they turn foggy white, and then they'll turn amber. And so I was able to learn about couch lock. I prefer a sativa, which is uplifting, and indica is not, like to where they call it couch lock. And weed will get that if it's grown too long, because the trichomes go amber. And,
well, I do want
you need to be. You don't want that couch lock. It's got to be 20% amber with the rest cloudy, like mostly. Like when you first start seeing the amber ones, that's when you do it.
Well, I do want to point out that Sean's in Oregon. It's November and it's not raining. So
yeah.
That's a thing for sure. If anybody's been to Oregon in November. So praise God for that.
Yeah. Lately it's been saving it till like late at night.
Oh, really?
And it's been raining at night every night basically, but during the day it's
praise God.
Like this, overcast. Ooh, there's a big old plane. Don't look up. You see that stripe? It's a good day to buy new shoes when they do that. Look at my new shoes. I don't have to look up there.
Yeah, Tommy was he was doctoring up his shoes. He was repairing his shoes on stream earlier. Tom was.
Yeah, you guys I've been making buttons. I don't know if you knew that, but I just give them to people, because it's
buttons.
Yeah, they're 3-inch, like a button pins. Just a minute. Of people's icon, their YouTube icon. Like, see, that's mine.
Oh, okay.
Their pin button.
Nice.
Yeah, it's just kind of like Claire. And then so everybody can have one, like whatever. A lot of people change their icons, but you know, something, because I noticed that I'm pulling this out into here and bringing you guys into here. You know, like you met, you know, Captain before.
Yep.
Like a year ago, I go, hey, look at the TV. You know, look, because he's always saying, look, talking about TV, and I don't watch TV.
Me neither.
And now I'm just as bad going, look at the TV, and and it's like.
Now we are the TV.
I kind of cheat. Yeah, and I embrace it because eventually, even if we're not here on TV or whatever, we're here for everybody else. I mean, anytime we're in a situation and you think you're alone, it's like, imagine if you weren't alone. Then that's really scary, right? Because then you got all these people who have the same problem, and a solution might come up, and those are dangerous. They hurt, right? They're painful to get those solutions. And I noticed that I can run away from a lot of solutions, and this forces me to deal with it. I guess this helps me to deal with them, because I look at it, I'm going, okay, look at that guy. What's he really saying? What's all this, you know, the psychology stuff, and all the people that you know, they kind of give and take. It's amazing how, I don't know, I just feel blessed to have this opportunity to be able to just you know, to just speak stuff and hear stuff and then think about it, and then think of something that I never thought about before.
Praise
God.
God.
Say something that's been on my mind that somebody says, you know, I'm glad that you said that. And I can say right
That's
back,
Mr. Benjay. He's a truck driver.
And then, like I said, I don't get very much encouragement at all from quote unquote real world, but eventually they're going to blend up to where you're going to go into McDonald's and it's going to be like a YouTube, you know, or something. It's just to where, imagine if this disappeared. All of us that are like, we're going to do something. We're going to be writing letters to people. We're going to be, renting billboards. Imagine if this all went away, we would still have that need to be in somebody's life, to be heard, to be seen, to be, you know, to be touched, to be real, and that being, it's really scary, but we all want it, and that's because that's the only reason why we're here, in a sense, because we want more than what this is handing us. This is like, here,
yes,
we're gonna give you, and you're like, man, this is it. It's like, there's more, you know. And so a lot of people are starting to throw their trays on the ground and just saying, I don't need that tray no more. And I'm one of them. I'm looking forward to mistakes. I'm looking forward to doing the wrong thing with this YouTube thing. And so I remember, you know, the mark of the beast, all this whatever thing. And it's like going, well, if we're gonna sin, then at least I could do is like define it for the future, you know, because I'm sure there's this whole generation that's below us that we never see because they're censored from us, right? And so, like, you know, the only people that are really interested in it, like my younger cousins or something, and they're like video games, and it's like, you know, they would watch if you just put a video game on there. It's like going, I try to, like, you know, because I was just as bad going, oh, it's Resident Evil and all the video games, and didn't realize that the only reason why I'd hang out with my parents or whatever is because they bought me a video game, right? And so I guess it's tough to be able to tell somebody what you went through unless you're willing to show what you went through. And I guess I'm willing to show my failures and to learn from it, instead of having to saying, I was back in your day, you know, just like, here, watch me for 10 minutes and figure it out, you know, figure out what you think about me, you know, to where, and then, you know, I know a lot of people are going through it to where there was a time when they wouldn't have thought of coming up here. Still, there's days where there's people that right now it's like, I'll never go up there. And it's like, they might not have seen their mom on there. Like, if my mom went on there, I'd be jealous as hell. You know, I've been trying to get you on my channel, you know, but she's up here, and you know,
Hey, I just dropped your link, by the way. So if folks want to subscribe to Random Fan, please do.
No, it's okay.
Well, if they want to. No one's forced. But maybe they want to.
Well, you need a button. I do like to get every button. Like their own button, their avatar, I guess. And it's free. Just a self-addressed envelope to 5896 P.O. Box, Salem, Oregon 97304, and I'll slap it in the thing. I've given out a few to people, but it's the trust thing, and I understand that. I'm trying to find alternatives as far as like there's like homeless shelters that will actually accept mail, like where I've actually sent them to the shelters, and the people will pick them up at the shelters because it's like a public post. It's like a thing. I guess it's kind of a loophole I found where you can't mail it to the library and expect them to give it to somebody. You can't mail it to anything that I found and expect it to go, we're expecting you. We got your mail. Right? It's the only place is the shelters. They'll gladly take your mail, or as long as you communicate with them. I'm expecting mail. You don't have to live there or nothing.
Yeah.
It's just like with donating money. I don't have a major credit card, but if people trust me with their name on their ID and the state they're in, I'll send them all the money they want. There's Western Union. A lot of people don't like that, and I understand that. But as far as like, it's what I've tried. I tried to all these things, right? Anything to do with sending money, I'm stuck with my 3-cent letters. I don't know if you guys knew that you can send a letter for 3 cents. Just don't use don't use a zip code, and don't abbreviate, because that's a code for them to realize that it's going through federal property, like a state penitentiary or something. Anytime a letter goes through state property or something like that, then they
93
charge you.
cases.
But it's kind of weird because it took me a while to figure out.
What are you, crazy?
The post office is not going to tell you. You gotta find out. You gotta just trial and error, and you gotta write a bunch of stuff on there too. You gotta write like first class, non-domestic, without prejudice. It's section 21, chapter something. You know what I mean? Congress section. It's like something like that. You got to write 6 lines.
Interesting.
Basically, I remember it by supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. That's how I remember how to do it. But anyway, if anybody's interested in sending a letter, just bucking the system for 3 cents. It works. Just don't count on paying your bills.
I got to step away for like 2 minutes. Can you keep talking to the people while I'm gone? Can you do that? Or do you have to have me in the box? Because I got to go to the restroom, but I'll be right back.
I have it in me. I do have it in me.
I get that feeling. So if you don't mind, I'll be back shortly.
Okay. So like I said earlier, I was in the middle of feeding my worms. I hope I don't freak anybody out. But this is the stuff I use now. Like I said, they eat about 8 a day, and I have to keep them separate because the babies and the big ones, these are the baby ones. They're pretty pink. Little pink guys. And I like it over 65 degrees. And this is just the ones that I've got this year. I have a whole, it's a sensory deprivation tank, actually full of them. Ugh. But yeah, I always compare what they get at stores, and I always try to beat it. I always try to get bigger ones. So that's a big one there. That one's a little too small. He's not quite ready to be sold yet. But this guy, he's definitely a quarter. You definitely get 25 cents out of him. But I just sprinkle this on there every day. And when I have to, like, you can basically just put coffee grounds, eggshells. Make sure you microwave them first. They don't like meat. They don't like onions. They'll eat themselves out of house and home if you don't watch out, because they can eat their weight every day. I mean, I'll feed him more because he's pretty big. Dude, he's cold. But I got all these just in the last 4 days. Just in the last 4 days, I got all these. And it's quite interesting how I follow the stores and see how, like, when they sell them, they'll come in spurts. Like, they're pretty regular, the stores are, but sometimes
Moose, you're up.
Their worms are pathetic, it seems.
You're up, Moose.
In my opinion. And the fishermen, they don't know better, because they don't know, that there's actually worms everywhere, and it's kind of a loophole I've got, that I appreciate that these worms are here. They don't like bark dust, that's for sure. Oatmeal, they like oatmeal. Yeah, there's a few hundred in here. I bet you there's like at least, I don't know. I'll tell you how much that is though. It's like once I sell it, because I box them up, put them in their separate containers, and I probably do them. I sell them like in 5 dozen buckets, because a dozen at a time.
Thank you, Smith, for your generous donation. Much appreciated, sir.
I'd be
I don't know that we're going to
day.
be here long enough to play those videos, but please remind
The way
me,
like
and
to
I
sell
will play them.
Is in farms like
on the
this.
next show.
It's a whole farm to where they just grow them themselves, And a lot of people like to do that because the fishermen usually have the capability to have a fridge or something to put them in.
It's been a good day for
And then they
donos.
just, I've put myself out of business. A lot of people, because I've got them into doing it and shown them secrets of how and when to get the worms, and that's fine because it was like one of my goals was to be self-sufficient, and to see somebody else do it, and I'm out, some money, then that doesn't matter because look, he's got his own worms now. He's a fisherman. He could put 6 or 7 worms on a hook. I mean, could you imagine? Just be able to, that's what got, the first time I was just fishing with like dozens and dozens of worms, and fishermen would be like, what are you doing? What? And I go, oh, you buy them. You buy your worms, huh? He's like, yeah. And I was like, it's just weird talking to a fisherman about worms and telling him, like, they're everywhere, dude. There's just worms everywhere, dude. Spending $5 for a dozen. It's like, it's a thing that we can all do it. There's even like pill bugs. You guys know pill bugs, right? I've seen pill bugs go for $300, 15 of them. 15 pill bugs for that money. And at first, for a second, I go, that's absurd. I thought, no, that makes sense. That makes total sense. Because they're everywhere. And then you realize that people have pets that eat other pets, and they have to clean up after them. And roly-polies are good at, they're pretty much the cows of the insect world. And they'll eat like, they won't eat the belly scale of a snake. I found that out. Snake guy told me about that. He's like, they're not eating the snake. And I was like, what? And I found out, he told me finally, he's like, it looks like it's the belly. I go, come on, dude. Would you eat that? You can expect expect anybody to eat the scale of a belly snake? Well, it's not that it's gross, but it's probably pretty tough. and those things I cherish because I see them everywhere. You gotta have a license to mail them. It's free, but you have to have a license. So there's obviously some kind of benefit.
Hey, Sean?
Yes.
Is there any chance I could get you to do a live demonstration on eating a worm? I know that might sound cruel or callous or something, but I think shock factor is a big thing when it comes to these broadcasts, and I think we could use a little shock factor if you don't mind.
Sure. I've been practicing, doing it and eating them, and you don't chew them, and I recommend the small ones. Just don't chew them, and I recommend the small ones.
You know, one time somebody said that my dick looked like a Tic Tac, and I told him, I said, look, that's why your mom's breath is so fresh.
How about this guy? Is he big enough? Should I get something bigger?
What do you guys think of the crowd? What do you guys think? Should he go big?
Or just a mouthful?
Hey, if you're down for the shock factor, brother, go ahead, do the mouthful.
I will. Trust me. At first, I'm like going, oh, I wouldn't even think about doing this. But I've been practicing. And I realize that someday they will eat me, and I'm okay with that. So, cheers. Don't swallow them. Please don't swallow them. Or chew them. Don't chew them. Because at least me, I can't really bear chewing them. Because that's just, I know I'm eating them, but it's like, that's just mean, right? I don't know what's worse. What's the chat say? What's worse, being chewed up alive or just being digested slowly? Being eaten live, that's probably tops it, huh? Should I do another one? These will fill you up. They will.
Yeah, go big, baby.
I used to eat like a banana at lunch. Like, I was eating a banana. I'd be hungry later. I eat 3 worms. I ain't hungry till dinner. So
I honestly think being eaten alive is the worst thing. Like I very much fear being eaten alive.
What are you, crazy?
Especially by somebody you didn't know.
You are crazy.
See, it's. I've learned that too is when you're picking them, don't eat them when you're bent over because they don't go down quite well, and it's fucking wrong. You know what I mean? To where you're like, oh, die.
Because you know I'm wild.
You know, because you want it to be a nice, easy, peaceful death.
Obviously.
So should I do another one? I could be here all day till I'm full. I'm that desensitized of eating these things.
Yes.
And I know where they came from. I know what they've been eating. There's no GMOs.
You know it.
You're not grossing me out, brother. Go ahead. I mean,
and you know what?
I don't know how the people in the crowd are thinking.
There is no taste.
Your thoughts per pound? Oh, that's
there is literally
just me.
Besides a bad morning bath, you know, but there's no taste. Like if I was to try to, let me try to go another one. I'm really gonna try to think of any kind of flavor that these remind me of, and I bet you I'll be hard pressed.
Disgusting. Culture and society, it's laughable.
I'm gonna have to get a second opinion.
Authentic, bona fide man.
There's absolutely no taste. Like nothing. Like a little bit of like the dirt or
Let's cut the bullshit.
Like this is moss. See, it smells.
You're in a room with me now, not the other way around.
Way
Remember
more
that.
than a worm. Like there's nothing. That's what I never really thought about. There's no taste. They don't taste bad, unless
Obviously.
no taste is bad. That's my opinion, but that's weird. I never noticed that. There's literally no taste. Probably because they're so slimy that I'm not actually eating.
Right.
I'm not really tasting their skin. I'm guessing.
The consequence is suffering and death?
No. They're just kind of wet. Weird.
What are you, crazy?
Good thing they're not like crawdads, or like you have to squeeze out their stuff. And everybody out there, they're still alive inside of me. They're alive right now. The first one's like, Bob, Jeff, we gotta get out of here. But in a few minutes,
God damn.
Old Jeff's gonna go, Bob's dead.
God damn.
Oh no.
I'm sick of it.
So the shock factor. So should I just have a seat? And just eat up my profits? Is that what you want? Just eat up my profits? Just be like, yeah.
I don't think you should eat all your profits. I don't want you to do that, Sean. I just want you to demonstrate something that would, freak people out a little bit, or, kind of get people on edge,
I freaked out that.
Anyways, what a beautiful stream. What a wonderful stream.
They're tasteless. I guess I just imagined that they'd had taste this whole time. Bob's dead now. I think he's probably succumbed.
No.
I did feel a little bit, with Jeff. He was clung on somewhere in there, but he's gone now. Down further. And I don't have no feelings in my belly. But I bet you if I ate it,
I'm not buying it. You're not even buying it. Don't you get it? I'm not buying it. You're not even buying it. Don't you get it?
But they're not that strong. No, I can't.
Wow.
No. I don't think. What's to say?
Now, does it bother you at all if, like, a beautiful lady like Lindsay, Lindsay Smith here, she says your love life might not be as good as it could be if you weren't eating those worms? Does that bother you? Because it doesn't bother me. I mean, I think you're a man who knows what he's doing. You're standing for what you're standing for, and I back you 100%, Sean.
I want you to look at yourself.
Well, I'd be concerned if my wife wasn't willing to cook.
I want you to look at yourself.
Right? Like, I don't want to cook you this because
I want you to look at yourself. I want you to look at yourself. How many days would it take
for somebody to eat something they didn't like? I mean, I didn't have to eat these, but there might be a chance.
I want you to look at yourself.
And I thought about that a long time ago before I ate them. And now I'm at this point going, I'm ready. I'm ready. Imagine being the first day, like in a camp or something, like, oh, I'm starving. Oh, Bob's eating worms. That's nasty.
What the fuck is your problem, dude?
Yeah, but at least Bob ain't gonna starve, right?
Hopefully Bob's a generous person. But yeah, I looked at it to where I could feed myself. I could feed all of us. Doesn't matter what the weather. That's why I'm always curious whenever you see somebody on TV and they're starving.
It was fucking horrible.
It's like there's worms everywhere. If it's not worms, there's something.
It was fucking horrible.
I don't know what's more important, to learn what you can eat or what you can't eat.
It was fucking horrible.
I guess I'm starting with what I can eat because the world already told me what I can't eat. Now I gotta convince myself going.
The science doesn't
No,
lie.
it's true. I can't eat these, and I can feed them. See, I never really ate the big ones. I'd always eat the little ones.
It was fucking horrible.
Now I can even do that. But that's as far as I'm gonna go, folks. As far as there's nothing gonna go beyond me just eating them. I'm gonna grow them. I'm not gonna molest them. They're gonna be nice, and I might not even start eating them anymore. You hear that?
So I do.
So are you saying you wouldn't Richard Gere your worms?
Richard Gere.
You're all being killed. We're all dying.
I don't know what you're implying, but
New World Order.
Probably not.
We are now in the New World Order. We are now in the New World Order.
Because that's what they do. They're very violent with each other.
We are now in the New World Order.
If they had teeth, they would eat each other.
We are now
but since they can't eat each other, then they're hermaphrodites. So they just do the next best thing.
We are now in the New World Order.
They Richard Gere each other.
To clarify the Richard Gere thing, I think he's the guy who he was found with a hamster
to the internet.
Stuck in his rectal area. And I wasn't even implying that you were going to do something dirty with it, I guess, but maybe I was. I don't know.
Well, these streets, you gotta imply that somebody's implying. Dang, he did that by himself? Because you gotta put the jar in there, and then you gotta put them in, and then I don't know. It'd be tough to do by yourself.
I mean, the chat's gotta know. Chat, you gotta know who did the hamster up the rectum.
The lady in the chat, she might know, right? Because I mean, for somebody to know,
damn near killed them.
My intimate life as well as she does, she's got to know a lot more about more people. But no, yeah, I've been single for too damn long. Thanks for mentioning that. I'm too honest. I'm very honest, and it's kind of detrimental to my relationships to be too honest. But I don't mind it.
I think radical authenticity is what's needed in this world, and I think if more people were authentic and not hiding behind characters, personas, and other worldly stuff, that we would all have better relationships.
Yeah, I every time I come on here, I break down my persona that I put up for myself. Every day I kind of, because in the real world, I thought I was breaking barriers with all these people. And I really don't think that they would understand what I'm doing with you guys right now. I really don't think they would understand that I'm sitting in my shed eating worms for the pleasure of other people. But
it was Lemmy Winks. It was Lemmy Winks, Sean. That's who it was.
And you don't even know you're being dragged.
It was a gerbil. It wasn't a hamster. And people can wonder what you're doing here, right? You're building community. You're speaking your truth. You're sharing with people that, hey, you raise you raise your worms. You sell them to fishermen so they can catch awesome fish, so they can go home and feed their families. And then you could also eat those worms just in case the apocalypse hits, and you have no problem with it. You know what that shows? That shows stoicism, my friend. Shows stoicism, discipline. Shows that you're willing to work the land too. You got your corn planted. You got your other plants out there. I respect it, brother.
Well, thank you. This is the main tank. This is the main tank here. Sensory deprivation tank. Corvallis.
That's pretty big, dude. How many gallons is that? Like 40, 50?
Well, the water's only supposed to come up to here, but yeah, I guess it's. I don't know how many gallons. I'd say
we'll just say it's a big tank.
Yeah, it's a big tank. I mean, that's like if the whole capacity is at least 8 5-gallon or 50-gallon drums, right? 4 or 4. I know, but I'm really tempted to clean it out and do the sensory deprivation part. Because wouldn't that be interesting? Especially on mushrooms.
Are you talking about sensory deprivation for the worms or for yourself?
No, for myself.
Ah, okay.
For myself. Yeah. And the public. How's that? And the public.
I don't know if I'd share a sensory deprivation chamber with the public. Sorry, boy.
Yeah, no, the whole worm farm thing interests me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the other, I think it was like I think it might be a year ago. There was so much rain, that the worms actually came out of the pavement, because they couldn't find any dry place anymore. Everything was wet. So I just scooped them up from the ground. I just scooped them up on how do you call this? Well, I scooped them up.
I call them roadworms. Those are called roadworms. Yeah.
And so I just scooped them up, and I just planted them in my plant pots on my balcony because if it won't work, it won't harm my ground either. And but it works.
And you can tell if they have a good environment because they won't leave. If they got a good environment, they'll stay.
Yeah, and so I found some of them like underneath of the pots. So I'm like, okay, so they're still here. Yeah, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, that means that it might be too many. Whenever they're on top or something, that means there's too many.
No, they're below the ground. They're below the pot.
Okay.
So I don't know. Is that a good sign? I don't know. Or maybe they want to leave.
What?
They're just maybe if they're below the pot, they're just in the checkout zone. We are about ready to leave.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's good to let them escape if they want to, because they'll die in there and whatever. So it's good to let them choose their environment.
They're safe with me. I'm not going to eat them, but they don't look as fat as they do in your farm. You know, they look way thinner on my balcony. So you must be doing something right.
Well, shoot, my bad. I'm at 3%. I'm so glad that I was able to talk to you guys.
Yeah.
I should probably get out of here. Until next time, guys. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're at 3%. Okay, yeah. Hey, thanks for being here. Dude, like I said, dude, you're amazing. You never actually cease to amaze. I mean, each and every time that I see you online, it's awesome, dude. Awesome.
Yeah, excellent presentation today, Sean. I really appreciate you coming up here, taking the Benton's Live Without Fear challenge, and I hope you have a wonderful day, man.
You too, guys. Bye, guys.
Well, that was cool. He talked so much, I started eating. So you folks might want to chat. What's up, boy?
Yeah, not much. I mean, it's good that you get some time to eat with some good content there, some quality time filler there. Shock value, you know, but acceptable though.
Yeah, that was pretty wild, man. I didn't know where that was going to go. I didn't know if it was going to be a good thing or a bad thing, or, you know, it's radical authenticity.
It is radical. It is authentic. Yeah. Yeah.
So how you been, boy? Do you have any topics you want to bring up while Ben's eating, or try to hold the stream down for him for a sec?
Well, not that much. I met up with two YouTubers yesterday, and with Forever Love and Capalicious. You might or might not know them, and so we met up for the second time in a year. No, maybe a bit longer than a year. So we've been together before, and now we met up again. And our lives were at totally different points, all three of us. And Caplicious, he's moving to America next year. Yeah. So actually, it was a very good day. It was nice. You know, it's nice to be together again. And I don't have very much to say about that, you know, to be honest. It's what I did yesterday.
Yeah, man, I haven't really been doing much either. I've just been visiting some state parks, some parking lots, like Cabela's parking lot, because they let you sleep for free. And I met up with Chuck in Tennessee yesterday, bringing the metaverse to the real life, trying to show these people that, you know, we're more than just a little dot on the screen, little square on the box. I think that's where like real change is going to come from, though. I think it's going to come from actually, you know, shaking hands with each other, building some sense of trust, and hopefully it will bring in the ability to break out of this little section of YouTube that we're stuck in. There's millions and millions and millions of people that use YouTube every day, but I feel like this community has been shoehorned into the corner or thrown in the closet, and there's, you know, basically the same 100 to 1,000 people going around to all the same streams that we go to. And so my goal is to try to break us out of that.
Yeah. And we can meet up, you know, I mean, and listen up. I mean, it's not everybody that you're going to meet, you're going to love, right? It's sometimes life disappoints, you know, sometimes real life disappoints. Sometimes you might get along online, but in real life, maybe not so much, but also very much so, you know, you might also get along very well. So it's not always a bullseye, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, it could go both ways, man. But what I've found is I've tested the people that I go to meet. I've tested their patience. I've tested their trustworthiness, their honesty, all that. I've tested them. I've been a total jerk off to them, so that way I can see how they really are.
Mm-hmm.
And when I meet them in person, they're like, "What? You're not a dick?"
Right.
But I understand why you wouldn't want to come up with Illumitami. Sometimes, personalities, they clash, like you say. And, it's not that you don't have to like everybody, but I do think that inherently we should love each other. We should have a love for each other, but we don't have to like everything about each other.
Yeah, the guy gets very upset. Last time I came on, he just totally escalated himself. He almost cried to Benton to remove me. So it was pretty hysterical for a man, even. I think he refers to himself as a man, but still it was hysterical. So, yeah.
You ever lost a hubcap driving down the road before?
What?
Yeah,
God damn, bitch! You're about to get fucking wrecked.
Down the road, and we had just got our new tires on and everything, and now I lost a couple hubcaps.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Where'd you get the tires?
I'm gonna have to look up the name. It's some general name or whatever.
In Maine?
No, it was like halfway to Connecticut.
Sounds like they fucked up putting that shit back on.
They definitely did. So I'm gonna call them up and I'm gonna see what I can do about getting some new ones. It's just weird, dude. It's just weird because, you go to a professional, and this is the thing that's wrong with America, right? It's like you can go to anybody who considers themselves a professional. They've got insurance. They've got a shop. They got a nice sign outside. But you go inside and there's no work ethic. There's no pride. There's no accountability. To most of these places.
That's how you know. That's how you know to go somewhere else. If they have all the time in the world, you shouldn't go there. Pretty much it.
I understand that.
That's a tell.
When you're desperate, though, because it is the winter, and a lot of people like to get their RVs tuned up right before they store them. So our pickings were slim. Our pickings were very slim. Oh, and Chuck's down there. So Chuck he witnessed that I was missing 2 hubcaps, and he damn near pulled his back out trying to pull the other 2 hubcaps off. All right, folks. Voight, I just got to do a commercial real fast, and then I'll give it over to you. So we got 9 minutes left in the stream, folks. Ben's been here.
Unless we can fill out the panel. So either or, but go ahead, sir.
All right, so what I was trying to say is we need to fill out this panel so that way we can keep this going on, right, folks? Or if you guys do appreciate what we're doing here, what Benton's doing here, and you do want to help him continue to do this, $5, $2, $1, and any donation towards his cause would actually help.
Thank you,
out.
sir. They've given plenty for today, but I appreciate what you're trying to do. Thank you. No, it's we're donations closed for the day, but that was my fault for not letting you know. So my apologies.
So humble,
Moose.
right?
It's been a good day.
But he's humble too.
It's been a good day.
It's been a good day. Hear that. Amen.
Life is good.
Praise
then.
God.
Life is good. Forget about me. Praise God. And my daughter just said praise God in her own way. Donations are good. I want to thank everybody who donated today, because you know what?
Yeah, let's thank the people.
You guys are what keeps this thing. You keep the heartbeat flowing.
Praise
you keep
God.
the blood going through the veins. You keep the dopamine going through the brain, and you keep people like Benton and myself wanting to stay around.
Yes.
Indeed, sir. Well said. I had a great time. It's been wonderful. But yes, if folks want to jump up, we'll fill the panel out. If not, I will have to click the button, and that's not a threat. That's just the reality of the situation. So I will let the audience decide. I'm okay either way. What's new in Voy's world? What time of day is it over there, Voy?
It's time for me to make some tea, as I'm doing.
Oh, fantastic.
I'm brewing some tea. It's 10 to 8 in the evening.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
What sort of tea are we having, if I may ask?
Some jasmine tea.
Oh, excellent.
Like purely jasmine out of straight jasmine into the pot, and then through a sieve. How do you say it? A sieve?
Well,
a sieve. How do you call a sieve? A sieve.
A sieve. Yes, sir. Well, with my accent, between my accent and your accent, we're not going to get there. So, yeah, SIEVE, I believe. Yes.
Yeah.
And the stream.
So, yeah, that's the kind of tea I like. That's the kind of tea I'm having.
Excellent.
Hey, there's Bex.
Yes, you're a man of
Look what
refined
the cat dragged in.
Of refined tastes, and the stream has been saved, ladies and gentlemen. The talent has arrived.
Welcome back. So I'd like to say thank you for coming up.
Beck's not quite ready yet. That's all right. Good to see you, Miss Bex.
Yeah, it's great to see you, Bex. And I appreciate having the real talent here, because, you know, me, the artist formerly known as Moose, I have a few things to say, but really I'm more of a listener and responder and chaos agent.
Interesting. I would say some of those titles apply to me as well, perhaps, unintentionally or intentionally. Is my sound okay?
Are you playing music right now?
Yes.
5x5.
Yeah, we've trained ourselves to mute up because of the StreamYard issues. You're good to go.
Okay, good to know. All I heard was you were calling people up to fill the panel. If you were saying talent before that, that's I didn't hear that. So.
Well, yeah, that's
I just came up to take a place with you. I'm not here to pull a Dominic.
Understood. Wait, what? Anyway. Wait, what? No, no, you don't have to carry the stream, but I feel much more confident now with you here. That I can fade into the background.
Fade into the background of StreamYard, you mean?
Well, yeah, I've been. It's been a long day. I need to go outside and put some sunlight in my eyes real quick, if I may.
All right. Boy and Moose and I got it.
I love that.
Yeah, you just drop a topic if you got one or something that I can move with. Because I'm kind of like, when I'm smoking, I got all these creative things going on in my brain, right? I fire off like a fucking rocket. And usually I blow up and on myself, like self-destruct or whatever. So now that I'm not smoking, I'm kind of playing it a little more, I don't know. Just not as creative.
I see. Is Voice still here?
I'm not sure.
I was I was gonna ask you what you thought about Voink. I'm just joking, but I'm trying to figure out what Hank Voy was being compared to that day.
You're talking about Hank Inflamio or whatever?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Hank of Lamio. That's who I thought the Hank was that Snafu Snaps mistook Voy for.
Yeah, I'm not really like sure. When Snafu talks, a lot of times I kind of turn my brain off, you know?
I mean, if you don't turn the brain off yourself, he will. You know, that's pretty much the deal.
I mean, the second the talking comes over, like everybody starts talking over each other, my brain cannot handle that. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, I got a good one. Bex, did you just see Sean, good old random fan?
I did. Yes, I did.
All right, what did you think about the new Benton Factor? I don't know, I got to come up with a good name for it, but it's like a Fear Factor spinoff, but Benton's version.
Ooh, good idea. Very good idea.
And it's not so much about the fear, but it's more about how casual. I mean, can you eat a worm more casual than Sean just did? That's pretty much what it is about, right? That's pretty much. Can you step off a ridge, just like you don't care, and just end up well on the other end, right? I mean, not just step off a ridge and die, but can you just step in poo and just step into the ritz like it's nothing? Step in dog poo and just step into the ritz, like it's nothing. And nobody says anything. Something like that, or. It's about the casualty. It's about the casuality.
Yeah, the only other person I've ever seen so casual about stuff like that is Lubass when he was drinking chicken blood.
Oh. Yeah.
Did he really drink it?
Yes, he does. He did, and he does. It's very scary. It's kind of like a voodoo thing, I guess.
I believe that. I can see that. I can see him doing that. Yeah, totally.
And then on that note of drinking bodily fluids, is it true that Brian O'Shea, I mean, lots of people in these communities have done the urine therapy thing. Is that a ripping thing or a real thing for Brian? You guys know?
I don't care.
Yeah, he definitely does. I guarantee you he does urine therapy, and that disgusts me as well. But yeah, I don't know.
A funny thing about that is I've seen people comment just in general on urine therapy conversations, not so much directed at Brian, the idea of like there should be basically like, ooh, I'd want to know that before I kiss someone kind of thing, in the chat. So I came up with the dating apps for people, names of dating apps. It's just Urinder, Urinder, and Urinder without the E for the like grinder. For this, for the people who,
You're either in or you're out.
Exactly.
You're either in or you're out. You're in there. Surrender to Urinder. Come on.
Boy.
I mean, how do you bring that up in casual conversation when you're dating someone? Hey, do you drink your own piss?
Hey, do you have this Urinder app? That's how you bring it up in casual conversation. No.
Imagine being out on a date, right? Bex, you're with like the hottest guy you've ever seen, or girl, I don't know how you swing, and you're just sitting there, you're having a great date, right? It's like a 10 out of 10. You've never met somebody like that you clicked with so much.
Oh no, that doesn't exist. No, that doesn't exist. I mean,
no, just let me finish the hypothetical. So you get home, right? You get back to his house. You might be a little tipsy, all right? So that might have made the 7 to a 10, and then the next thing you know. You open up the fridge and you just see these yellow liquid bottles.
And then you're like, that could be urine. But then you look into a music collection and there's a lot of Phil Collins. There's a lot of Genesis there. And then you're like, oh, this is getting really spooky. Yeah. Yeah, I can totally imagine. I mean, my imagination is going wow now.
I hear you. I was just thinking you'd need vegan uriner. Like it'd be real subsets of this dating app actually, because there'd be people like, I don't want to kiss a guy who eats meat and anyways, I digress.
As you do. As we do. But come on, it's not your stream. I mean, it's not like you need to stick to topic like you always do on your own stream. I mean, it's Benton's stream, so you can digress.
Ooh, I digress on my streams too.
Do you?
For hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours
on
and hours and hours.
And Canadian hours at that, you know, I mean.
27 hours a day. 27 hours a day.
Elvis would eat his heart out.
I tell you what though, if you ever got a jellyfish sting, you know damn well that Brian O'Shea would take care of you.
Huh?
He'd be able to take care of you with it in his pocket probably, and aged. It'd probably just need a few drops of the age stuff likely. Back to this Benton fear factor thing though. Now, how I see it as Avatar a fear factor. Were you suggesting that, Moose?
Could you say that again?
Well, I was thinking that Benton-esque fear factor style would actually have to do something to do with like on the internet, something to do with our avatar, not our person. Like, sorry, wouldn't you say?
What are you suggesting, Bex? What are you suggesting?
I'm just saying that. So, for instance, I don't know, pick someone who doesn't like to listen to me, for instance, right? And you put them up here and they have to see how long they can last through all the sound bites or whatever, like it has to be internet style fear factor, like no torment or no like stalking or no.
How long, okay, yeah, I have a nice challenge here. Like, how long would Tommy and I be able to say nice words to each other?
Exactly. Or see who can, do the opposite ones. Exactly. So something where it's like, who can trigger Tommy the least or something like that, right? Like, I mean,
right.
Tommy's the wrong example. I think Tommy would
even easier. I mean, just try to please Tommy. Make Tommy comfortable. Make Tommy comfortable.
Boy. I think one thing I know that Tommy could do is if he was challenged on that kind of fear factor front, guaranteed the man would show us full on, whatever we'd be expecting the opposite of, he would totally show us the opposite. Like, you know what I mean? He can fully control himself.
Full dedication.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
But there's some good ideas there, like especially specific community members, right? You'd be like, okay, these two people, this is the fear factor effect, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm still laughing about the idea of me and Tommy trying to say nice words to each other.
Exactly.
Yeah, I need to stop that. Drink some tea, boy. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. By the way, I have some date leaves in my date leaves and jasmine. That's my tea. Yep. Dandy stuff, I tell you.
Sorry, folks. I have a toddler, and she's at that terrible 2 stage. She gets a little wild.
I heard so.
Nothing's wrong either. Like, absolutely nothing. She's fed. She's clean. She's, everything's good. But, you don't put her shoes on, and next thing you know, the house is burning down.
Well, congratulations. So that's all a good sign, right?
I mean, I suppose it means she's healthy, right? I mean, most children are little S-bags at that age. So I love her, and she's beautiful, and she's wonderful, and I would do anything for my daughter. But she definitely has my personality, where she can be a total douche at times.
Yeah.
LOL, douche toddler.
I mean, now you know what we have to put up with, right? And this is only the beginning, right? She's only 2 years old.
It's karma, boy. It's karma. If I would have been just a little bit nicer in my life.
I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to use those words, but you know what I'm getting at. Yeah. Say something, Bex.
Something.
Hey, Moose, tell her she's in Arkansas. No shoes is completely normal there.
I'm going to see. Yeah, she don't like that answer, sir. She almost flipped out.
Okay, noted.
The funniest thing is, guys, is that,
Noted.
When you want her to have the shoes on, she doesn't want them on. But when you don't really care if she's wearing shoes, she's like, I got to wear these shoes, man. I have to. I literally have to wear these damn shoes.
Yeah. Well, that's a 2-year-old there.
All right, I'm almost finished my coffee. I should be raring in a second. I was under a bit of duress, right? Click that link or I'm shutting her down. I thought, well, that's easier than donating money.
Love that, Bex.
Some people just donate sound bites.
Right?
Right.
Ah, yes. What a rich tapestry of Bex sound bites we have.
Oh, you do. You do have rich tapestry.
And Bex, I honestly have to say, your sound bites are some of the funniest sound bites I've ever heard. And there's honestly no disrespect. You should just be like, I mean, I'm happy when he put me on a sound bite. Like I'm honored,
Oh, I am happy. The irony of the soundbite about
can't be afraid of someone with a
lore
glowing
behind
dildo.
there. Are you playing music right now for it to seem like it was about the soundbites at all? There was one soundbite had a cough clip in it the first time he was playing them, right? And when I went back to listen, I couldn't tell if I was being rude and coughing or if it was the soundbite. So I got a little bit in my feelers about that at first, tried to communicate, but sometimes communications break down out here. And, I will admit, Moose, that there's been times out here where I have exploited my exhaustion for the emotional game. Like, I know people think I'm out of control in those situations, but I have purposely come up here to express myself that way. It's in the
It's
evolution
content.
of my exactly.
Trust me, I spurred out for a year.
Are you playing music
actually
right now?
more than that. I spurred out for 2 years now.
It's fucking bullshit if you're playing music right now.
No, I appreciate the pathway forged ahead for me by interesting characters like yourself, for sure.
Well, my goal is to be the most hated on the metaverse, so that way you don't feel so bad.
Well, and I want to say this:
that's hilarious.
What I have is maybe 5% of what believe me, if I had some sort of vendetta, it would be like 1,000 clips. There was so much to pick from, which I think is a compliment. Personally, that's how I would take it as a compliment.
I have taken it as a compliment. I hope you can hear my sincerity.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And as far as the cough thing, I just never heard the cough, so I was like, I didn't really know what you were talking about. But then I'm thinking, well, it must be there because she's saying it's there, but I've never heard it. just confused by the whole thing. But we don't need to reopen that can of worms. Shout out to the worm eating fella.
It made for some even better sound bites. Let's just chalk it up to destiny.
I'm quite happy with how it's worked out. Certainly.
I honestly can't believe I got somebody to eat worms on your show.
Well done, Moose. I saw you working there.
All right, you guys got to take over. Sorry, Bex.
Yeah. Thanks for being here, Moose. Much appreciated. Feel free to hang out.
That's okay.
We'll let you fade into the background there.
Look at random fan. He's reviving his old avatar. This was his original avatar.
I couldn't tell if that was Moose. That's Moose's real account down there? The MOOSE, one of his, or?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see.
That's a real Moose?
Oh, there's no telling. I can check real quick. I just assumed it was not the real Moose, but yeah, that's the real Moose, it looks like. Yeah, that's the real Moose. He's got multiple accounts.
Okay, tell him I'm just going to say I'm sorry, Moose, earlier, for he asked me a question, is it Bex or Rebecca, or am I going to get beat up or something? And I just said, no, thank you. And then he asked back, what do you mean? But sometimes if I think someone's trolling me, sometimes I'll just answer in a weird answer because I didn't think it was him. But yeah, Moose can call me whatever he wants.
I don't know that we have a fake Moose. I'm sure there has been before, but I don't know about on this channel.
So Moose can call you whatever he wants, but I have to call you Mama, huh? So that's how it is now. Huh?
Yes, sir. And this avatar that you use, Benton, some people have told me that's not the Unabomber one. The Unabomber is the drawing one.
Yeah, it's actually.
Oh yeah.
I believe it's from like the one of the posters for Natural Born Killers. Yeah, Woody Harrelson. It's my favorite movie, although it's not holding up so much. I've seen it many times. It's starting to not hold up as well, but it was very much ahead of its time for a long time.
Yeah.
Story by Quentin Tarantino, by the way, directed by Oliver Stone. And I do like, what's her name, Juliette Lewis, quite a bit. And Tom Sizemore is in it as well.
I love Juliette Lewis. She was great. She actually went on to form, well, she probably always had. She had some sort of punk band, no?
Probably, but you might be thinking of Winona Ryder. However, Juliette Lewis, Oliver Stone wanted her to work out and put on muscle for the film, and she just flat refused. She was like, no, I'm not doing that. Because, she does, like, kick people's ass in the movie, so he wanted her to have, like, kind of like Linda Hamilton in Predator, I'm assuming. Although that might not have happened yet, but yeah, she was like, no, I'm not doing that. So, which I respect, personally. I think that's pretty cool.
Good for her.
Confident,
Good for her,
too, not worried about being replaced or whatever. Just like, no, I know I'm the one for the role. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, Venus met her, apparently.
Get the role. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. That's cool. Yeah, I think she was here. She was here in the last 10 years performing at one of our outdoor venues. One of those bunch of bands come for some sort of like weekend performance. I'm sorry, I don't know the proper lingo. Clearly, I don't go out to live music much. But yeah, she was here in the recent past, and I like that she did that because her reputation preceded her as kick-ass. Period. As a slim, kick-ass, fucking super personality.
Yeah, she seems like she'd be pretty down to earth too. I'm just assuming. And apparently she did have a punk band, so you were correct.
I thought Venus might know.
Yep. Cool. Played the Viper Room when Venus was there. Interesting. And London Man.
A lot of bands.
Oh, go ahead, Bex.
I was just gonna no. I was just gonna say a lot of actors and actresses have bands. I don't know if you guys knew, but you know the guy that plays Lieutenant Dan in the Forrest Gump movie in Forrest Gump. He went on to have a band.
Gary
Sinise. What's his name? Gary. Sinise. Yeah, and he did it. The band was toured with the military. Like he kind of like Marilyn Monroe used to get brought into wherever to entertain the troops. You know.
There's a term for that. Shit, I can't think of what that's called. Man, why can't there's a term for that type of thing? I just cannot remember it.
You were gonna say something though? I interrupted you.
No, it was just
London Man.
Just nobody was talking, so I was gonna say that London Man is live.
How long have you been live now?
Oh, I don't even know. It's been long ass time. 8 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, USO tours. Thank you, Chuck.
Hey, okay, Benton, I'm heading out. And
all right, brother.
Yeah, thanks for not backstaging me. It's the first time that you didn't.
That's true. You're technically correct there. I see what you did there, sir. Well, thanks for taking that all in stride. Much appreciated.
See you on the next one.
All right, later on, brother. I have to remind myself not to talk in idioms when I talk to when I speak with Voy. In stride, he may not quite understand the meaning of.
Well, it's been an exciting few days. I mean, maybe it's always this exciting. Maybe I'm just settling into it. It's been very exciting around here these last few days.
Yeah, I would agree.
Tommy sure did shine. I mean, he does in many places. I'm not trying to act like something's new, being impressed by him. I've been impressed by him many times. I'm not trying to cuck to him or cupcake or whatever the fucking terms people want. I'm not simping. I know I can't. I'm a girl. But last night on TML, he just kicked ass, man. He really did.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I haven't seen that part yet, but probably won't take the time rather to review it. But yeah, maybe should have played that earlier.
It's just nice seeing, some people a lot of people only see people in, a few little spots, or they'll catch this character here or there. You don't always get those moments where you're like, you really see the whole of not the whole of the person, but you can really value all of the comedic aspect when someone new comes to a panel and they're like, who's this guy?
Yeah, definitely.
And he just controls it,
Well, that one guy, I forget his name, the Illumination guy. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yep, the lawyer, Illumination News.
Yeah, I've gone in on him a couple of times now. It's like actually like 3 times, but he seems to be adapting to it. It was just a little bit of a light hazing last night. Of course, that was, this morning for me, I should say. But yeah, I hit him pretty hard the first time. Might as well get him used to things.
I agree. Yeah, I guess I neglected to even. Sorry, I didn't even mention the whole it's a pretty epic chat.
Oh yeah.
Chat takeover too.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was fucking
domination.
Bullshit. Those bozos.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got schooled. I mean, I try not to toot my own horn too much, but I did come over here and talk about it when I went live, and folks didn't know what I was talking about. I'm losing some of my enunciation. I'm gonna have to get back on the tongue twisters, I suppose. Hot coffee in a proper copper coffee pot, as it were. Yeah, see, that's a little harder than normal. I'm slacking Bex, but yeah, these bozos think they can go at me in a text chat. Good luck. So thank you for noticing.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I wanted to mention that I really appreciate that even though I've hidden you once right in front of your face and actually didn't discover that I hadn't unhidden you in a mass hide and block that I played, that I appreciate that you've been back. You did put a comment, send someone over, and that you have been back to my channel.
Oh, yeah.
Because I know that's something that could have actually cut off that as a line of communication at all. So.
Oh yeah, I don't care about any of that as long as you rectify it.
As long as you rectify it.
Yeah. Good.
TBE, I had the same situation with TBE, and he had just forgotten. He just had forgotten that I was hidden on his channel. But then he was coming over here, and I was like, finally, I went to one of his live streams. I was like, oh, this fucker's got me muted. So next time I saw him, I just was like, hey, do you know I'm muted in your chat? And he went ahead and, he took care of it. As long as it gets taken care of, it just doesn't matter to me. I don't know if I'm just beaten down by the the streets or what, but just don't even care. Is that good or bad, Bex? What do you think?
Well, given my latest attitude this week, I think it's great. Like I do. I think, aren't we learning? I don't know. This week, the lesson is learn not to fucking care what people say. No?
Yeah, but I agree. However, you're definitely onto something with the emotional side of things. Because, I'm an emotional person. And I know you weren't talking about me specifically, but like I always reserve the right to sort of just be emotional and express it. Why wouldn't I? I'm a person with strong emotions. Like I don't think it, well, I know. And then in fact, that was a big part of how I was piecing up those bozos in the chat was, I'm a person. I've got feelings. It doesn't mean that I don't know how to act appropriately when I'm in an emotional state, It is possible to keep one's cool to some extent while one is losing one's cool. It's a bit of a...
Well, actually...
Go ahead.
I went over yesterday on my live, and it's up, or I wouldn't be talking about it, okay, even though I have done that before. I went over emotional maturity, and I grabbed the first document on Google, whatever. Emotional maturity, you and I both show many, many, many signs of it, actually. In fact, so would Tommy, as much as people think he doesn't. Performing, so I'm going to extrapolate from it here because my latest thought has been about the performance of your emotional maturity. People say you have to be in control. Well, I'll tell you, in the last couple of days, I saw a few situations where very passive, aggressive, controlled communications towards me were evident in chat that it was 100% just for show, which is great. So should it be when you're on some chat. You know what I mean? So should it be, right? If there's any beef, you don't want to start with someone, but to me, I'm pretty genuine, like I really am. So I just assume people are too. And there's nothing wrong with being disingenuine, i.e. not starting a beef with somebody on somebody else's channel or whatever, right? It's perfect behavior. But my point to this is that, people think they're in control of their emotions because they don't show any emotion. Yes. And that's not a fact, right? That's not a fact at all. We can perform our emotions in control, even though it looks like we're actually out of control, to people who don't emote fucking anything, right? So what I mean by perform is when I got an A+ on an exam in high school, it's called performance and doing well, right? So if we want to express our emotions as humans in control, in fact, that's good thing. I promise I'm not cupcaking to Tommy here, but actually that's probably one of the things that I miss in Tommy as much, like I miss about him as much as I, because of our own personal and, tensions or whatever, that I'll pay more attention to it to see that he actually fits all those bills as well. So, surprisingly for most people.
Now what they do is they request specific clips. I actually don't remember which one that is. I've got so many. I don't think it must not be named appropriately. But what I would say is, the thing is sometimes when I'm doing that performative thing you're talking about, what I don't like is when folks want to try to behave as if I'm negating my own humanity by acting out on my emotions. So if they want to say like, hey man, this is like comically ridiculous behavior on your part. Yeah, it is. You're right. That's completely fine to me. That would never bother. It's this idea that I'm somehow showing myself foolish and just like negating my own humanity. It just doesn't work that way. And some of these folks are so fucking far out of touch. We saw like Telescope and Truth or Cop yesterday. And Truther Cop was even trying to get on this bandwagon that, you know, I'm like damaging myself as a streamer. But then look at today. Everything went fine. There was plenty of people here. I think there's been 50 plus pretty much the whole time. We've hit 70 several times. I think we hit 80. It's like, what are you talking about, Truther Cop? But I knew that in the moment. Like when he's typing that, I'm like, just thinking like, you're a fucking idiot. If he really, now maybe he was just trying to fuck with me, but if he really believes that, it's like that he's showing himself to be out of touch. And then it's all this, well, you sound like. Like, that's not my problem. You know what I mean? Like, why do I suffer for what these people's, you know, what their view is or their perspective of how they think I sound, which, by the way, is based on what? Their own experiences and their own, you know, past history, right? And their own prejudices. What the hell does that have to do with me, Bex?
I hear that, Benton. I hear that loud and clear, because especially as someone who has content all over the metaverse where people can, you know, can get to know me, like, even if it's not on my own channel. There's definitely, you know, having my name in other people's mouths. I know people have a bias when they're listening to me, whether they've met me or not. And it's interesting to see, because it's sort of like of my getting to know, say, Ian from We Are Awake TV. Before he came back, only way I could get to know him was on his channel, if that makes any sense. So it's neat to have people's reputations precede them, beneficially or negatively, sort of depending on what people have seen. You know, I use that example, that analogy, as a good reputation preceding just the community I met. I met because his channel closed down, if that makes any sense. They were scattered everywhere, and so I met them on all sorts of panels. And I'm sure there was overlap before, but I came out right at that time that he'd shut down, interestingly enough. So I'm just saying that the reputation can precede someone in an absence or in a presence, you know? That's what I'm trying to say, in a beneficial or negative way, depending on where you're watching.
Yeah, and for the record, I just want to say I have no beef with Truther Cop. He's actually one of my favorite people on here, and you know, for people who followed the history of this channel, he had a lot to do with the early streams, and even had the key. He was the first person to ever have the keys here, by the way. And I learned a lot about how to use StreamYard driving a truck, and then just watching Truther Cop do whatever he was doing. I didn't even know there was banners at a certain. I just looked down one time. There's like, oh, there's a banner. That's interesting. So, you know, I don't have any beef with Truther Cop, but you know, I'm going to express myself about, you know, when he's behaving like a bozo, in my view. But you know, no hard feelings, obviously. I thought this was supposed to be. Hang on, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I appreciate you doing those things for me.
What's that?
I know he did it well, teaching me how all those things worked. Like, I know you said you learned it on the fly, just watching the screen while you were driving, glancing at it.
Oh yeah.
You know, whereas you actually came into my channel and you know, the tutelage of Benton began.
And I've learned from other people. I think that's important. And sorry to cut you off, but yeah, that's very important. The more we can learn from one another, obviously. You know, and I'm not trying to go too touchy-feely love fest, but yeah.
No, nor am I, because we could actually point out that we've actually had inspired spurgs off each other. Very, very good content.
Oh yeah. And you know, some of that, like, I don't know how much he's talked about it on his streams yet, but Brother Austin's been he's been working with the concept of rebuild the fourth wall, which I think probably will come into play at some point. And not that you're doing this. It seems like we all do this to some extent. You know, the breaking of the fourth wall seems to just be built in at this point. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But he's sort of put that idea in my head recently, where I'm sort of thinking about that. Got it on the back burner.
Can you expand on it? I haven't. Yeah, can you expand on what building the fourth wall is?
Yeah, like what you just said about the this, you know, working off each other's spurgs and all that. And you know, I talk this way all the time. Pretty much the whole time you've known me on here, I'm sure. But that is a breaking of the fourth wall. You're sort of just talking to the audience in a way where, you know, the fourth wall historically would be a television term for the screen itself is the fourth wall, if that makes sense. And I guess that's, you know, more for like, you know, when I guess like sitcoms or things that are filmed more like a play, you know, like a set piece, I guess. I'm assuming. I'd have to Google it to find out. But I think that's pretty close. So a lot of what we do on here, and it's not just me or you, it's pretty much everybody, you know, is kind of like when we're talking about the thing we're doing or that we have done, that is a breaking of the fourth wall. And there's nothing wrong with it. But I've noticed with Brother Austin, he's pretty intuitive with some of these things, and there's got to be something there. And I've been talking to him a little bit, you know, offline, because it's damn near impossible to get him on a panel anymore. Did you see that he did like 15, 20 minutes solo on the show the other day? Did you happen to see that?
I missed that, unfortunately. I would have really liked to see it.
Yeah, it was at the very start of, I think, probably Thursday. It's hard to remember, but I was lucky enough to have, was fortunate enough to have Yurt hosted. He just basically, as soon as I went live, it was just Yurt on the screen. I wasn't anywhere to be seen. And, you know, he's got the camera with the green screen and all of that. So it actually worked really well, and folks were happy to see him. And then the next day I did the same thing, but with machine lies. So it was pretty cool. So that may be something to look for in the future. I'd like to continue that format to some extent. I think it's kind of a cool, like, surprise to the audience, you know?
Well, yeah, and it sort of it supports your willingness to network with, you know, with many variety with a huge variety of people. You promote a lot of people's channels, you know. Speaking of that fourth wall and talking to the audience, that channel you promoted earlier, White Rabbit, she's got some. I didn't listen to anything yet, but she's got some really interesting titles to her live streams. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I've listened to a decent amount of her streams. Yeah, she's an interesting person for sure, and I like her style. She's got a certain flair. She was in the chat here earlier, briefly. So, and I was on panel. I showed up on her channel the other day. That's how I think that's how she found her way over here today. But then I don't know if you caught the epic donation rant where I just basically castigated the audience for like an hour, but. It's interesting. Part of that, I think, was that a bunch of the White Rabbit people were coming over here. So that's not the reason for the rant, but it did sort of serve a dual purpose to kind of let these folks know, like, hey, this is like a version of a fight club over here. So maybe just be prepared for, you know, it was kind of a worst case scenario in a way, but, you know, at least let them know, like, hey, this is a thing that can happen over here. The broadcaster might on occasion yell at the audience.
It was an epic instruction.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I
like that you played it all again today.
Yeah, it's important for me to do that. And then it really tied in well with Paul's coverage of it too, I thought. And in fact, I only saw bits and pieces of that, Paul's coverage, because that was, you know, the time of day, much like now, where I'll begin shifting into my powering down phase. But so I do have to intentionally limit, you know, what I can do later in the afternoon in order to be ready for tomorrow. And if I don't schedule the live stream today, folks, just be aware that it's sometimes creatively, it's my best creative time is like first thing in the morning, typically. So sometimes whatever bullshit I come up with in the afternoon is just not good enough. So that's how that goes.
Well, I appreciate your creative process.
Well, thank you.
Well, thank you.
I was going to say, I also appreciated Paul's breakdown of people because of the rant.
Oh, yeah. He's very astute. Sorry to cut you off. Yeah, he's very astute.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. I appreciate his input often, actually. He breaks that kind of stuff down really well for us. The what would I call it? I guess it's just the psychology of, you know, of traumatized people, of people from toxic backgrounds, everything like that.
Well, and then, you know, folks may have been confused with me going in on, you know, what they perceived as me going in on Paul. Like, I have a history of doing that with many different folks. Like, this is nothing new. I could see some folks may appear to have come out of left field, but me and Drew have done several versions of that. Hell, the last version of it was me versus Drew, TBE, and EBT, all three of them. And we would go back and forth where they would be responding to my material and I would be responding to their material. In fact, I don't think there's enough of that in these streets personally. You know, and Paul didn't play that much of my content, but that's great. I love when people do that. I think it's awesome. Even if I look
do
foolish
too.
at times. But go ahead, Bex.
No, I appreciate it too. I mean, people here have really paved the way for I don't know. At least I feel I feel like I've sort of found my groove in speaking my mind, and I think a lot of it had to do with. I know you know me well. A lot of it had to do with my. As much as people think I may not appear to worry about people pleasing or whatever, considering I spurg out or whatever. There's something's happened in the last week where I really have learned to not give a fuck, and I really look forward to finding my voice in chat. I was actually thinking today of a good hashtag for when people are dragging in chat, and more about them. I'm going to call them a no-mo, right? Your non-tent.
Oh,
So
nice.
a no-mo is like no emo, right? You fucking hashtag no-mo.
No emo. I like that. And this is White Rabbit, by the way. She's live. We might play a little bit of this, but shit, I just had a good point too for you. Give me a second. I want to see if fuck.
Okay, if it brings it back, I was saying that I feel like I've gotten to a good groove, saying I don't give a fuck.
Oh yeah. Well, okay, this isn't advice, but so I'll only say what I've learned for me is, that. Oh wait a minute, is Moose trying to come back up? What's worked for me is to realize that when I do start giving a fuck, or when I do sort of start acting out, or lashing out, it's generally just because I'm in some sort of state of stress or fatigue, or, I'm just not at my best, right? So I think and this is just my opinion. I hear what you're saying. I just think, and I don't know you well enough. You're the only one that could make these determinations. So like when I get stressed out, I tend to become like tyrannical and authoritarian, right? And somewhat domineering, versus whatever that is for you might manifest as you appearing to give a fuck, right? And then some folks will be like, well, Beck said she didn't give a fuck, but here she is giving a fuck. It's like, yeah, she's stressed the fuck out. Something's going on with her, of course, right? Of course she is. Anyway, that's just all my opinions. Too much?
No, I appreciate that. I totally agree. And in fact, JJ was up on my channel yesterday having a similar conversation. And we both know that when I started doing this, I went hard for a long time. Like I really needed that truth or rehab. I slept like for the last 3 weeks, right? So, as much as I thought I was challenging myself and learning to see how my brain, how well I could hold conversations as exhausted as I was, when I go back and listen, they're not that great. They're great, but like that, I could have performed better if I wasn't so exhausted, right?
Yes.
Now that being said, if wartime hits, friends, we know Bex can fucking, do the night shift or whatever, right? You know what I mean? We know, yeah, exactly.
Very true, very true. Well, I think we're going to get out of here, Bex. I think I'm going to play a little White Rabbit, and then because I got nothing left to get, and it's basically time for me to get off the screens anyway, so I must take my leave.
Okay. Shall I? Then I'll head out.
Yeah, I'll just need a couple minutes to wrap up, but it won't be long.
Cool. Thanks for having me up, Benton. It's been a while. I really appreciate being here. Nice to see you all in chat. It was nice to see Moose and Voy as well, and I'll see you next time.
Awesome.
Bye for now.
Awesome. Yep. Take care. That was Bex. Real quick, just because she was around earlier, and I like what I like some of her. Well, basically, anytime I've caught her live, I've enjoyed it. So
is it really tattoos? Well, look, I mean, really, it's just the best way to eat is like it's going to be your fruits and vegetables. Totally. Y'all don't get me started on this whole food plant-based stuff now. I'll tell you all about yourself.
Come on.
Nice. Gummy bears have 0 fat, 0 cholesterol. That's excellent.
Well,
I'll tell you the unsung hero
of
the eat healthy world is mustard. Such a good condiment, man.
This is not health advice, by the way.
But I did try to eat like potato salad that didn't have any mayonnaise in it. It was gross. So stuff like that, I can't do it. And vegan A's just ain't it. Okay, I can't with that. And I thought about doing the Mediterranean diet. I'm still paying for Weight Watchers. And I'm like, I need to do something. with that because I'm paying for it anyway. Mustard is good. Pickles as well. You know, they got a lot of sodium in them, but I love those little tiny ones. The little kosher deals are so good. Gosh, I could eat 50 of them. Oh, well, I need to write a damn cookbook. And then I could meal prep. But really what I would like to do is I would like to get on, I don't know, some kind of routine. Hey, Deborah M. Fat-free ranch. Does it taste the same?
And
so I'm thinking I want to I don't know, if I could eat oatmeal every day.
London Man's live as well, by the way, folks. And, oh, wait a minute. We forgot the full screen. My bad. What a silly person. Appreciate everybody being her. I'm assuming Mr. Unslaved will be live soon, if not already. Yep. Mr. Unslaved live in 17 minutes. Lots of options out there for your viewing pleasure. I will indeed rest well, Heidi. I do enjoy the longer streams, I have to say. And like I mentioned many, many hours ago, you know, my actual productive creative time is generally, you know, let's just say I was going to work on soundboards and, you know, try to come up with ideas for future streams and, you know, titles and maybe try to find some thumbnails. That's mostly going to be like the first 6 hours I'm awake. Then probably do a live stream. But the thing is, if I go live and I'm live for 4 hours and I wrap up, now I'm probably not going to be in creative mode, if that makes sense. So at that point, I might as well just be live. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I'm assuming I will be back in the morning. No promises, of course, but I would expect, well, I definitely am going to the store. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I might not go live until I get back from the store. So it could be a later than normal start. So just be prepared for that, folks. Again, appreciate everybody for being here. Thanks for watching and listening. Wait a minute, I'm not to the screen. See, eventually, you think my hands would just know where to go. See, now my mind's in the gutter. All right, thanks for watching and listening. Bye.